Hello there, boys, girls, and betweeners, however you want to feelers. Welcome on in. Today is May 9th, and welcome to Smite Prime. The circuit starts today. My name's Malum, and before we actually get going today, I want to take a moment to give more than a well-deserved mention to not only a Smite Prime champion, but a two-time Smite World champion, Paul. He joins a few incredibly other talented players who have decided to make a retirement. We wish Paul more than the best. You can read Paul's full statement on retiring this season on Twitter, and I encourage you, go there, interact with it, and if you're like me and Paul's play has made an impact on you, go there, wish him the best, and let him know it. Like many others, he made Smite all the more special. So thank you, Paul, for all the memories. With that being said, Musy, get on in here. I'm alone. I miss you. There he is.
Yippee!
Musy, it's May. It's Smite Prime. We got the whole team. We've got Tess, Solstice, and Jithens as well behind the scenes. How are you feeling today, my friend?
It's a brand new day. It's a brand new month, brand new circuit, brand new teams going forward. We're, like you mentioned before, down one figurehead, down one god, and that's going to leave a vacuum to see who can grab that cash prize that we got up there for this month. Go ahead and take a look here, Anthony. 7,000 real American dollars for the May circuit.
Real American dollars is the big dollars for casters and players alike, and SmitePrime.com has all the information for this tournament and more, and things like the art shop, which of course is a huge deal, especially when you consider we just had our Spring and Petals community art competition going on. That's been fun to watch, so you can go to shop.smiteprime.com right now. You can check out the art, and let's continue and talk about that art contest, the Spring and Petals one. With that being mentioned, here it is, and Petals and Palettes. Some of the art, Musy, I'm sure you've seen some of it, was so sick. The voting ended on May 15th, or it ends on May 15th, began on May 7th. The prizing has diamonds on the line. The submissions have already passed, so make sure you go to smiteprime.com to check out the art today. Put your votes in. Don't miss the opportunity to get yourself included. Who knows what art could become featured on the art shop? You never know, but that's how you get yourself included. But all right, that's all the housekeeping, the groundskeeping out of the way. Let's talk gameplay. Let's talk action. Let's talk bracket, Musy.
And we do have some new teams coming in here, especially the teams that we're going to get our eyes on right away. But we got to get a glimpse of the landscape first. Well, bam! Stinger down.
Oh my goodness.
That's a lot of teams. 20. Okay, remember how I said we got a chance to see some of these names? I'm glad I got my glasses on. I'm going to squint. I'm going to lean in real quick here. I see single bind.
Binoculars, go!
Yeah, where's my monocle?
Well, I don't see Paul.
Oh, thank you, production. Oh, this is good. All right. Overtime, Dirty Water, Low Prio Q, Gulp, Dancing in the, I'm going to assume that means Moonlight, Dancing in the Moonlight.
You're doing good. You're doing good. Keep going.
Gospel, Zoltrask, that's a reference. Burger Factory, I work there. Single Bind, Slimed In as opposed to Slimed Out. Paul
and Puppy,
Better,
wait, Musy, there's something about that one that's popping out to me. Puppy versus Slimed In. I think that's our first matchup of the day.
Oh, are you sure?
Crazy how brackets work.
This is true. In progress, too. I hope we get our eyes on that before they finish up.
There's Dreamville, Shish Kebab. Paul's Better is a team today as well. I wanted to point that out before you got to see our smiling faces. I hope you're smiling at home, and I hope you're doing well as we get into our May Circuit and start it off for this month. It should be a fun one. We've got May Circuit. Of course, there's going to be stuff this summer, as I'm sure everyone has seen by this point. You really can't ask for much more. Smite Prime, still doing the Smite Prime thing, Musy, and I'm excited in every word you can say excited as a caster. I feel like that's obvious, but there's a lot to talk about God-wise. So we just recently had a pretty significant patch hit, of course, that did change the landscape quite a bit. You and I got to cast AGL together last night, and as we get into picks and bans, I'm expecting to see a lot of those picks carry over, because we got to see a lot of the top players on that cast last night. Now, the banned content before the picks and bans start rolling through today, banned gods are the Morrigan and Atlas. Atlas not yet available as he has just recently come out. Aspect for Discordia is also banned, but no banned items, and honestly, kind of a low amount of gods banned. Chalk seemingly unbanned. He was banned just a couple of days ago, so that's back on the table. A lot of options, Musi.
So yeah, I'm gonna cross-reference a couple of things. Yeah, Chalk not banned over here in Smite Prime, so maybe we get to see a little bit of that Chalk action, the Chakalaka. I'll see myself out. But for the picks that aren't banned that could potentially be banned by the teams, I'm definitely looking at things like Artio, which has been very strong in solo lane, definitely bully out a lot of other picks. Jing Wei, very strong ADC. I really do genuinely feel that when it comes to the mid lane, Agni is very strong right now, is able to outpressure a lot of lanes, especially that Morgan Le Fay. I believe he plays really well into that. We had a chance to see yesterday, Anthony, Pele. It got nerfed. I don't think it got nerfed enough. I'm going to come out and say it. Hit her again, right? She's getting back up. She's standing back up. It's like Rocky. The gloves are coming back up.
Yeah, but the gloves are
2x4.
Like, they're filled with lead.
Yeah, right.
There's
a gun in the glove. Like she's gonna get you.
Yeah.
So I really genuinely feel that's another pick that could come through here for either team that has a lot of potential to just be eternally annoying and get in your face.
Well, we do have to remake the lobby, so it'll be a moment before we get our first bans coming through. So let's keep talking about things we expect to see today, because I want to point out two things. Well, you've mentioned one, but I want to really emphasize one of them. Pele aspect. The other aspect, Ishtar aspect. My goodness, can Ishtar aspect cook? Now, admittedly, from when it first came out, the Ishtar aspect has been reined in a little bit, Musi, because when it first released, as soon as... It's funny, because I feel like the first time people saw it, I saw some kind of, meh reactions to it, but as soon as it was there, I never talk about my own gameplay. Nobody cares. I hardly care about my own gameplay. If I'm dropping 30 kills with an Ishtar aspect, something is up. Something is amiss.
Yeah.
So, Ishtar aspect is something to keep your eyes out. Again, it did get some nerfs compared to its release date. The biggest of which, in terms of feel, being the autos seem to... It's not just seem, they go a little bit shorter in distance, and you feel it, especially in lane phase. But once you get late game on that aspect, it's a scary, scary time to be. Now, let's also talk about scrims, Musi. This was a big talking point you and I had last night. A lot of these teams that have been scrimming have been bringing out some surprising stuff. One that comes to mind that you did mention before, the Loki, was getting a lot of play in the Smite Prime scrims that I was tuning into over the week.
Yeah, it's just one of those picks that does pretty well, I feel, into the mages that are good right now. I like Loki into Morgan Le Fay because he's got that disarm stun, CC immunity during that ultimate where her knock up, her fear, doesn't quite get the value that it normally would. Even into the Agni because he's got that cripple where if you would try to dash away, you kind of hold him in place long enough to be able to do something about it. Especially with the changes in the jungle where Boomba's Golden Blade not as strong this go around. I really do feel that Cudgel users can get a bit more from, just starter items in general, or you could just go straight to that Lucerne Hammer that a lot of players were already experimenting with. So if you were a character that could go that Lucerne Hammer in the jungle start, you didn't need that Boomba's Dagger to clear. You were good before, you're better now, because we took Boomba's Golden Dagger and shot it in, behind an alley. You can't really have it too much anymore. The main reason being is that it used to do bonus damage on top of not only like the splash, but the target you were hitting as well, which is what made it so strong. But that's going to have to take a back seat in favor of some other jungle picks that will be coming through here. As far as the bans though, Anthony, looks like they're already hitting the scene. Hoyi, Daji, Mickey character, thank you, Slime Did, and Yamoja banned out for the first time I've seen in a while. I mean, that pick kind of not fell to the wayside, but with Kerberos being so strong, you didn't really get a chance to see Yamoja too much.
So this is my question to you. Is the Yamoja banned away, because Mini Delvin and Bacon are two players we're both familiar with, is that to make Mini Delvin uncomfortable, or could that even be a weird target? Not target, but soft target towards Bacon, because I know there has been a little bit of Yamoja mid sneaking out. I've seen it more than once. I'm not
Yeah.
saying I've seen it a lot. I'm not saying everyone's going to play it, but I did see it
had a
at
nickel.
least once in those scrims that I was talking about. So is this looking at Bacon, or is this just trying to target out Mini Delvin? Because this is a player you and I were talking about as we found out we were casting these two teams. Somebody who has competitive experience, but at the top level of play, not somebody who's incredibly proven. And I don't say that as a demeaning way, but it's just somebody who I think needs to have that big moment on air.
Well, I do believe the Umoja is very targeted at Mini Delvin just because it's a very strong support pick, and Mini Delvin, being as experienced as he is, brings a lot of that leadership quality to a team. So if you can kind of keep him off kilter, take a pick away from him that he's very comfortable with, now he has to spend more time thinking about the god he's actually playing, along with making sure that he can lead his team to that victory.
Right, okay.
And Umoja is so good at just kind of locking people in. And you're right about the Umoja mid. That has been popping up. I don't know if Bacon's a Yumo mid player.
I don't know either. I've seen it more than once, and now it's there. It's in my head. It's like this little bug just happened. Yeah. See? Wavelength already, and we just started our day. The Ishtar is banned, so I'll keep hyping it up because I really want to see it. I expect it can do some damage, but both of these teams said no, not today, as well as the Cerberus. You're welcome, YouTube commenters. Jingwei, the first lock-in, answered back by Slimedin's Achilles getting grabbed up. But who goes with it? That's going to be Medusa, another character that was affected by the most recent patch, but in a very positive way.
Yes, Viper Shot now deals % health damage on the first shot. So this makes her Lacerate Viper Shot combo all the more deadlier because now she's able to really shred away tanks, not just squishies. And when you also take into account that Lernium Bow has been good for a long time, Devos is also very strong right now, and a lot of Medusa's abilities are scaling off of strength. It kind of gives her the path that she's looking for in order to deal the most damage. She's got a great team fight ultimate that also gives her CC immunity and deals damage. That's why I like on her so much. The only thing is her dash can be blocked, so if Puppy can get in front of this Medusa and live through that damage, she's kind of cooked.
You talked about the Agni, and for good reason. Agni is someone who, if I had told you when we got into Smite 2, even back, I would say as far back as right before the Vegas LAN, if I had told you that Agni would become a comp staple in both mid lane and ADC, I think you would call me a crazy person. But the state of Smite 2 and Smite 2 being a very different iteration of what we've come to know with Smite opens the door for Agni to have flexibility. In this case, it seems pretty apparent Agni's going to the mid lane. You talked about how strong Agni is. It'll be going into Discordia. As I mentioned, Discordia Aspect is banned, but how does that match up? Combine.
There it is.
We talk Valo on Loki. I just want to give shout-outs where it's due. Stewie on Loki could be just as gross, but we'll put a pin in that one for the moment.
I mean, Agni, it's like they used to say, the focal point of balance. Now, little bit on the up and up here. Just does a lot of damage at range CC, ranged bombs, great mobility. Also does fairly well into the Discordia because he's able to poker out his abilities just a little bit farther. But what I really like about this Agni pick for Slimed In is that you have great tools to get away from that Sobek as well. And the Loki does kind of put a pin in the Agni, like I mentioned before, right? If they're able to get the ult in, they lock down, they get the cripple. So while this Agni does well in this 1v1 in lane, and if the support decides to rotate, you have to keep your eyes open for when the Loki decides to get into the mix. So wards are going to be a must for Slimed In. Vision comes at a premium, especially for characters that go invisible.
Tsukiyomi will complete our roster of 10 gods before we get in-game. Tsukiyomi, a character that I'm a big fan of personally. I feel like he's in a weird spot, not because he's of a balance reason necessarily. It just seems like he's getting prioritized. So many things are getting prioritized over Tsukiyomi. He's falling back while not necessarily not performing the best. It seems like a weird combo.
So the Tsukiyomi pick has to come later in the draft because of why we're picking him. Right? If you look at Slimed In's composition, and I see two big things that burn purification, right? You have this Thor, you have this Agni. These two characters force the beads. The Tsukiyomi forces an Aegis. So what Slimed In team comp is doing right now is forcing you to choose between two different relics. And if you're a character who doesn't have a CC immune ultimate like an RDO, you're kind of forced to pick up either Beats or Aegis to kind of deal with one or both of these things. If you have a CC immune ultimate, maybe you just go the Aegis.
Well, I know where we're going. We're going to game. Battleground of the Gods, baby. Smite 2, Smite Prime, May Circuit. It starts right here. Oh, perfect. See, Inferno is a paid actor in vibes. My name's Mel. I'm joined today by Musi. We've got Solstice and Tess. Oh, that's such a cute picture you guys picked for me. You like me so much. I love Smite Prime. That's my wedding picture. You guys are so nice. Puppey versus Slimed In is how we are starting our day. You look across, you look at relics, you look at aspects. Nothing too insane in the relic department. A lot of Aegis, though, for the side of Puppey, so I guess we don't care about beads today. And Thor, rocking the aspect.
So, and all those Aegis for Puppey kind of leads into what I was saying before, is this Tsukiyomi forcing you to... I'm not Morty, but that is a good pick. It genuinely forces you to pick up this Aegis in order to deal with the ultimate from the Tsukiyomi, because he just deals so much damage, and then after he fires off those moonbeams, he sticks on top of you. If you're able to immune away that damage, you kind of save yourself from a couple of problems there of the Tsuki diving on top of you. What this does, though, Anthony, is it makes it so that Mini Delvin and Bacon's CC is that much stronger. Also, that's a Thor support, which we didn't really notice in picks and bans, but gulp, I'm seeing it now.
That's what I was about to ask. If you're choosing to go the Aegis and you're forgoing the beads, but you're up against characters that I understand we're not up against a Sobek or something like a Ymir, but there's still plenty of CC on the side of Slimed In. Is this really worth the risk? Is Big Splash is bringing it to Apollo? My goodness, forcing him under the tower already. Gonna hurt the laning phase. Is this worth that risk?
100%. Well, think about it this way. You can buy into something like a Talisman of Purification if you're a tank. Or if you are a squishy, you're already buying something like a Combat Blink to kind of keep yourself spaced away from that effective CC range. So you have options to work around CC. You don't have options to work around that Tsukiyomi ultimate or just taking damage in a team fight unless you're able to pop that Aegis. So I like the uniformity here from Puppey. I am keeping my eyes out, though, for Koja Fox, wondering if they decide to pick up that Talisman of Purification.
See Tsukiyomi already in the right lane, looking to make something happen early on Big Splash and put some pressure on, which is a good target. Big Splash, one of the more accomplished players and stronger players on this team, of course, of Puppey. But for Slimed In, I think already worth mentioning, if you're going to commit the resource, you're going to commit the time, as you can see now, the back from Ting Tub. You've got to get something out of it. In this time, Stewie was able to rotate left, get some farm, grab up the chalices from the Gold Fury, if you're new to Smite 2. But in that Gold Fury pit, there's a bunch of different chalices, both silver and gold, that you can auto-attack or walk over and grab yourself some free gold. So, I mean, I take that every day if I'm Stewie, especially if it didn't turn into a gank in solo.
Managed to snag away that left side back camps too, I believe. So that's going to put Stewie just a little bit ahead of the Tsukiyomi. And we're moving towards the left side as Suku, while Loki goes right. That means that we're giving up the firebrands that spawn in just a couple of seconds here. In fact, it could be a death in solo lane. Look at where Achilles is posted up.
We're giving up a lot of farm, and now Apollo could be given up as well. Stewie cuts him off. Damage on. Is that going to be our first blood? It should be. Good stun, though, for Apollo trying to stay alive, and that works perfectly. I thought that was a death, sure as can be. I think Musi thought the same thing, but Apollo is making us believers with a really good stun. Ting Tub has gone towards the left side of the map, but we already talked about how much farm had been taken away. Purple buff is up. Ting Tub is here. Is this a full gank attempt? Mini Delvin low. Koja Fox the target. Slows will connect. The double tap to get in front. Koja Fox nowhere to go. First blood to Mini Delvin.
Nice, solid moves. I like the way that the Tsukiyomi was kind of hanging out in that lower part. It felt like initially the goal was that purple buff, but a first blood kill is all the more valuable. Koja Fox moves towards that Gold Fury pit in an attempt to kind of make space and get away. If the Tsukiyomi wasn't there, that was 100% the right play to make, because how is that dual lane supposed to chase after you? But because the jungler was right around the corner, he is a sitting duck. Turned into a new pair of shoes, as it were. So good tit for tat there. Slime did find their first kill, but Puppey, a failed gank in solo. Maybe they can make it up now.
More farm stolen away. Stewie got the red buff, but had a rotation from Koja Fox. The pluck into the lurking waters. Stewie combining with the Sobek. They're going to chase out Apollo. The Loki ultimate assassinated. Apollo falls, a kill. The Loki jungle.
There it is. So, like I said, we get our tit for tat here, but the question is, where are we taking it? And why do we have a wish-granting pearl for my Artio? Or that's not a wish-granting pearl. I hope it doesn't turn into a wish-granting pearl. That's a interesting pickup. Are we going Lifebinder again? You know what's interesting? I'm watching this Artio build too, and I see that we have the Bluestone instead of the Boomba's Cudgel, which was the go-to... Hello, Thoralt.
A go-to Thor ultimate behind the tier 1 tower. Koja Fox, a target, survives for now. The rain fire connects. Bacon. Second kill for Slime Din. Koja Fox had nowhere to escape to, but a rotation from Big Splash, looking to make a big play. Has backup from Stewie. The chase out could be more. Meanwhile, a 1v1 solo bolo in the left lane as Inferno kills Furballer and lives at a sliver of health there. Nothing more happens in the mid lane, so that works out for Puppey in a pretty strong manner. That even with the big ultimate from Bacon.
That was kind of wild from Slime Din to look for that there, but when you have this Thor support, that's kind of the plays you want to go for to make. Gold Fury, Mini Delvin.
It's close, so is the Agni. 100, but Rainfire won't be close. Hostile Puppey with the secure. Gold Fury goes to Puppey. The very first one of the game, and since quite literally minute 0, Puppey has had a slight gold lead. They're farming a little bit better, so to add the first Gold Fury of the game, it's a pretty good start. And Musi, that was indeed a life binder for Big Splash, so Big Splash or Snoozism, depending on how you know him, is somebody who gets a little bit out there with builds, also sometimes likes to stick hardcore meta, but usually is somebody who comes into a game with a plan. So Lifebinder will be the choice there. And as we hit 6.5 minutes, still got 60 seconds until we're playing Capture the Flag in the mid lane. Musi, how are we? What are we looking at so far? What's our early gaze going to?
Well, I'm really looking at Mini Delvin on this Thor. You do have Thor ult engages, and because he's building a little bit tankier, you've got that Runeforge Hammer online. He can stick around in the fight too, and kind of get more off in terms of being a nuisance. Maybe not that raw kill potential that a full damage Thor would have. But what that does do is it forces you to be scary, to kind of be like, okay, you have to acknowledge me. Mini Delvin has to acknowledge the death as he's forced to ult away. That's an important tool down, especially in 20 seconds, since that mid ritual is coming up and we don't have that Thor ultimate. I think we lose a lot of the fear factor for Slime Din. Puppey is going to have great control over the mid lane.
It's a good start for Puppey to it in the mid lane, but I do also wonder, once you get Mini Delvin back and you have Ting Tub there, where's your fight going to be? Loki had just backed. Can you get that early establishment on the point? That tends to be, I feel like, a big key factor in these midpoint fights, is who actually gets themselves set up first and kind of gets that little bit of pressure.
Oh, dual lane.
Oh, yeah, dual lane 1v1. Furballer dashed on by the Jingwei. Inferno needs one more auto. Can't find it. So mid lane back to the chaotic point as Furballer will live today. You see, so far it's a poke festival as it's raining rocks. But Slime Din, they can't quite find their go button yet.
Here comes Big Splash from around the top side, though. This is what Puppey needs.
Stampede pressed, here we go. Go button, Loki damage. Is that your play? Mini Delvin first one poked out, but he's got that tankiness online. Apollo leads the way, execute range on Koja Fox. Do we use it? No, we use the Moonlight to chase the Sobek, but you can't kill him. Now you're alone, assassinate answer. Stuns 2 out, still no kills. That's a getaway for Ting Tub. Rainfire for the stun. Stewie forced to Aegis. Apollo retreats back, still no picks. Crazy fight mid for nobody to die.
It was unfortunate. I feel Puppey just didn't rotate in time. Maybe wasn't ready for the fact that Slime Din put a lot more value on that mid pad. And especially when you know that Mini Delvin doesn't have their ultimate, you had 2 of your players watch it get used maybe there's a little bit of a miscommunication there. Now we also miss out on the firebrands as well. Slimed in are able to keep themselves in the game here just off of virtue of the fact that Puppey has to acknowledge these pushers coming down the lane. It's worth noting, Anthony, ever since a couple patches ago, the mid-ritual no longer resets your teleport, so you don't get the fast back just off of getting the mid-ritual, but the fact that you're picking up so many little experience rocks, you get to move a little bit faster after you pop the ritual consumable, it's just worth so much to give up so easily.
A lot of damage on Koja Fox, but the dash away. And those rocks are kind of similar to the Comet from Smite 1, if this is one of your first times tuning into Smite 2. The teleporters are in base, kind of right by where the Phoenix is. Shadow Portal Demon from Smite 1, if we're reminiscing. 3-man strike! Okay, 2-man, excuse me. But still looking good from Hostile Puppey, which is something that we didn't get to talk about. You know, one of the benefits of you and I having seen these players in a lot of different skill brackets, I've seen Hostile Puppey's grind over the years. Hostile Puppey's Discordia is a little bit gross. There's been a time or two where, more than a time or two, where Hostile Puppey has played Discordia, and I believe there was another pick with a big snipe, but I don't want to search my brain too much, where the snipes are just there, and the ability timing is better, if not leagues better, than just the ability usage itself.
Well, and Strife is so good. If you hit one person, you get a root and you get damage. All right, that's all well and good. You hit 2 or more people, the gods that you hit with that Strife become madness, and they just start hitting each other, and it spends more time getting CC that Disco is able to follow up with damage. Jing Wei, though, left side.
Stun early. Inferno knows they're in trouble, but they're buying time with damage. Gonna Aegis out the Petrifying Gaze. Up to the air goes Benny Delvin to get away, as there was just too much damage and a great response from Stewie. But we're not done. The Tsukiyomi's here. Koja Fox leading the way. Pluck is online. Are we going to go for it? No. So slime in. They'll get away. But Puppey couldn't find anything in response. Inferno living, though, is significant.
Being able to walk away there as Inferno. More than walk away, I mean, you're healthy enough to start a Gold Fury, and Slimed in just used a couple ults.
Hostile Puppey stepping forward to slow things down. An interesting play. Will it work? Gold Fury, let go of Furballer with the steal. You can't let go of the leash and not expect your dog to be napped. Slimed in, get their first Gold Fury of the game and bring that gold lead closer.
There was a moment of panic as, you know, Puppey or Koja Fox is taking a lot of damage up at the front, where it's like, okay, can we finish gold? We're going to finish it. We're going to finish it. And then as Slimed in moves forward, everybody from Puppey goes, no, we can't, but the health is so low at that point, you need to commit to the burn. You gotta hold on to a couple abilities, or just go straight into a fight afterwards. So much was used in the dual lane just previously. You know that Ting Tub doesn't have their ultimate, that Furballer shouldn't have theirs, so get in there. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's time to get active. Again. Yeah, see, you know what's going on.
A lot of middle school dance song references today.
Yeah, I say, take it back now, y'all, in terms of our nostalgia. But Puppey has let go of a couple of things so far that makes me worried about Fire Giant pulls in the future. That mid-ritual went a little sideways, that Gold Fury definitely went sideways. I wonder if we're a team that has to go for a numbers advantage before we can actually pull an objective. Not because we can't confirm anything, but just because Slimed in moves a little different from how we're used to, and we just have to take that into account.
Well, look how weird objective secure is across the board, right? I mean, there's ults that can do it, but nothing significant. A significant apple on the head top of the Tsukiyomi, who will ult in response and gets right back. Pretty wise ultimate there. Up to the air, Mini Delvin. Target to save, target acquired! But Ting Tub, not saved. Stewie able to pick up the third kill of the game for Puppey, and Stewie very far. Wind Sprite right in front of Furballer. Will use that ultimate to reposition for safety. And once again, Puppey, easy. They kind of ding-dong ditch. They get their pick and they get away.
Stewie, I mean, you
double
talked
stacking
before
Tsukiyomi, by the way.
Yes, and this is kind of par for the course, too. What the Suki is doing is just probably going Heartseeker next. Once we get that item online, he really starts to chunk damage. It becomes a very big threat. Apollo is so tanky, you're fine, right? Yeah, that's right. Get out of there.
Baller getting chased out by Inferno. Inferno turns on the ult, but can't quite find the crossbow bolts. You know, we've been making sure that we keep in mind there might be players who are either new to Smite 2 or tuning into Smite 2 for the first time. And I just thought about how if you're coming from Smite 1, or if this is like first time in a few years you've checked it out, and you see somebody building Transcendence and Book of Thoth, how jarring that must be.
How is he doing this? Yeah, well, you're able to kind of split. Physical and magical is still here, but strength and int are how we scale our abilities. And the way that Transcendence works in Smite 2 is the same it did in Smite 1. The more mana you have, the more strength you have. Well, it turns out that if you do that with your Book of Thought that functions the same way, these items see each other and go, yeah, we have lots of mana and double the strength and int.
A little bit forming up duo as well as Big Splash being ganked solo. You can see there everyone dancing around in left. For a moment, Furballer was in danger. Stewie had rotated over to look for a gank, but as that happened, Furballer, thanks to the ward coverage, had fallen back behind the tier 1. Yuzi, you talked about how important the wards would be in the picks and bans lobby, and it's already being proven to be accurate, even more so than we're used to with how important wards are. Now, okay, we'll see if we've got time for this one. Big Splash is still being ganked. This has to be frustrating. This has to turn into a kill, though, for how much Slime Din has put into it, right? Otherwise, what are you getting out of it?
The police are on the way, though. Sobek from the left side. Koja Fox wants to find the pluck. Should be easy with that root.
Ooh, good stun.
Yeah, looks like he's going to be pushed off, and Big Splash will be able to splash another day. The reason we're putting so much onto Big Splash, though, that Moonlight Queen Naga is up and spawned. We're trying to buy space and time.
Koja Fox focused low. Could fall, does. Apollo with the kill, but you see that damage answer back is pretty significant on the Ting Tub's head. Up down, though, for Mini Delvin. Does that help things out enough? The Piercing Moonlight to reposition for Tub and gets away. So the Tsukuyomi lives. Same might not be said for Big Splash. A wall of stun to death. Mini Delvin with the kill onto the RDO. Slimed in. They take the kill lead. The gold is still close. This is a good spot to be in, especially with that Queen Naga available.
Stewie and Hostile Puppy having full health bars, though, means that Slime Din can't just go straight to that Moonlight Queen Naga. That's a lot of damage on board still for Puppy. And Koja Fox was a low enough level. They're already back in respawn.
So much CC. Too much damage for Stewie. Midpoint is up, and as its rain and rocks continue, Mini Delvin bounced around, but tanky. Bacon is a little bit more at risk. Gets caught in the strife. Has to dash away. Oh, Mini Delvin dead.
Oh, Bluestone.
Bluestone, baby. You can buy Bluestone on Int, and it works. Speaking of new things, that's a big pickup for Hostile Puppy. We talked about the ability timing, and it was perfect there. Inferno dash on Furballer in the jungle.
Oh my gosh.
The airstrike to get closer. We're diving tier 2. The gaze can't find the kill.
6-7 life left. That's crazy for a baller live on Smite game. You know what's nuts too? This Hostile Puppy build. And we're seeing this very consistent throughout all the mid lane mages. Even the Agni is going in here. Bluestone into either Chronos Pendant or Gem of Focus, straight into Soul Reaver. Now you might hear on Twitter that it's not that good. I'm gonna take a stand here and tell you there is a reason everybody is building its second item. It just does the damage that you need and is also a good early answer to tanks as they scale. Your damage scales with it because it does percent health damage. So very, very good on characters that can just spam their abilities and get that last little bit that you need. The difference here, though, is you see that Divine Ruin for Bacon. So a little bit of anti-heal early on for this Agni paired with the Noxious Fumes that have anti-heal too. It's good.
Every time I look at the map, there's a mini 1v1 on left lane. This time, again, Inferno and Furballer trade out to half. They might go for more. We'll see. A little bit scary. Big Splash, also a little bit frightened. Getting chased out in solo, yet again, by Ting Tub and Apollo. But it seems like Big Splash is unafraid. Early Aegis, buying time. Has backup here now in the form of Stewie. Looking for the root on Apollo. We'll find it. Stewie in. There's the damage. It's looking pretty good so far. Big Splash trying to lead the way, but Apollo just too tanky. Now, Musi, I keep looking at the map and seeing the 1v1s from the ADCs. Maybe this has to wait, though. Koja Fox is here.
Upside, Sobek, Can he cover the options? Even if you pluck, it's the wrong direction.
Root not gonna hit. Ultimate to get away from Apollo. Other rotations, Mini delving up. The land is on top of Koja Fox. A lot of damage follows. The waters for safety might work out, but there's 4 members now in the jungle fighting against you. If you're Puppey, you've got to group up and fall back. Just simply a numbers game at this point. So I will continue my question, which is basically the build differential in ADC as a Rainfire comes out, an Apple in response for some CC immunity. Inferno picked up the dual blades, which I feel like we haven't seen the Masashis in a while. On the other side, it's a Braggies. Haven't seen Braggies in a minute either.
So Braggies is a little bit easier to explain away. Medusa is a dual scaling character, and she does like to use on-head effects with her Viper Shot. She has so much attack speed, she can just get it all off instantly. You see that Learning Bow there too? So she's really playing for Lacerate Viper Shot combo and maybe burn away some objectives too. But that is very hard to play into in the raw damage that is Frenzy Dagger, Musashis, and Adivos, right? You are getting smacked. Right. Jingwei doesn't need to commit as much to crit items because she has crit built into her passive on her second ability. If she's leveling that, which, I mean, level 18, it should already be max. She gets something like 25% crit rate when she pops it. Pair that with, I think it's like 20% crit chance on the Musashis. So she's got like a 55% chance to crit you. She crits you, she moves faster, she sticks on you. It's just a bad time for the Medusa that's already an all-in character who now can't get away if they can't kill them with their Lacerate Viper Shot combo. And I was gassing up this Medusa pick earlier, but there was a reason Jingwei gets banned every single game that we see. Everything she does gives her a stim, and she already has crazy damage. So Inferno is just going to start walking away with fights if we don't have an answer. We need a Spectral or something.
See the map on a bit of an angle as Gold Fury is started up, but nobody from Slimed In is there to answer because they're choosing to go for that Pyromancer on the right side, but Big Splash and Stewie are both here. So Gold Fury falls, Inferno with the kill credit, second one of the game for Puppey. Pyromancer started up, and that will fall to Slimed In. Pyromancer is about what we're used to. You pick up a bomb and it goes in pocket. Gold Fury, you can check how many you're taking at the top by those little gold coins, and each Gold Fury gives a stacking buff. So second buff now online for Puppey. Mini Delvin, ult up, down, finds Koja Fox, but Koja away, double stun with the wall, a lot of damage on the double tap too, and now it looks like Ting Tub wants to fight more, but they cannot get themselves deeper down the lane.
Solid madness there from Hostile Puppey to kind of buy their team some time. Now it's the rotation coming in from Puppey on both sides.
Stewie looking for a target in that back line. Some damage getting out from Hostile Puppey in the way. Stewie does find a target. It's for a baller one down. Who's up next? Anybody? Inferno's here. Apollo's dead. Piercing Moonlight. Does it find Stewie? No, it does not. Instead, it looks like it might find Ting Tub. Airstrike over the wall when you land. Autos. Bang. You're dead. Double kill for Inferno. A killing spree at that now for Jingwei.
I've been watching Inferno a bit. I believe in OSL, who was dual laned with Kill Cam Kenny, and let me tell you something. This guy rips. This Inferno guy does a ton of damage in these games, but what they're so good at is playing it patient, getting that farm online, and then showing up and going kabam all over everybody. That's exactly what we saw. The Jingwei finished up their Titan's Bane. They rotate to a fight, people die, right? It is disgusting. And now this presumably level 20 Jingwei is like all over the place, ready to just take down an objective too. So keep an eye out for the Jingwei on this Inferno character. Like, they are going to start carrying fights very hard.
The blue charts are going up, up, up to the ceiling, but the ceiling has no roof for Inferno. The damage continues to rise. My goodness, 8-5 is the kills, but as you saw in those charts, that gold lead, you're feeling it now. If you're slimed in, there's just so much damage coming through. There's no real way to rein it in. Even the tankiness that you've been talking about, Yuzi, we're starting to see that fall back as Stewie was hitting really hard alongside Hostile Puppey, especially when you consider the current builds that are meta looking at Hostile Puppey. They're kind of designed for those tanky characters, right?
Yes, I mean, you're going to have double prot shred between this Totem of Death and the Ob Shard that's around the corner for Hostile Puppey. Stewie has a Heartseeker and the Titan's Bane coming up pretty soon here. So even a character like Achilles, whose whole MO is being tanky. Oh, bye, Bacon. I'll miss you. He's gonna die too. Just watch.
I'm watching. Oh, he's gone. Just like that. Another one for Puppey. That's 10 kills. Musi, the vibe is there. Fire Giant's the call. It's going to be tough for Slimed to contest this when you've only got Mini Delvin nearby. Tsukiyomi is by the Pathfinder buff in the left lane. Medusa's in her own jungle with nothing there. The Fire Giant's already at half. Mini Delvin is going to try, though. All is fair. In the air. 5k, too early. Mini Delvin can't go for it. Has to just land down. Maybe a double tap attempt, but Big Splash is wise to it. Slows him down. Fire Giant goes to Puppey. And why not take a little bit of a Mini Delvin as a side platter?
Just as a little treat, you know, just to have for yourself a little takeout bag. Goes to Inferno. They need it. Are already super fed. Might as well get them even further across the finish line. Now that Puppey has this FG, we're on this Fire Giant power play. You'll notice that there are still tier 2 towers up, but that Ancient Gold Fury is going to be spawning soon. So in my eyes, the obvious playthrough here is go for that mid T2, then take a look at that right side, come back for the Pyromancer just in time for the Gold Fury to be up. And if you don't get the left side T2, it's not the worst thing in the world. 2 Phoenixes will be hit and exposed. So very much worth having. And that mid ritual coming up, this Fire Giant could not have come at a better time.
Pyro Bombs, we gave the Dagger, which drops when you kill Fire Giant. The key to Dagger is it does 500 to you, right, Musi? But it gets a little bit deeper than that, and I'll let you be the one to kind of dress it up for us. But I see it on Jingwei, and I panic considering what the Jingwei's been doing.
I mean, what this Dagger does is after it deals that 500 damage to you, if that damage would kill you, you respawn. Not only do you respawn, you get extra damage and extra attack speed. So you
it happens in place too
with a vengeance. Yes, like you just get to ba-bam. So Inferno has a second life to play with. The way that you play around this Dagger though is CC, stuns. Slimedin has it. If we can get Inferno down low enough, stun them before they can actually pop that Dagger, and then get a big burst of damage in. Inferno dies, the Dagger drops, and then you can pick it back up. It'll reset the timer. So you can only hold it for a certain amount of time. But once you pick it up again, the timer resets for you. So it becomes a mad scramble of whoever gets to pick up the Dagger afterwards. But with the way that Inferno's been playing, oh, good luck, man. I hate this Jingwei is gonna hit even harder.
Tier 2 down and left. Musi, I have one more question. As Phoenix Siege begins, I just noticed, oh, perfect, we have time for it, as a pause comes out. I see a Scepter of Dominion that belongs to Koja Fox. What's the idea behind grabbing that Scepter of Dominion if you're Koja?
It's heat. You know, that's aura.
Okay, fire item. Basically, Scepter of Dominion makes this gigantic bubble, and anything inside the bubble is in stasis, and nothing happens to it. Nothing, including the environment, by the way. We've seen it used in pretty incredible ways by players like PBM at Vegas, just pausing on the Fire Giant with the Scepter. But why does Koja have it?
Well, even if you can't take damage in the stasis, you can still CC in the stasis bubble. Not as relevant this game, right? Because a Hakate plus a Scepter of Dominion is usually what gets used there, but it's just another way to maybe answer the Tsukiyomi ultimate. You don't have Aegis? Pop in the bubble.
Mini Delvin finds everybody. Is that enough to turn this fight around, though? For Slimedin, they've already lost their Phoenix, and nothing will be gained. A great ultimate, but unfortunately, it's all fireworks. No celebration. You're Slimedin.
I mean, that was a beautiful Thor ultimate. I would put that on the fridge. I'd pin it on the wall. Yeah, I'd frame that. Unfortunately, Slimedin just doesn't have the damage to follow up right away to make it worth it. So, much like the beauty of a flower, it'll fade so quickly before you, and the only thing you can do is take a picture. It'll last longer.
I love when we get deep in sentimental. We started the cast out crying about we start the cast out crying about Paul, now 27.5 minutes in as the score is 11-5 with uh-oh territory. We zoom out at the nature of what is a life in the grand scheme of things. Puppey's holding on to a strong lead against Slimedin. They've gotten that left Phoenix down, the good Phoenix, as many call it, now pushing the right lane where the only remaining tier 2 tower stands.
Got that pusher to go with it, that giant Naga, so should be a foregone conclusion that Puppey walk away with that tower. The question is, do they want to push it, and go for the Phoenix. You'll notice that 15 seconds until that Fire Giant buff is done and gone, so Puppey needs to take a second, recuperate. You get one last objective on the way out. That Pyromancer is up and available, so after you get that, you're gonna you're gonna buy some items and get ready for the final pushes of the game. Fire Giant's right around the corner too, and if you're slimed in, you gotta start thinking about a plan to deal with this Puppey push, this Puppey power, as it were. But scrappy as you may be, if you're scrappy without a plan, and you don't know what to do, then you need to come up with that. Let's split up and look for clues and figure out what we can do. So we have a lot of CC from this Agni. Mini Delvin has proven themselves capable to find big ultimates. We just need to make sure that we're ready for it. Chain these things together, right? Mini Delvin goes in. Ting Tub needs to ult the backline. How do we get this Ting Tub to connect? Well, we have to find a way to burn their Aegis and potentially this Scepter of Dominion first. There are layers here. If we can burn away this Aegis, and then if we can make sure that Ting Tub is able to connect on backliners, then that opens up the possibility for Furballer and Bacon to pour in a lot of damage. So we're looking at Apollo and Ting Tub to work together here to force away these resources before we can actually find our fight.
I cannot believe how many Dog and Scooby-Doo references you fit into a singular mic time.
I almost did a Shaggy voice, but I held back.
Save that one. Save it for a rainy day.
Yeah.
It's rain and fire. Puppey on Fire Giant.
Hallelujah.
Slimed in. They know, but how are they going to make this contest, as Musy's touched on, especially considering Koja has the tool in that Scepter. Stampede in, stun, damage, up in the air. Mini Delvin early, trying to get some control for the fight, but he looks around and sees, oh, my team, not interested. So he's going to go back into the bush and slow things down. Puppey, hard to imagine that anytime stuff breaks down like this and resources of Slimed In are used, it's hard not to feel like Puppey gets the better of it and just inherently gets to prosper from it.
I can definitely understand that viewpoint, but I might be on the other side of things. Imagine you're Slimed In. You just stopped Puppey from pulling an FG, right?
True.
Like, you're able to buy yourself a little bit of time. Time is a very valuable resource for Slimed In at this point. You need time to get that Phoenix respawned. You need time to get your golden experience up to catch up. You can't be a little gup forever. You got to start thinking about bigger oceans, bigger seas, right? So being able to poke out Puppey, like Agni Bombs on top of Koja Fox, make sure the Sobek doesn't get a lot of value. That's good. This is bad, though. Fire Giant getting pulled, and we are not ready for it. We bought all that time, and then we spent it on a king-size candy bar. And we have cavities. The dentist is already mad at us. Fire Giant to Puppey. Gulp.
Gulp, gulp, gulp. Oh boy, I'm scared if I'm Slimed In, and if I'm Puppey, I'm feeling pretty good. My notebook just fell into the abyss. So much for the notes you said earlier, my friend. With Puppey having Fire Giant, Dagger this time goes and pocket a big splash, which, Yuzi, I know you are a big believer, not just because you play solo, but of giving Dagger to your frontliners just so they can wreak absolute havoc and get that reset button. But in this instance, it feels like that could just be a simple win con for Puppey, for Big Splash to be able to play reckless.
Artio is a character that likes to get all the way in there, dash in, bear form, find a stun, find a cripple, get in the mix. The Dagger lets them play that a bit longer, especially as the game goes farther. It gets more and more tough for the Artio to do that. So a second health bar for Big Splash. I love giving it to the tank because they're already so tanky.
Oh boy, here we go.
That's a good wall.
Mid Phoenix, damage on already, but some fight back. Mini Delvin trying to be the one to get it going again. Already down below half health and has to get away. Mini Delvin will try to go back to base. Same thing is for Furballer and Bacon. Just so much poke falling out. Apollo takes up the Creed, steps up, but instantly has to ult away. Mini Delvin up in the air, the land down at the mid Phoenix, trying to create anything for Slimed In, but there's nothing to be had. Puppey have yet to get the mid Phoenix, but they're burning resources left and right of their own, to be fair, but Slimed In, who's on the defense.
Ultimates exhausted from both sides. Agni will be the only one that can get it in time. Mini Delvin so low!
Rooted, is he dead? Assassinate's gonna be off the mark, but Stewie's still able to find it. Now Stewie on the hunt for another, looking for bacon. Freeze indeed, can't get away, but Stewie turns, sees Ting Tub. A hit, oh, the Strife, got it! Hostile Puppy, sights on, Ting Tub handled. Another death, soon it's bacon, double kill for Hostile Puppy. Make it trips, call it game. Puppy, make it happen. They dismantle Slimed In. They're going to win the game, and a team, Fusey and Big Splash, who's been on air on Smite Prime a lot, he gets a win on broadcast. Puppy, take the first game of our day.
The curse is broken for Big Splash, finally. But really well played, I think, from both teams. I mean, Mini Delvin was spectacular on this Thor. I mean, seeing that 4-man Thor ult, it breaks my heart to not see the follow-up there off of such beautiful play. Really solid walls, too. There was a moment in that mid-Phoenix siege where the Jingwei was literally pinned between the wall of the Phoenixes and then also this Thor wall. But it was good on Puppy to be able to buy space for that Jingwei. The only person that was able to get through was the Achilles, and after an Aegis pop, which has been incredibly valuable for this team, she was able to get away, and that in turn lets Puppy take care of the Phoenix and then take care of everything else. But all in all, good stuff all around. I mean, we see this Koja Fox First Blood again. Unfortunately, zigged when they should have zagged, but they had no way of knowing, and Slimed In lose their solo laner soon afterwards.
I feel like there was this reoccurring theme. Essentially, the entire game, these were some of the stronger moments for Slimed In. Of Slimed In, every time you had a resource, every time they had some way to do something, they were forced to use it defensively. And a lot of times to retreat. And when you can't use your tools offensively, and the only person who's able to do anything offensively, seemingly so, was Mini Delvin, that's just not a recipe for success.
This Goldfury, though, well played Furballer here, able to just steal it away with Viper shots and an acid spray, where Puppy had me a little concerned about how objective fights would go, but it did pan out how I thought, where, well, if we just kill a bunch of them before we do a fire, we don't really need to worry about that too much. The most interesting part of this game to me, too, was the fact that Moonlight Queen Naga was never killed. We actually just never went on it. At some point, Koja Fox went and scooped up the consumable, but we never actually committed to the objective, which is so funny to me.
It's... Slimed In got so forced into playing tower defense just so early, and Puppy were the angry orcs that just kept slamming through. What a game for Inferno, too, as the double kill replay is shown. But let's talk laning phase, right? Inferno made Furballer's life miserable.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, every time I was watching the minimap, if the camera was somewhere else, I'd see the little Medusa icon dash away, and then the Jingwei dash after them, and I'm just like, what is happening over there? Good lord. I mean, Inferno kind of felt like a dog on a leash, like a pit bull or something. Just going after them, and Furble, I was like, please, I don't want this at all. And it's
Please
so funny
control
to think
your
about.
dog.
For real. And Medusa's a character that kind of wants the box, that wants the fight, because she's so good in 1v1s. Not this time, though. Inferno is him. And I've been watching this guy as I've been watching the latest season of the Olympus Smite League. And this guy's got sauce. This is an ADC player that I'm kind of keeping my eye on going forward. Very entertaining stuff from Inferno.
Very entertaining stuff overall from Puppy. Just a team that looked put together. And for Slimed In, I will say, you know, there's something to be said about being able to, as a group, make the call to kind of go into that defensive posture, to batten the hatches early, but it just didn't work out this time. And Puppy get the best of the game. That's our first game of the day. But what's so cool about Smite Prime, Musy, is there is a whole day still to go from this, wildly enough. I know. This is just game one. We have a whole bunch of other games. We've got a semifinals down the line, a finals down the line, you name it. So, really quick, this is your chance. Refill your drink. Get a snack. It's lunchtime. Maybe get a full meal. Meet us back here in about 5 minutes or so, and we'll continue our day. We'll be right back. Smite Prime. Hello and welcome back to Smite Prime. Thanks for hanging out I hope you enjoyed your reset, your mental refresh, because we have more games. We got Overtime versus Dirty Water. My name's Mal, I'm joined by Musy, still with the whole team here. Our first game was a fun one. I think that shows an example of what to expect today. We saw some new builds, we saw some of the new meta being played out already. We saw, most importantly, however, round one of the tournament being played. The rest of the round ones are going on too. So let's take a peek in and see how things are shaping up on the bracket.
Oh yes, the bracket. I'm looking at the bracket. Definitely not.
Yeah. Do you have your spectacles?
My
Zoom.
Computer enhance. Overtime versus Dirty Water is where we're going to be looking at. Low prio Q lost to Dancing in the Moonlight. I'm assuming. Let's see. Verges take one over Burger Factory. Shish Kebab over Dreamville. Paul Better over Moneyson, and then Mushroom Kingdom doing well there as well. I'm kind of keeping my eyes on this Mushroom Kingdom team too. They were looking really good the last time I was seeing them, and I've kind of been interested in their progress as a team. So I'm expecting that we're going to see that Mushroom Kingdom team at some point today. They're going to find their way on screen, be it semifinals or maybe even finals.
Usually the principal's office called, and they wanted you to know it's Paul's Belter.
How did the principals get my phone number?
They called me.
I graduated high school in 20... Oh, he called you?
Yes.
Oh, man. So I'm in trouble.
Very much so. Picks and bans are upon us, so Musy gets to delay the detention, at least for the time being. We have Overtime versus Dirty Water. The rosters are there. This is a fire matchup, to say the least, and looks like we have some team name changes as well.
Oh, I get it. Oh, these guys.
We were clocked in, now we're working overtime.
Wow, look at that. Oh, Smite players with a sense of humor. I can dig that. And Dirty Water, we have Layers, Dishonored, Tuba, Rongyu, and Jingaru. Oh, hello.
And we have God stats!
So this is...
Jithin said, don't make a big deal about it, as if he hasn't worked his butt off for it, so we're going to make a big deal about it. We have God stats for our picks and bans as they come through.
That's sweet. The Medusa ban, even though it's only 2-2 right now. You know, I know that we saw the Medusa play from game one, and maybe that would lead you to believe that we're not Medusa believers, but I still value...
I'm still a believer.
Yeah, I'm still a Medusa believer. Is it bias because Snake Lady with a bow? You're not a cop, and I plead the fifth, right? So I don't have to answer that question. But what I can tell you is that she has a ton of damage. So definitely worth taking off the board. But Dirty Water is just staring at the ADC of Overtime and saying, you don't get to play anything, put the on her in the bag. Medusa and Jing Wei banned away.
Yeah, just absolutely no love. All hate. The Cerberus is banned away for Overtime. So they want nothing to do with that, understandably so. And Daji is the final answer. So, as Yuzi has so elegantly put, no Mickey character for Overtime is allowed today. Nothing too insane in the jungle. Now, Tegvir is somebody who... Let's talk God pulls. That's been my favorite discussion point, especially with the introduction of vault bans, which we won't see till later. Oh, Musi, to quote you in the previous game, when we pick Tsukuyomi, we pick Tsukuyomi last. That is a first pick Tsukuyomi prioritization for Overtime.
So you're definitely showing your hand when you start off with Tsukuyomi, and what this lets Dirty Bubble or Dirty Water do, Freudian slip there, this lets Dirty Water draft around the Suku. So now we know that we need characters with CC Immune Ultimates so that we can focus and be able to get that Aegis. Now we know that we can start drafting Counter Dive, knowing that Overtime is really looking to kind of get in there and get active. So definitely why I typically don't look at junglers as a first pick, especially not that Suku. Newt and the Ardio being the first picks from Dirty Water, I feel, are strong answers to a Tsukuyomi. Newt's able to throw herself in the sky with the ultimate, so it's not quite an Aegis, but it is a get out of jail for a period of time card, and Ardio lives forever. I mean, we saw a big splash in the last game, and it's a big pick there for Dishonored, who should have a pretty solid lane into Karmic, knowing that you have such a strong lane bully on your side.
the combination of the Artie and Newt has me a little bit scared for overtime, even considering who the players are, but they do get the Yemo. Yemo is a character we've talked about a lot already today, and she was only banned in the first game, yet her presence has been talked about and felt. Now, the Cernanos locked in alongside it. This is interesting to me. So my attention immediately goes to a few games that I saw while I was on my scrim tour I keep telling you about. I kept seeing CERN Aspect getting locked in, which not what I normally... I can tell you already have a strong feeling. I kept seeing it get locked in. I even saw Glow play it at one point, so I'm very curious on your thoughts on, one, obviously, is this CERN Aspect? And two, where is it going? Because there's Tegveer on this team, right? So, what's... Are we flexing? Where's the Suki going? What's the plan here?
So CERN Aspect is supposed to take away something like 57 to 67 prots. That's not a 6-7 joke, I promise you.
Now it is.
Now it is, I guess. In their autumn stance. He is right now taking away something like 100 prots, unless they fix this, which I don't know if a fix went out for it. But he's doing so much extra damage than he's really supposed to be doing at this point. So what the CERN does is two-shot you. It doesn't matter what you're building. It doesn't matter who you are. If they connect on top of you, you're dead. I wouldn't be surprised to see a CERN Aspect ADC, because he's that good, being able to find a team that works with him. Plus, okay. Tsukiyomi are mid? I don't know what's going on. Actually, that could be a Kabrakan mid, now that I think about it. That's Benny Q on the team. It's Kabrakan Aspect mid.
There we go.
What Overtime has with their team comp? Tsukiyomi, very good. It forces Aegis. Yamoja, very good. It forces Shell. Hornbot's very good. It forces Beads. We have 3 characters that require you to have 3 different relics on your team. Dirty Water has to pick and choose which ones they think are going to be the most relevant to themselves. This Overtime team comp looks, if I'm being honest, disgusting. This looks gnarly on paper, and knowing who's on that team, they should be able to execute on it too. So I'm a little worried. I'm a little bit worried about Dirty Water team. I mean, yeah, that looks like a pretty solid comp. All the pieces are there. We've got on her to shred away people's health and prots. Susanoo can chase down a Suki, a Yamoja, a Kabrakan. Newt can do a lot of damage. Baron has a root. Solid, right? Is it good into Kabrakan if they're Aspect? Yes. If not, no.
Easy. Did you see that?
No, huh?
There was a spirited book-shaped dove that just delivered a message to me.
Oh, word?
Yeah, it was that we got to see a Blink Aspect CERN, Book and I, while casting AGL,
Yes!
Top Division, Kaiju, and
knew
it was
it!
actually one of the most
I watched
broken
that.
things we've ever seen, and it has now
feels
re-resonated
broken.
in my brain, and I'm feeling all the
Yeah.
feelings I felt that night, where afterwards we all sat there and talked about it for another 10 minutes. Thank you, Tess. I was going to really go on a ramble there. Let's head on to the battleground in-game. And hey! Wait! Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Whoa! I'm Mellum.
Wait.
I'm joined by
Rat
Musi.
milk!
I'm getting there, Musi. I'm getting there.
Oh!
I'm Mellum, joined by Musi.
it's a big
Solstice
name.
and Tess are both on production. Of course, Jithin's behind the scene as well. That is Rat Milk in Jungle.
Holy Rat Milk.
Musi, I think I've cast more games of Rat Milk just in general than some people have cast, like in Smite have cast in their lives. So I'm all of a sudden in college again. Rat Milk on the Hoonbots. Exciting there. Tegveer in the mid lane, though. Where haven't we seen Tegveer play? I've seen him play solo. He played ADC in Founders, obviously jungle. Now in the mid lane with Tsukiyomi. Hydrogen Aspect in the duo lane. There's an agility relic in ADC. All right, Musi. You know what? It's your time. I tag you in. My hands up. There you go. Oh, Rat Milk's almost dead. It's a little rusty.
Yeah. Shake it off, Milk. You're doing great. But there is a lot to talk about here. Let's address the elephant in the room, right? Aspect CERN ADC with a blink. Karmic. almost killed Dishonored there. Very scary. Basically, what this guy's gonna do, he's gonna scale and one-shot you, right? That's that. We don't have to talk about that too much. We're gonna see that in action. Tsukiyomi mid, though, is interesting to me. You'll notice they didn't go the Aspect 2, which is what the Aspect is kind of built for. So Overtime has interesting pieces in odd spots in terms of, like, where's your range damage? Where's your mage damage? Where we're really looking at Happen and Karmic for our magic damage, where a bulk of our damage is in physical in the mid lane, which...
Is he dead? Not quite. 50 health, but first blood goes to Rat Milk. It is a trade. Players will fall too. 1-1 early, but the first blood bonus goes to Rat Milk. If I had
Solid.
$1, I'd have a lot of dollars.
You had $1? Yeah.
I'd have a lot of dollars.
If I had $1 million,
Tower is under attack.
I'd be rich.
Your right tower is under attack.
Kabrakan versus RDO solo lane, by the way. I really favor the matchup for Karmic here, because anything that RDO wants to do, this Kabrakan just kind of shuts down, right? Oh, I'm gonna channel my 3. That sucks. I'm gonna run at you with my 1. I'm rune immune, and you get stunned. I'm gonna dash away. Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna kill you. Mid lane, similar story.
A lot of damage on Jingaru. The beads from Tegvir, but no abilities up. Now Layers goes in, gets the pull. Rat Milk aware, turns around to help out Tegvir. Jingaru's got to play this safe too. Tegvir, one hit away, but a slowdown from Layers and Jingaru won't go for the hunt. Jump in, Nog! Disperse, impale, damage on. There's a lot. 2 lanes to follow. It looks like in duo they're okay for the time being. These are going to bleed together eventually. Happen caught Nog with the kill as Happen falls in the Rip Tide. Back in the jungle, the 2v2 continues. It goes the way of Tegvir. Double for Tegvir. What the hell's going on this game? We're 3 minutes in.
Yo, that was a gnarly pull from Layers and a gnarlier Caltrops from Tegvir. Covers up the entire section of that jungle with those spiky jerks that cut into your heel. And because Dirty Water mid-jungle has to operate in that little space, they eat up so much damage because of it. Now Rat Milk's level 5, just in time for these rocks, which means that Dirty Water is gonna have a tough time, assuming that Rat Milk gets there. I mean, Karmic is the first one to land, but 3 strong from Dirty Water en route.
This is gonna be one of those games. All right.
Yeah.
Fire Giant Pit, we're fighting over the Firebrands. A lot of damage on Dishonored already, down to half health. First one so far. The split continues. We're buying time for cooldown. Skyfall hits Karmic only, not enough. Jingaru stunned. They're in the door. You see the piercing moonlight to follow. We bounce around, we get the kill. Rat Milk with the credit, Newt will fall. There's the new point of attention, but has the movement to get away and step away. He'll be A-okay.
Layers has Blink, no CC immunity with beads, and no Aegis to deal with the Tsukiyomi ultimate. So the fact that Layers has been playing as aggressively as they have been and really going for a lot, very much leaning on the fact that Susano is a very mobile character. So as long as they don't get locked down by Homebots, who isn't going the aspect, so no stun on the overhead smash, but very vulnerable to the ultimate. Someone dying here?
That was a pre-beats from Dishonored on the Karmic. Now the Force. 1 turn, 1 auto, but the auto goes wide right. Karmic will not fall. I liked the pre-beats. If that auto hit, I think that's a kill.
It should be, yeah. You're dealing about 60 damage per auto, maybe anywhere between 60 and 65 when you're RDO. Granted, that's when you have the Bumba's Cudgel. Bluestone does give you some strength, so the auto should have been to the same. So it would have been close, and it definitely would have put Karmic in an even tougher spot than they already were. So that one auto definitely changes how the rest of that fight goes. Oh, man. This is the... Why we have... It's starting to set in, man. I'm starting to like, oh god, this is gonna be an all-timer for me. 2 Oathsworn Spears, by the way, between Rat Milk and Tegvir means that anybody that they jump on, if they work together, instantly shredded of their prots and just gets completely destroyed. That's scary. The ticking time bomb of this Blink Cern, Karmic, decides not to chase after Dishonored. And we haven't even talked about the fact that Nog has this agility relic. You mentioned it before, so what does it get from that? A lot of chase potential onto a character that doesn't have ranged autos. You would expect Nog to actually bully out the Cern. That means Hydrogen just has to play it careful. Has to make sure that they don't go for anything too crazy until They hit the appropriate power spikes. One of them was just finished with that Devo's Gauntlet, but we need a little bit more shred. Maybe even something along the lines of a Hydra's, but we already have the blink to be able to cross the distance. It's so scary for both sides here. Last game was very much like a simmering pot, a death by 1,000 cuts. This one's just bombs. This is non-stop bombs.
Yeah, this is how these teams are. It matches the feel of these players, right? Because let's not take any credit away from Overtime, of course, and how talented of a team this is. Smite Prime dominators, including the addition. But let's look at Dirty Water. I mean, there's champions. Like this is just gonna be one of those games. I think that the fighting, once it gets there, is you blink and you miss it. But somehow everybody did everything they were trying to do. It was all intentional. You know, that's the kind of game I could see this being. I do want to point out, you talked about the Devos for the CERN, already at 20 stacks, by the way. When Book and I saw, hang on, Rat Milk in Tegvir, credit, Healing Spree as Ronnie falls. When Book and I saw Hydrogen play this CERN aspect, the biggest problem was the Dev Gloves was allowed to stack. Sasano ganking that CERN right now, but no, just going for chalices and backs.
Yeah, the CERN doesn't have beads, the CERN only has a blink, doesn't have ranged autos. You shouldn't let him stack at all. He should very much be a focus for the Susanoo, who should just have free eats around a Cernados, but doesn't look like that's kind of what we're playing for in a round. A lot of it has to do with the fact that Overtime is demanding so much attention everywhere else on the map. Party Rockers in the house tonight, as Overtime maintains control over the mid-ritual, but gives it up just for a little bit. You know why? Rat Milk swinging around the right side. Does Dirty Water know?
Under attack.
Do they? And if they do, they'll fight. Capture point goes to Overtime. They'll get the Moonlight's favor. Of course, a big deal. You see Happen picked up the consumable that goes alongside it. 9 minutes is around the corner, Musi, and you can see already bodies amassing toward that mid lane. Layers the target, Rat Milk on, takes the monkey, gets closer, has Karmic there for backup, now Dishonored on the way to try to help out. Layers, you can't chase all the way to Sasano. Happen in the mid lane in some trouble, Hexstone for the escape, and that'll work out. Skyfall will hit, will not be a kill.
Happen had to use their Circes and their Shell to get away, though. So this Umoja not going to be as effective for a bit. If Dirty Water can capitalize on that, that'll be the big thing there. So maybe a Gold Fury pull if we can make it work while this Umoja is effectively neutered. But how are you going to go about that, right? I mean, Overtime is looking really solid right now. I'm looking at Rat Milk, who's 2-1, and Tegvir, who's 3-0. The mid-jungle combination for Overtime dictates a lot of things on the map, because if Rat Milk is strong, they can gank whoever they feel like. And if Tegvir is strong, they have the ability to rotate out of their mid-wave to go do something else on the map and not miss out on too much. Tsukiyomi clear, but in terms of being able to clear waves, not that bad at all, honestly. You're able to kind of clean it and just go, farm camps and do the next thing. What makes me worried here is the fact that Overtime has great objective burn, which is concerning for Dirty Water because they need to kind of reestablish themselves in this game. A reason why they have so much good objective burn is what we see on the screen. Between Umoja and Cernanos, Cernanos is able to shred a lot of protections with Autumn Stance. And, oh, are you? Nope, you're good. The Umoja is able to, with that Moonstrike, add some extra attack speed to Hydrogen, right? So that makes the CERN hit all the harder. Now that they got the Dagger of Frenzy there too, 6 more autos of just extra bombacity. Overtime is feeling pretty good about the game so far.
Players moving towards that duo lane. We talked about the vulnerability the Cernanos currently faces, and maybe Dirty Water wants to make a play there, but Hydrogen's quick dash away already slows it down. But there are more rotations on the way. The Tsukiyomi heading here. Life of the party used early. More of an escape tool. Rat Milk turns the corner with a Fear No Evil, and down will fall wrong you.
Ultimate, Waters, keeping the Honor trapped in. It connects. Cernanos finds a kill.
Double kill for Hydrogen, but Jangaro has the answer. Lairs dashed in as well just to make sure. So Pixel perfect on the River's Rebuke. Hydrogen follows it up well. Second kill for the CERN. Worth keeping that at the top of your mind with how good CERN is. Rat Milk just kind of appears, takes an angle from the side, gets the kill there. That makes it 7-3 overtime. So currently sitting on a comfy gold lead, but a more noticeable kill lead. And you notice experience as well, also kicking the way of overtime. You talked about objectives, Yuzi. We're coming up on 12 minutes, still no objectives done. We talked about overtime's objective burn. With this lead, you have to assume eventually they're going to do one. But are we looking gold first? Or are we waiting for another, maybe Moonlight to force the issue? I said force the issue. Bingo cards, everybody. What's the main thing that overtime is looking for to get started on these objectives?
Well, after a fight like we just had, if Hydrogen lived that engagement, that could have very easily been a gold pull from overtime, since you have the damage you need from your Cernanos. But we're really just waiting to have another engagement like that, have our CERN live, and then go see what's on the map. Moonlight Queen Naga's going to be spawning pretty soon, and Rat Milk getting aggressive here.
But remember, no aspect, so no stun, as Musi called out earlier, but you got plenty of stuns from the rest of the squad. A lot of damage on Tegvir's head top. Skyfall 2, Beads to try to keep himself there, but Lairs is on the chase and has to shut down. But it's not going to go unanswered, as Rat Milk's just going to kill everybody in the mid lane. A double kill for Rat Milk. Happen will chase out Lairs, gets the Riptide, but it's just them for now. I say for now because there's a Cernanos on the way. River's Rebuke! Lairs gets through it. That was a close call. I feel like Lairs feels that one. Do we go for gold now, though? You can see where the CERN is. No.
No. That was a really good jet stream from Suze. Fires it out right as those walls are coming up. If those walls came up just a little bit sooner, that jet stream doesn't get to go through, and suddenly Lairs becomes a sitting duck. Very wet sitting duck if Hydrogen is able to make that rotation. Dude, I'm gonna keep it so real with you. I am geeked right now watching Rat Milk move around this map. Every single time there's a fight going on, I'm seeing Rat Milk do something actually gnarly.
So,
he takes the 2v1. Like,
this is the Rat Milk's map awareness. This was something I remember. I brought it up a lot during Founders Series because that was a lot of the team's first exposure to Rat Milk. But I remember Trelly always making a really good point about this. Rat Milk has a very, not necessarily unique, but a strong ability of being able to farm the map like few other junglers can, where Rat Milk is usually towards the top and farm, while also being there for fights and not missing them. A lot of times, 1v1 on the left-hand side between Nog and Hydrogen. Nog's getting the worst of it and will fall. The CERN aspect is online, I fear. The blink was used, so I'm not a fortune teller, but I think we know what happened there. But that's the strength, is that ability to move around while also taking the fights. And that's something you need to look at the later and later we get, is how much is Rat Milk able to balance both? And if I'm Lairs, and the way that I've seen this answered, ironically, one of the times I saw Rat Milk the most kind of nerfed down was against Tegvir in the jungle. Tegvir simply out-farmed Rat Milk and ignored his team, and then eventually started grouping up and had gotten, I guess, a little bit lucky in that there wasn't a lot of kills. Lairs is having a hard time doing that because of the amount of fighting this game.
It is just constant engagements, and that is on the fault of both Rat Milk and Tegvir, who are very much looking for the scrap, but you'll notice too that Rongyu and Jingaru have been kind of paired together and trying to go for these engagements. Lairs is forced to follow up, and then overtime just kind of walks away with the win afterwards. So it makes me wonder if maybe we need to be a little bit choosier about what we're looking for and put our feet down, potentially around something like an objective, and just focus your farm on your side of the map so you can just keep yourselves level and competitive. Racer of the Abyss picked up for Hydrogen. That's a very important item because it just adds more damage every time they pop an ability. Karmic could get looked at here. You see Lairs.
Here, are we full committing for it? Blink, pull, oh yeah, we are. Autos, some resets too, but Karmic has the stun. Karmic looking for the escape, can't get away. That's a kill. Left side of the map though. The answer, if your solo laner gets ganked, if you're watching at home, you go gold. Overtime, do just that, and they get the first Gold Fury of the game. Alongside an almost 5k gold lead.
I wonder, uh-oh, now they're gonna get jumped on. Newt, not a great time to die.
Blink, Monkey, Reset, Fear No Evil, Fear Me. When you use Skyfall, you have to land down in the same spot where the team is waiting of overtime. That's 1 on Lairs, 2 on Jengaru. Wrong You is in the wrong place, wrong time with 3 members near. But you've got reinforcements. Dishonored's here. Tegvir's low and is in sights. Rat Milk pre-beads while he uses the overhand smash, looking for Wrong You. No stun gonna hit there, but you've got enough damage. Can you get to Tegvir in time to save him? No, you cannot. Dishonored, able to handle the Tsukuyomi problem. So Dirty Water don't leave empty-handed, but they just gain a couple while they lose a lot of members of their own. The kill feed now reads 13-6 at the top of your screen.
Initially, I was gonna say Dirty Water could take a look at that Moonlight Queen Naga, but overtime just makes the mass exodus rotation to that right side and catches out Shingaru, which means that any hopes of pulling that objective goes the wayside. That's usually why we see solo side ganks. When that objective spawns, you see the silver lotus flower there inside the fire pit. And the reason why that thing is so good to get is it gives you 5% strength, 5% in permanently for the rest of the match, and the Moonstrike ritual, which functions very similar to a Calamitous Rod of Tahuti from Smite 1. So it spawns a little meteor that spawns when you hit a damaging ability, mid lane, fighting around the pad, overtime, not giving up anything. In fact, with CERN making this rotation, Kitten's out of the cage, and they're ready to scratch and claw. Very worried for Dirty Water.
Moon Rocks are falling on their head, and over time secure the ritual
Is under attack.
as their gold lead continues to what? Grow and become scary if you are Dirty Water. I'm especially scared of the level 17 CERN, who's just free farming away in the left lane, which is the fear. Like, if I'm Nog, I'm scared to even... The fact that Nog is standing in lane close enough that they're overlapping on the map is horrifying to me. I wouldn't have the confidence to do that, knowing what this certain aspect can do to me damage-wise. But Lairs rotating over. Nog might try to stop the back. Does with the Desert's Fury. Are we going to dive, though? No. So an attempt to stop the back, but Hydrogen does not take the bait. And again, Lairs a little bit late on what could have been a gank on a vulnerable Cernanos.
I want to point out really quickly. Again, this is the second game we watched so far where the Moonlight Queen Naga was not killed. Nobody really went for it. But Moonlight Ritual was scooped up. You see Happen has it. Because even if you don't kill the objective, it'll still drop the consumable after it despawns. So still kind of another small victory for overtime to be able to pop that either in the middle of a fight, or if they want to take a look at an objective. Karmic seems to be the objective, and Lairs gets out.
Oh! I thought maybe that time got it. A lot of damage on Karmic. He's caught by the Pyromancer and will fall. Dishonored gets the first pick of the engagement, and a big one. Without Karmic there in this CERN, you lose your front line, because if you look at the rest of Overtime's team, they do certainly rely on that Kabrak in a team fight. Hydrogen will exit stage, right, and simply not have an interest in continuing as soon as Karmic does die. But Dirty Water, they're not going to force the Pyro despite getting the pick. They'll also go their own way.
Looks like Rat Milk has a upgraded combat blink. We're ulting? Are you? Oh.
Life of the party, Happen. A lot of damage on. Lairs is here, but just can't get to Happen. As you were.
It's not going to happen, I suppose. Hey, up top. But
first one of the game.
Hey, everybody gets one. So Rat Milk has an upgraded blink, and now they also have a bead, so it's a good answer to a lot of the CC from Dirty Water. But also, the Sunbots can now combat blink, find the ultimate, jump away if it gets too dicey, so it's a good in and out there. Hydrogen level 19, Rip Talon, and then a shield and a rune means we could be looking at something like a Berserker shield for just a bit of added tankiness. So we're really just focusing on our on-hit damage and raw stats that we gain from Rip Talon and Bracer of the Abyss. So what Rip Talon does is it's very similar to like an Aussie a la Smite 1, but the stats on it are like attack speed, basic attack damage, so not strength, but basic attack damage, and then lifesteal. Bracer of the Abyss gives you basic attack damage when you use an ability, and your Dagger Frenzy gives you basic attack damage. So we're not scaling from strength or int necessarily, we're scaling from our items, which makes this Berserker shield that's on the horizon for Hydrogen honestly just free eats. because it's just stats that are just good. You don't need to worry about, oh no, am I going to be able to hit bigger numbers without my big
Below
numbers?
50% health is 25% attack damage.
Yes, like, it's just good. And Hydrogen, soloed a Pyromancer, I'm pretty sure, just by himself. So, the CERN's online. We've got our Gilded Arrow, too. That's terrifying. We were so worried about this CERN, and I think the worry needs to escalate into fear. Eyes on Hydrogen for the rest of the game. You're gonna want to start banning this in your rank queues.
Fire Giant.
Wow!
Dirty Water. Pull Fire Giant. Gold Fury falls down to Hydrogen, but no, Dirty Water's backing off. They've been spotted out. Vision's on. Overtime and Dirty Water now spread across the map. So the Fire Giant was a short attempt at a play. Wrong use. What health bar, Musi? It's gone. Hydrogen with the pick.
That was like 3 autos, and I'm not joking. Cabal connects onto Suku.
Stuck in the wall. Happen has some there. River's Rebuke will be a little bit late. Typhoon was used to try to help an escape, and it does work out.
Man, unfortunate for Happen that these River's Rebukes are always just a little bit off the mark. We just need them a hair sooner, but that's a very minor complaint when you're, you know, winning the game so far and pulling a Fire Giant.
Fire at half. You can see trying to get in is Dishonored, but now stuck and CC'd out. Really stuck, and now damage getting significantly worse. Rat Milk is low, could be poked out of the fight to the right-hand side. Hydrogen on. Wild Hunt, Wild! Nog is dead. Tagveer with a shutdown and Dishonored as well. Now onto the Fire Giant. Hydrogen, full health, will bring it down for sure. Oh my goodness. A stun and more damage to follow. Tagveer, double on Jengaru. Who's up next? Lairs is running for the hills, but will have to leave behind Wrong You, and Hydrogen will take out the lonely support. Fire Giant goes to overtime. As if it was a question, I guess. Thanks to the Cernanos. Overtime, get a bunch of kills. Uh-oh, territory gold. It's all looking overtime.
Dude, Hydrogen was slamming that Fire Giant for like 400 damage per auto. You are kidding me. We did not put enough focus on this character at the beginning of the game, but today is a learning experience for Dirty Water. We are not letting that happen again.
Lair is seeing if there's anything that can be done. The mid Phoenix will fall, but what's really good for Dirty Water Musi, at least they have the tier 1s up on the right and left-hand side. So not just having more structures to go through, but the Titan going to be considerably tankier. I mean, as much as is online for overtime, with everybody respawning, you couldn't go for the end there. But with Fire Giant on your belts, it will be pretty easy to dismantle the remaining towers and siege more Phoenixes. So, Musi, I don't know.
Oh.
I'm not going to even bother asking you what do you do here if you're Dirty Water in terms of getting back in the game. But now I see we're going defensive if we're Hydrogen. I guess we're just not worried about damage.
The Magi's cloak is actually really strong. Remember that they have a blink, so no beads. With the Magi's cloak, now you don't have to worry about it as much. Karmic, are you gonna... Don't steal this. They need anything. Okay. Dishonored confirms it, but now Karmic...
I saw a Soul Laner's name popped up and had a panic attack.
Stop it! He's already dead! Like...
Yeah,
even
exactly.
me. So,
Hydrogen,
Magi's pick up for
left-hand
Hydrogen.
side, that tier 2's dead.
Yeah. Means that my initial thought process was, well, we have a lot of CC from Dirty Water. If we wrap it up on the CERN and then follow it up with the life of the party, we got roots, we got pulls, we got stuns. That's how we keep them down. But now we have to do a lot of that. Now we have to burn away this Magi's before we can even look at that. Baron's the only one in my mind, maybe the Newt, that's going to be able to, like, take care of that at range so that they don't get absolutely dumpstered upon afterwards. But if you try to wrap it up Hydrogen, and they're like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna dash at you and you're gonna die. So good luck with that, King. It's just not gonna pan out. It just takes so much, and this is all to take down one player, by the way. Let's not forget the 5-2 Rat Milk in the room and the 6-2 Tagbeer.
Left side Phoenix, now the new focus, as you can see, just see Karmic
Okay,
running to the
dude.
back. Hydrogen! Oh my goodness. Okay, there used to be a Nog there. Hydrogen also has Dagger. Left side, ultimate's getting dropped. Left Phoenix will fall. Overtime, diving in and looking to end the game. Double kill, though. Second death, rather. Wild Hunt out. Can you find it? No, can't find too much more. Dishonored, slowing it down, has Karmic as the attention. A Riptide to bring him back closer. Is there more? Hydrogen on the hunt, dashes in, finds Wrong You, could turn and kill Dishonored, might not need to. Hydrogen walking towards the fountain, the root, the damage, no, a shutdown. Jangaru finds it. The Titan still the focus. Is there going to be any chance? No. Game saved. Dirty Water, hang on.
Boomba. You lose your Phoenix, but hydrogen bomb down, which is exactly what you need for Dirty Water. It's threatening. It keeps this guy in check. There's the Berserker Shield as well for hydrogen. We just full bought that on our back, by the way. That's disgusting. So it'll be a little bit harder to do that in the future, but you could see it happening where hydrogen was going in, but was just out of range for the autos, thanks to the wrap it up from Wrong You, the roots from Jangaru. Kind of keeps that character in check. Now, you do have to worry about the rest of the team of overtime there. But as long as we have a direct answer to this, Hernanos, I feel like we're in a good spot. We just have to replicate that again. And we need to do it without losing a Phoenix in the process. Overtime find another Gold Fury for their pockets. They were already laden and heavy with gold. And with that, it's just going to put Dirty Water in a tougher spot. But I think it's not, not all hope is lost at this point. Your mid Phoenix is respawning. You've got pushers on the map, so you're able to get yourself a chance to breathe. Okay, Hydrogen. All right. Well, there it is. Well,
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Anyway.
Cool. Anyway. Pyromancer down for overtime.
Berserker Shield picked up as well, as we touched on, so.
You know what's funny? This Gilded Arrow pickup for Hydrogen.
Ready to laugh.
Like, it does bonus damage the farther away the auto goes, but if you're in melee range, it doesn't do any extra bonus damage. We are literally just getting this arrow for the love of the game, and simply for the stats, not for the effect. I guess you also get extra gold off of god kills and jungle boss kills, I believe.
Which makes sense when you consider how much Hydrogen had out-farmed Nog.
Yes. Yeah, like, it just kind of accelerates them.
Ooh, Life of the Party forced. Skyfall used as well. We're hit dumping a lot as Dirty Water, Dishonored, stunned down, Hydrogen debating it. You can see the Surin kind of lurking and considering it. What's going to be the play here for overtime? Because you have to assume that if you're Dirty Water, you're getting desperate. Look at the damage on Lairs. Has to retreat already. It's Piercing Moonlight to bring the Tsukuyomi closer, but he goes to a lot of damage. Typhoon used as well to spread the poke around. In overtime, slowing down their dive.
It was a very interesting engagement there from Dirty Water, where we definitely wanted to make something happen there, but none of it connected. The Skyfall was a little bit off the mark. Wrong You wasn't able to find much with Life of the Party. Even Lairs went in to try to make something happen, and just as quickly as he went in, he had to go because of the damage that came out from Tegvir to just say, no, I don't think so. Eat this, right? And now that's a lot of tools used. That's 4 ultimates down for Dirty Water. Right in time for this FG pull. Ratmilk and Karmic are still going to have their ultimates, which makes this pull very good for overtime. And knowing that you have Hydrogen that can just shred it away, this is not good for Dirty Water. We have to play this so very carefully. We might even have to let this FG go. Yeah.
Here we go. FG pulled.
Your middle tower is under
Fasten the seatbelts type beat. Karmic with the ultimate early. Ronnie gets stunned down. Is there going to be a pick there already? Not quite. Dishonored also close by. Nog looked for some CC on the pillar. Could not find it. Ratmilk, Wind Sprite, adjusts. Can't get caught by the Comet. But overtime, forced off the Fire Giant. So a success for Dirty Water.
Left side bird respawned at this point too. Nog backs up. Probably a fire wave in that left side we might have to acknowledge at some point or another, but Dirty Water are able to reset themselves on the map so they can stay strong for this pull. Overtime pulls it again in front of their faces, but ultimates are here for Dirty Water.
Fire Giant just above half health. Dirty Water is close by. Look at Ratmilk on the side on that Hoombots. Looking for an opening to go in potentially. Does have Fear No Evil online. Life of the Party into the back line. Looking for Happen as the main target. Now Ratmilk goes in. Nog's going to be low and dead. Karmic with the credit. River's Rebuke comes out. Might be enough to lock down more, but Lairs does take Ratmilk down in front of our faces. A very low and very skating Baron. Lairs with a double kill. Lairs gets more. Tegvir does find one back as the triple kill kill from Lairs dismantles Overtime's attempt at the Fire Giant.
Good way to split the fight there from Dirty Water. You had Wrong You just up in the mix and finding so much value as a Baron Samdi, forcing everybody to look at him. And a good response there too from DW when Rat Milk went in off the side and gets blown up and Hydrogen killed. Shows that Dirty Water has the tools capable to make it happen. However, it's not at a free cost, right? I did it again. My fault. I gotta do 10 jumping jacks after the cast. You lose your left side Phoenix as Dirty Water. The good Phoenix, or rather, if you're Dirty Water, the bad Phoenix to lose. The reason why we say that is it's the Phoenix furthest away from the Fire Giant, right? So when you have fire minions pouring down that lane, or when that bird respawns and you have to go defend it, whoever gets sent to respawn it, or to defend that bird, is gonna take a long time to get back to FG. That is when Overtime looks for a pull for sure. But if you're Dirty Water, you are showing solid signs of life here. Overtime all but had the game in the palm of their hand, but some very important items built by Dirty Water is keeping them afloat.
It almost felt like Overtime was trying to do too much. You know, you had Rat Milk going on the flank. You had Happen looking for a perfect Reverse Rebuke. Hydrogen is constantly, as it seems, looking for a blink engage to one-shot somebody, but the cohesiveness wasn't there in that fight compared to what we've seen earlier. I think same could be said for Tegvir. Tegvir was trying to find a way to get to the back line the same way Rat Milk was. But what's missing in all that is a group choice on what to do, what to target, and nothing clicked, and that just opened the door for Lairs on the back of an incredible support in Wrong You to be able to kind of just do whatever he wanted. Hence the triple kill. But now that Susano's doing that much damage, how does Overtime adjust?
We really just need to not let the fight get split like that. I mean, we have thank you, Hydrogen. We have very clear cut, like, options to force here as EFG graces us with his presence on the map, where Tegvir has an ultimate that forces a lot. Karmic and Happen force a shell here. Rat Milk has the ult that forces beads. Nog still has an agility relic. Very obvious target here for something like an ultimate from Tegvir to be able to burst and burn him away, right? We know that Jingaru doesn't have beads. We have Aegis and Blink, so that's somebody that we go on with Rat Milk if we're able to take away their ultimate. We just need to make sure that the target prioritization matches with who they're strong against.
Riptide hit Baron. Oh, no pick there. Karmic saw Dishonored. Same thing. Even a wall committed. But look at the damage that Rat Milk just took for stepping up. Now a Skyfall on the chase. That'll add more poke. Look how much poke is on Overtime without there even being a team fight.
Dirty Water has this Newt character that is able to throw out a lot of damage, and with the Staff of Mirrodin, they can do the old 1-2 punch over the wall. And we talked about how Soul Reaver is just such a good item to build. That is part of what aids the poke comp for Dirty Water here. Bluestone, Soul Reaver, we hit a tank, and suddenly they lose a lot more than what they bargained for. We commit a lot onto Dishonored there when we're Karmic, but we don't have the follow-up necessary. And as much as we CC this Artio, they do have a Spirit Robe, plus that, Shroud of Vengeance, the Red Cloak. That makes it so that when you CC this Artio, she has a little bit of bite as well.
Reverse Rebuke out. Blinks get used. Overtime. Looking for their big fight they've been trying to make happen, but they are split around. Rat Milk is low. Piercing Moonlight to spread the difference. Nog almost died in the meantime. There he goes. He's down. Tegvir. First kill of the fight, but now spread. Hydrogen caught Jingaru. Able to handle it. First kill back for Dirty Water. Dishonored is left behind enemy lines and will get dropped. The man left behind was the Artio. Shut down onto Lairs from Karmic, and now Karmic is running after him too. So much damage. Skyfall, you land in the same place, and you get tremored to death. Triple kill for Karmic, and just like that, Overtime, clean house. Dirty Water gets sent packing, and Overtime is going to win this game.
Big difference for that fight as opposed to other fights for Overtime. You had 4 people grouped together. It was Hydrogen that got sent on the solo mission to go find glory, and because we kept Rat, Tag, Happen, and Karmic next to each other, it made Dirty Water's split up less effective there. Nog got singled out, as well as, Wrong was over trying to help deal with Hydrogen. We didn't have the right tools in the right places. So, for as well as Dirty Water was poking out overtime there, one good fight is all it takes from overtime to just be able to completely overtake the map.
It seemed so simple to actually get the win, but we saw the dancing and the posturing. But what was working and kind of into defense, you talked about the damage from Newt being able to be used so safely. Layers was blowing people up, but eventually Overtime figured out they could kind of just kit dump on one person. And when you go piece by piece like that, it's harder for a team like Dirty Water, where they're getting their damage from these independent places, to get that same response when you are taking them out one by one. So even though there was so much damage back, it wasn't there. So Overtime take the game, closer than it maybe seemed to begin with. Hydrogen was a big part of early mid, but I feel like late game objectives obviously were significant. I think it's almost unfair to say that Hydrogen on this turn is the sole reason that Dirty Water lose this game. I think a big part of it, obviously the end is Karmic on the big triple kill, chasing everybody to the fountain, but a lot of it is the group effort of Overtime.
You really got to hand it to Rat Milk for having such a solid debut here for Overtime. This Humbats was causing a lot of misery for Dirty Water. Being able to take 2v1s and find a lot of value with their ultimates worked very well with Tegvir. And, it just goes to show, when you've got two junglers working together, especially in the early game, it is so very frustrating to deal with if you're Dirty Water. Hydrogen definitely had his time in the sun for sure, and Happen, I think, as well as they were doing, sometimes the ultimates were just a little bit off the mark, but hey, when they hit, they hit. It was very, very good. Yummo, still very much a valuable pick here for anybody's team composition. So all around, good stuff from everybody from Overtime. We might not have Paul, but we still got all of that, the bluster and the gumption to be able to kind of carry the mantle and go all the way towards the end.
I thought this was going to be it. This was so long ago now, but it really feels like that could have been the end. But Dirty Water were just able to make it work. I know it sounds a little on the simple side, but their defense was... It's funny, their defense showed a lot of the same signs that their fight back into the game showed, being able to get the picks when they needed, keep themselves alive despite going down super low in health. Those ended up being what made it possible to almost come back and win.
This Fire Giant play, too, very good from Dirty Water, where you have Dishonored and Rongu creating a lot of space in the back line. And then you have Karmic, and it looks like it's Hydrogen in the back there that was not able to quite connect onto the targets that they needed. But this last fight, this is what I was talking
Layers
about.
was in mid,
so,
too.
Yeah, Dishonored tries to fight off 3 people, but that means that Karmic gets to take a look over at Nog, cleans him up. Hydrogen deals a ton of damage. Even if they weren't able to, get the kill, it doesn't matter. It sets up Karmic so much, and the RDO gets singled out. Karmic finds one, and the rest is history, because between a Magi's and a root immunity, Karmic is just very, very good here.
That was wild at the end there to see how Karmic took everything apart. But again, it'd be incorrect, I think, to call that a bad game for Dirty Water. I think it's more accurate to just simply call it a game that got away from them. They tried to wrangle it back, but it was just too little too late. Overtime, still looking strong. Definitely not the same team. That's a big thing, too. They're not the same team as how Clocked In would play. That was a very different pacing of play and tempo style.
Super scrappy.
For Overtime than what we're used to. Very scrappy. I feel like a lot of that is that Rat Milk Tegvir synergy that kind of got grouped back up. But they're looking strong. Still definitely somebody worth kind of putting your chips on if you're rooting for a favorite throughout our day here at Smite Prime. Of course, still a lot of day left. That was just our round of 16. You guys saw the bracket at the start of the stream, and if you didn't, it was quite the bracket. It was pretty significant. Mm-hmm. So there is still a lot of game left. Semifinals, grand finals, best of 3 later on in the day. But before we get to that point, we do have a quick break to go to. So don't go anywhere. At the end of these short messages, we'll be back on Smite Prime. Welcome back to Smite Prime. Thanks for hanging out and being patient through the messages. quick today. Happy Mother's Day weekend, first of all. Got to make sure we mention that one, especially to the mothers watching today. And thanks for hanging out and spending your Saturday with us on Smite Prime. I'm Mal, joined still by Musi with the whole team here. Tess, Solstice, of course, happy birthday, Jithens. You know, if every time Jithens was told happy birthday, he actually aged, he might be older than me, so that's a thing that upsets me. But we're still going with our Smite Prime Day. Of course, they're playing for quite the prize for this May circuit, so let's talk about the pricing for Smite Prime for the May circuit. $7,000! Quite the chunk of change. May 9th, 16th, 23rd, and 30th. Of course, you can catch us here casting and taking us through the May circuit. You can find all the information on smiteprime.com. That's going to become a common theme because you can also purchase merch on shop.smiteprime.com. Lots of options, phone cases, posters, the Horus tumbler. Come on. How do you not? How do you not? Thank you for Musi. Like, how do you not? How do you not? How do you not vote as well? Right Petals now. And Pallets. The art contest is going on. Submissions have closed. Voting has begun. May 7th through May 15th. You can vote on the art submissions on smiteprime.com. First place is walking home with 5,000 diamonds, so get your vote in today. Plus, you never know what could join the art shop post contest. Now let's talk more Smite Prime. Let's talk bracket. Hey, Ratatasker. Love that skin. Hi. The bracket is moving its way through. Round of 16 has been completed completely. We're now to the quarterfinals. We're going to be watching the Gospel of John versus the Vergers, which you can see is the second one down. Overtime, we'll take on Dancing in the, again, guessing Moonlight. Paul Belter has already taken a W and moved on to semifinals. That is our first team in semifinals, Musi.
And they took one over Mushroom Kingdom as well, a team that I was very excited to see progress through. Now I got to double check to see who's on this Paul Belter roster, because they are emulating the Paul here and the way that they're able to kind of take games so quickly.
They are. And, you know, it stinks because Mushroom Kingdom is a team I know we both really like to watch and enjoy playing through, but Paul's Belter, Paul's better, Paul's spirit makes you better. There's something there. There's also picks and bans here. So let's start our picks and bans off and get our quarterfinals underway. Easy. We've already seen now the strengths of some characters who maybe you didn't expect, but there's more to be had. And as you take a look at the rosters, this is quite the roster on Gospel of John. Yeah, maybe you're more familiar with their name a little bit differently, but Musi, I look at Valo Jungle, and I think back to last night. You and I were casting AGL, and Loki was locked in, and there was some serious demon energy, to say the least.
Yes. I mean, Valo was looking very solid on this Loki pick, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in today for Valo. Although, I'm pretty sure Valo was also running the Daji when it got through too yesterday. So
True.
If the Vergers don't take that away, I imagine Gospel of John might try to run that back again. Very interested to see if we see the Ishtar reappearance for Kaveka. They were running base Ishtar and AGL last night, and they're making it look pretty solid there too. So all around, a lot to consider. And even in these bans, there's some very important ones to take away. I'm very curious to see the Sobek actually banned by the Gospel of John, because we don't really see it banned too often. It sees a lot of play,
we
but
see it
maybe
picked.
not on the ban screen. Yeah.
And honestly, has that been the reason any team has won today? Like, let's look within, you know?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I believe it's a short answer now.
Part of it.
Yeah, it helps. Pluck is good. The execute, sub-execute's strong. But 2 support bans too, as Kerberos is taken off the board there, and a Wheelish. So
okay.
I mean,
indeed.
This is going to leave that Daji open for Gospel of John. They could have it if they wanted it. Or, what am I saying? These are very weird bans. There's something that I'm missing right now that is going to slip through the cracks that's going to make me go, oh God, how did this get
we
through?
talked a lot about MLF, and we've yet to see MLF today as well. Daji is that lock-in, so you called that pretty well with Valo. Did play that in our first game we saw, as it was a best of 3, and vault bans were in place. This game, first game, only game in quarterfinals, Valo says, all right, I'll take that. to thank you kindly. So Daji will be the first. Lock in the Vergers. It's on them to respond. They get 2 picks to respond as we bounce around from side to side. But they got a lot of options, Muzi, and I feel like ADC, we saw the Jingwei focus out from the Vergers, but ADC has been a pretty popular spot to grab some stuff. And Chiron, speaking of, is the first character grabbed alongside the Achilles. Chiron, I like that. Chiron looks disgusting right now. It does so much damage.
Well, you know what I like this Chiron for? I like the Chiron into the Daji. Actually, training exercise breaks the Daji chains. So being able to have some on-demand, low cooldown CC immunity for you or your teammates, really solid there into a character that kind of relies on their ultimate at times to have a big team fight impact. Now, that's not to say Daji is just an alt bot. She is able to do so many things, which is why I usually like to see her banned away. Her single target damage is also very, very strong, her ability to jump on somebody. But Chiron is a character that between getting up and training exercise is able to make that getaway. So a very solid pickup by Vergers.
RDO, Discordia, Daji. That is that's scary to play into. When I see that team fight, I just see so much lock you down. And when we say lockdown, it's obviously referring to CC, but there's a lot of just lock you down and beat you up. It's the girlies just swinging away, like that scene in The Boys, you know? That's what the team of Gospel of John is bringing to the table already in these first 3 picks. Of course, on the other side, Sylvanas, and finally, the Morgan Le Fay is the response.
There it is. We were waiting for that all day today. Another character that makes good use of the Bluestone, Chronos / Gemma focus build, abuses Soul Reaver. I like it again too here, as she's got good get off me tools for the Daji when she wants to initiate on top of you. She can throw a fear at her feet, she can throw a knockup at her feet, so really good tools to say, okay, we have answers to the Daji, we got some answers to the RDO as well when they decide to go in. Now we just need something to kind of put it all together for the Vergers. What jungler are we looking for that is good into Gospel of John? I wouldn't hate a Tsukiyomi here, I don't think. I don't know how I feel about it into the Daji itself, but in terms of team fight potential, the Vergers could very much use an Aegis Forcer.
A Charon lock in. You know, obviously you can see by the stats it's been played so far today across the tournament, but on air on Smite Prime, I feel like we haven't been able to see it too much. When it came out, it was banned, then the aspect was banned, then there was a time where it got banned late into a tournament, so we haven't gotten to see too much Charon. I specifically haven't gotten to cast it in Smite Prime at all. And I love this combination, because you know what I see? I see an Apollo and a Charon. The amount of carpooling going on for the Gospel of John is kind of ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure you can have somebody riding Charon, and then
no way.
I don't think you can go into Apollo Ultimate, but you can ride in your Charon, and your Charon can go through the portal, and then it doesn't consume your portal usage as the person that rides in the boat.
Okay.
So that's a little fun little thing there. I don't think you
Also,
can
you
tag
call it the
along with
Tsukiyomi.
Apollo Ultimate. Yeah, and there's the Suku.
I thought that's what you were going to say, and I was actually going to freak out. I was going to say, Muzi, I know what we're doing after the cast. We're getting the gang. And we're going on a ride.
Horus isn't out yet, but we have Horus at home, right? Like we're figuring it out. It's like a clown car. So, but yes, Tsukiyomi there for the Vergers. I do like that because it's just a god that forces the Aegis when you have so many characters that force a bead. And Chiron, who also forces Aegis as well because of his, Sagittarius, the ultimate there. So really good stuff, I think, from the Vergers. Very, I don't want to call it like a hipster composition, but I will call it a little bit different from what we're used to seeing, especially with that Sylvanas there. We don't really get a chance to see Sylv too often.
Yeah, I was going to mention that too. I feel like Sylv is not in a bad spot either. It's something that kind of feels like it's become a sort of, I could pick this, I forgot it was in the game, but grabbed up by the Vergers, and the Gospel of John is the other team, and the battleground, it awaits. Let's head into game, our first game of the quarterfinals that we get to see on air. W name is the ADC. I'm Mal, joined by Muzi, Solstice, Tess, and Jithens. Make it all happen behind the scenes. Again, oh my goodness, Muzi, I can't remember the last time I saw this in a Smite game. There is not a single purification beads.
Bold. Incredibly bold from the Vergers. We are very reliant on our CC Immune ultimates and our training exercise to deal with the dodge E, and you know what? Who else burns away of beads from Gospel of John? No one. No one really has a big threatening you should beads this moment that can't be answered with some kind of movement ability or just kind of face taking it if you're the Sylvanas. So I like that from the Vergers. I even like it from Gospel of John. I don't think this is a beads game at all, actually. I am in total agreement. I think if you pick one up, it'll be a Talisman of Purification. Oh my god, Charon damage, by the way. Okay, Cheerio. We get it. Good lord.
I was going to say for a moment there, it looked like the Sylvanas was doing surprising damage that the Gospel of John wasn't ready for. But, yeah. Okay, sure. Also, W being Wake. Shout out to production.
Oh! That makes sense. So it won't be Kaveka for this team. We got Wake slamming in there instead with Cheerio. So
Explains the Apollo.
maybe a little bit different. Yeah, I think, I haven't really seen Kaveka play Apollo too much. What I'm really interested about with this Apollo pickup too is that leather cowl to start things out with. We haven't seen this item in a hot minute.
I know, it's been a debate between
convinced the
Death's
stats are
Toll
good.
and Gilded Arrow.
Like, I think the stats are decent. Very, very playable item, but I think it works especially well with Apollo, who, when they're team fighting, they get some extra attack speed, and when they're by themselves, they get some more movement. That's great for pushing.
See the gank early. Tsukuyomi lurking. Wake and Cheerio are stepped up slightly, but close enough to that tower line that they will be safe. And a jungle invade from Tsukuyomi, but Globat actually answers it pretty well on the other side of things.
You could even, I mean, a crazy person could take that energy over to solo lane, but probably not. Wake a little low on mana, gives an opportunity
Those
there.
crazy ones.
For dark, but they locked me in a room, a rubber room, a room filled with firebrand spawning in about 20 seconds here, which is why
That was good.
Dark has to take a step back. I'm very interested to see how the solo side of things play out. We've been watching Achilles as our audio for a second now, but this time John Rowing has the Bumba's Cudgel instead of the Bluestone that we saw Big Splash have before. So very much more interested in chaining autos in between all of their abilities, and Ardeo has 6 of them to throw at you. So it does mean that Nil needs to stay kind of careful and not really box out the Ardeo too much. He doesn't win these engagements because he has a physical damage shield, and Ardeo does magical damage.
Pretty calm 3 minutes. I feel like so far the games today have conditioned me to be prepared for more brawling on cue. Thanks, gang. Level 5 Daji, chains too much. First blood, Valo kills Dark.
That's crazy that Valo 2 levels up over Dark by the time they have to do the Firebrands. Is this the start that Slayer talked about, where you should be level 5 by the time that you get to those brands? I'm watching this VOD back because I didn't leak the strat, but now that I know that Valo knows, we'll all learn together, chat. Valo, again, on a reign of terror. Guess who's next on the chopping block?
Wobe and ACD going at it, but Valo's here for backup, and ACD's got to run damage on. And the
Wow.
kill. There, Globe with the pickup, second kill for Gospel John. The third kill is lying in wait, unless Nil can pull off a miracle. Maybe there's an execute available. Chases it, no! No good! Valo kills Dark. Now a CC and some body blocks away from getting more. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Cheerio says, "Begone." To the Sylvanas under the tower. Ragna, double kill for the support. Charon moment.
Good lord. And once they have this life binder too, it's going to be very, very tough to play into this Charon. Bluestone and ranged abilities on a support. Pack it up, boys. Not looking too great there. And Gospel of John winning out very hard with their jungle and their mid laner being able to get a bit of eats there too. With all the damage that they found around that red buff. It's a catapult start here for the Gospel of John. The question is, now that you have it, where do you take it? Right? Old Fury could be something you look at sooner rather than later, but do we have the damage to be able to burn it down? Honestly, I'd be happy if Gospel of John just kind of keeps up the map pressure and just keeps picking fights and picking picks and getting what they want to get. They seem kind of unstoppable unless the Vergers can slow it down.
Let's talk solo for a second. John Rowing, somebody we've seen obviously week to week. You and I got to cast him last night in AGL. John Rowing on this RDO, I'm excited for it. I feel like John Rowing is always on picks that
Like
can
Int?
so easily look uninvolved, I feel like is a good way of wording it, where they get kind of shut down and forced into irrelevancy. I'm excited for the RDO for John Rowing, just to have something where he can be more present and forward in a fight. Last night, I know we saw the Achilles be a good example of that, and I've seen him perform incredibly well, especially times where Bologna is prevalent in a meta. It's just the last few times I've seen John Rowing, there's been a little bit something missing from the normal playstyle.
I mean, if I know anything from John Rowing for the time that I've been watching him, that guy does like the W key, and if there's a pick to put him on, RDO is a character that loves the W key. Just run at somebody, right? Old Fury pickup, and unanswered, largely. Down it goes. Gospel of John find the first one this game, but is there a fight afterwards?
See the pull, Valor from the side, into the powwow. Instantly answered, ACD will use the ultimate to get away, so Gold Fury is the main pick, but there's a problem looming. It's already 5 kills, could be more. Piercing Moonlight tickles Valo. Valo turns, Dark is dead. A killing spree for Cherio. Why not add one more? Killing spree for Valo. Now the Apollo's here. Knock up. Apollo kills ACD. 3 dead, 8 kills for the Gospel of John.
Catastrophic for the Vergers. Just a bad time. Once you know that Gold Fury is gone, you really just have to get out of dodge because there's nothing left to fight over. Ragna could be next on the chopping block. Look at the damage that Cherio is doing. 3-0-2. Level 8, by the way.
Yeah. Sure, no big deal.
NBDA. Whatever, man. So. You're down.
I've heard that
5K
voice, and
in
usually
7
that's the
minutes,
voice
huh?
when you're... Yeah. You sound like you're a member of the Vergers. That's the voice I hear when there's a rank tilt or you're getting beat up in Magic. It's one of the two.
It's kind of
Made
like,
its
wow.
way to Smite game.
So we're playing Smite too. Like, Party Rockers, Gospel of John, they own the space, they own everything. If you're the Vergers at this point, Anthony, it's very early on in the game to start having these conversations, but you gotta start farming. You just gotta
do
lock
something.
down your camps and
can't
post up
watch.
for like Moonlight Queen Naga. You can watch for a limited period of time. You can't stay in the chair forever, but when it is time to get up and get out there, you gotta put your foot down and say, this is where we post up. We are now playing for the 12, 15-minute mark of Moonlight Queen Naga's up. We know that Gospel of John wants this objective, so we're gonna fight them on it. And we need to make sure that we're ready, right? We need a couple of extra items. We need at least one penetration item for somebody from the Vergers so that we can take a look at any of the tanks. And from there, we win the game. We are playing for the late game at this point. The early game is done. It's gone. You've lost it. You don't have to lose the game. So we just have to keep our cool and stop dying and start farming.
Ragnar going down, surely to ult.
stop
Hey, there's
dying.
an Aegis. That'll slow it down.
Wait.
Centaurus, wait! Oh, there's another Aegis. That's enough. Cherio with the kill onto Ragnar. Although, Piercing Moonlight, there's an answer, potentially. Is that going to be enough, though? Nope. Away we go. Just like that. Apollo lifts to take you away.
Where they are. Now Sylvanas left all by themselves. Okay, sure. We hit that disco wall.
Later.
Bye, Syl. Dude.
10
Glove's
nothing.
kinda like that.
9 minutes.
No,
oh, is there
not
more?
you too.
ACD, get out of there! Get out of there! Does turn around. Let's consume some power. Dark has
This
a
could be
cutoff,
good.
and Fellow hops in
Make it happen.
to the Uber, but we're not getting away this time. They're both gonna die. That is insane shutdown gold for the Vergers. Could not come any sooner. 10-2
Hope you
now.
got insurance.
5K goal before 10 minutes, but the Vergers are at least online.
There we go. Solid shutdown gold is right. Now you just have to find a bit more. This is gutsy, but I like it. You can kill Globe too.
Globe does use the Strife to get away and create enough space to survive. So not more picks. The Vergers will have to settle for 2 for now. Dash in, dash away. Giddy up, later. I'm good, thanks W, thanks Wake.
I'm out of here.
I'm all good.
For real. Now we have a chance to breathe. It's time for my favorite part of the game. Let's take a look at the builds, right? I like the Sunbeam Bow there for W. With the Transcendence too means that we get a lot of mana regen, so we'll be able to keep that Sunbeam Bow alive and going. Remember, it doesn't eat mana per auto, it eats mana over time. So Apollo is able to use that item pretty well. I also like the Scepter of Dominion there from Cherio. It's a really solid answer, I think, to Tsukiyomi specifically. You pop the bubble on the ground, suddenly that Tsukiyomi ult, just not as good. Gold Fury pull here from Gospel of John. Do Vergers make the same mistake twice? No. They're just gonna let it go.
Not this time.
Meanwhile, for Vergers, Transcendence for Dark, we're really hoping the Tsukiyomi gets online, Anthony. We need Transcendence, we need Book of Thought, we need Heartseeker.
Execute in range!
Nice.
Solo Bolo for nil over John Rowing.
No Aegis for John Rowing means Nil does have a shot in the lane to make that happen. So, maybe that's how we win there.
Apple onto ACD, not enough damage to kill. Globe will escape. Karen ultimate not gonna find ACD, who's hiding in the bush. Now the chase, run away from the boatman. Velo caught between three. Does go into the Palau. The escape's going to be possible. The Strife to help out. A piercing moonlight is too much to handle. Valo will fall. The signs of life are getting brighter. Add one more to the pile. Good pull from Sylvanas. Cherio will fall.
Life is reason. The Vergers can turn this into a Pyromancer if we feel gutsy enough. It's just one Artio. You're 4 strong, but doesn't look like that's something that they want to go for. But this is what I was looking for from the Vergers. You know, you lost the early game. No shame in it. But when it comes to the mid and the late game, all we got to do is just make sure that we pick our fights a little bit better and make sure that we hold on.
Wait, get out of there!
One more! No!
Oh man, that is frustrating to be Ragna. I know Ragna does play on slightly higher ping, so not to make excuses, but I'll do my homie Ragna a favor on that one and say that it was the ping. But Wake able to live, and great Aegis, because even had that last shot of Centaurus hit, Wake would have lived, meaning Ragna would die. Yeah. But a good attempt from Ragna. Just tough that it ends in that manner. I feel like the ADCs are down to scrap today, Musi, and I love that about this current meta. Cersei's Hexstone into the ultimate. That's technology I haven't seen in a few months now. Thanks for bringing it back, Sylv.
That's gross. Dude, that Disco just didn't have a chance to live, although now it's Sylvanas getting turned. They're not having a good day.
Already dead by the time Valo goes up. When Valo comes down, Dark's going to be waiting. Early Charon Ultimato! The Scepter of Dominion comes out without being able to make a big difference. I saw the vision there, buy some time, but just not enough.
I wonder if we're screwing around a little bit too much for Gospel of John here, because the Vergers are finding a little bit more in each of these engagements, and even were the aggressors in that mid lane fight too. ECD completely tore apart the health bar of Globe, and it was a good play from Zenshi there too. You mentioned it before, technology. Uh-oh, are you?
Piercing Moonlight hits even if you get away. That is a tough lesson to learn. I feel like people tend to learn that lesson on Rama a lot against Tsukiyomi, but it's always kind of funny to see it happen. It pierces the moonlight. Now? You think you're flying away from it? Yeah, they fly now? Cool.
Yeah, he flies now. What? It's another kill there for Dark, and he needs those kills. He needs that gold. It's interesting we go straight to Hydra's Lament instead of the Thoth. Honestly, the Hydras could help with that comeback, but it delays our late game prowess. We need Book of Thoth stacked up right now.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh boy, this is one of those games that's tough to get a read on, because it was getting kind of out of hand early for the Gospel of John, but they've handed so much back. Let's not forget, it's 12-8, but at one point it was 10-0. Shout out Achilles. The gold was 5k, getting more by the time finally kills are on the board for the Vergers. Now, the Gospel of John themselves are on the verge of this game being even. You have the 2 Gold Furies, so you have the benefits and the bonuses back there, but it's still, Musi, just this is not an ideal situation. How do you give this back to this extent?
Yeah, if you win the game so hard early, you would expect to win the game even harder at this point, but the reason why the game has been going so well for the Verges is the fact that Gospel of John, I think, went for a little bit too much. Gold Fury pull, who's around the corner? It's Dark and Ragna. Do they drop it?
They do,
drop
and it was
towards
low.
Vergers.
1,500 on the health bar. The apple connects. Every ult gets dropped. Look at the combination there. Is it a wombo
Gospel of
combo
John.
for the Gold Fury? Yes, it is. It all goes to the Gospel of John. They'll take 2 to start, make it 3. Double for Globe. Sometimes you just gotta combo, and that's how you get the game back under control. Perfect time for the Charged Solstice. You see the difference it made just when the Vergers looked like they were getting a grasp back on this game. Gospel of John slammed the door shut.
Yeah, that was such a messy fight, too. From both sides, honestly. Gospel of John pick up the gold. They argue with it a bit over Vergers. Pass it back to Vergers like a hot potato. Unbeknownst to the Vergers, it wasn't a hot potato. That was a bomb that blew up in their face. Valo has a big ultimate with that powwow. And then you also had the Charon ultimate sweep through the side. And to make matters worse, once the Tsukiyomi tries to ultimate, Scepter of Dominion turns it off entirely. We're all safe inside that bubble. That makes us ready for this rotation on the solo side too. Who's here? It's Wake.
When Wake lands, the damage is pretty immense. John Rowing could look to set up for more, but it's not going to be there. But what this does is it puts Wake on the right-hand side of the map where that Queen Naga is. The Gospel of John, as a squad, have grouped up here. They'll sacrifice that tier 1 and left. That's A-okay. The Queen Naga, they value more in this instance, especially with an already growing gold lead. No answer. No contest. Free gold in pocket.
Fortunately, well, I guess unfortunately, gold's already down, so you can't really take that too much. John Rowing's kind of fighting off in no man's land, but I'm not gonna lie, Anthony, I'm not worried about him.
Yeah, with Valo here for backup too. Piercing Moonlight will still do damage to the Daji despite the powwow. But Charon ultimate, perfectly timed, that does a lot! Execute will find a home on John Rowing. Nil uses it to get forward to Valo, double kill for the Achilles! Gospel of John thought they had their get out of jail free card in the form of Cherio, but it wasn't punched the way that they thought. It was a 5-knuckle shuffle instead of a little hole puncher. Pyromancer is now on tap for the Vergers, and if the Discordia can't steal it, the comeback continues. Oh, but no, no, the Sylvanas will get caught. Was tanking it a little too much. It's gonna get stolen too!
Wow.
The Vergers lose the Pyromancer. They lose their lives. Cheerio now with a killing spree. Globe following it up. Chiron, I'm glad you're here, but don't look at the dead bodies. Just keep on walking.
Stop grouping up for the Discordia strife! Cut it out! You can't stand next to each other with that character on the board, man! I saw Globe hit 3 of them in a row! Stop it! You need to space, and what sucked there too for the Sylvanas is they got rooted inside Pyromancer Pit. They were forced to take so much damage every time something starts to go well for the mergers. Yeah, shoutouts Globe, we know you can hit those, stop showing off! Every time it looks good for the Vergers, the Gospel of John turns it around biblically and just makes the game in their favor. Oh, I'm gonna be sick.
So all John Rowing needed to kind of find that aura back was a team named after him. Is that what I'm picking up on?
Maybe.
I mean, how many more teams does Globe need named after him, to be fair?
It could have been the Globe Soul of John. I'll workshop it. I'll workshop it and come back.
Row your globes.
Later. John Lee down the stream.
Cheerio.
W is all a Valo. I'm fired, aren't I?
Yeah, that one was tough. Jithens!
Alright, yeah. My bad. War was here earlier, we'll get him in there. Oh boy, Anthony. You're Vergers, huh? You're reaching that uh-oh territory. We had our moment to put our foot down for gold. It didn't work. Tried to do it near Moonlight Queen Naga. It didn't work. How do we make it work for Fire Giant? It doesn't look great. But it is. The potential is there. I really look at Nil. 4-0 at this point. The Executes, are we pulling fire in the year of our Lord 2026? No, we're getting out of there. That was so gutsy.
This game's taking a toll on your emotional well-being, I think.
Yeah, it's, cortisol levels are spiking. W is soloing out Gold Fury. Vergers have vision on it though. So we know where Gospel of John is. That's why they look back again at the fire. It's a trap. It's a bait. Don't fall for it. Apollo has ultimate.
Oh boy, here we go. So Gold Fury being done, John rowing the focus in the solo lane. Will use a Phantom Shell, buying a lot of time, but there's 3 members there. The root misses, execute range. Meanwhile, by the way, Fire Giant Pit is war. Ragnar with the shutdown, gets killed himself by Cheerio. You notice the John rowing death took a little bit longer than expected. Nils execute did not hit.
Reinforcements on the way.
But that's 2 dead. The reinforcements will get here before Fire Giants even started. I kind of thought the Vergers would use that as an opportunity. We're still flying. As an opportunity, the chase, looking for Dark. In deep, Wake will need Valo to get some damage across for this to have potential. Globe still on the way. Chains hidden, and that's going to be death. Sylvanas to follow. That's 2 already. Wake separates from the squad, Valo too, but it's for free. Globe is still gonna fight and potentially solo ACD, Strife off the mark. Oh, we're close to hidden. Backup's back in the form of Wake, but Nils so tanky, wins sprites. The escape should be good. So Gospel of John. It's crazy to try to explain the... what's the best way for it? Musi, the game feels cooked, right? It's uh-oh territory.
Yeah.
There's so many kills favoring Gospel of John, but yet the Vergers feel like they're controlling the pace of the game, that they're not winning.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Gospel of John are being a little bit more reactive in the sense that they're just kind of like, oh, the Vergers are over here? All right, let's go get them. I guess so. We're just going to be wherever the Vergers are. This is a bit more proactive, though. We saw it earlier, too, where W took Gold Fury. Now Gospel of John walk away with that Pyromancer as well. I mean, oh boy. Not a whole lot to offer. Although I will say we do have the Heartseeker almost online for Dark with that Transcendence Book of Thought. I was waiting for that to be kind of a go button for the Vergers. The question is, did it come too late? You know? It's not too late. It's never too late.
Nice.
Thank you. But
it's 2008.
Gospel of John.
Again.
Yeah, right. I'm awake. I'm alive. But
okay, now we're going too far. Focus.
Okay, my fault. Right, pull it, rein it back in. Somebody put Musi back in his cage. We're making too many Dad Rock references.
You get 2, and you've used them both.
Mm-hmm.
You never even got to Creed.
Yeah, that's all right. Because I'll always find a way. No, not that one. That's all right.
No.
We're coming back here. Nil soaks up so much damage and
but
wins.
steps away. Musi, I'm hijacking for a moment because I have a genuine question.
Yeah.
The Gospel of John now actually kind of feels like they're playing around the Vergers, but the Vergers seemingly aren't taking advantage. Fire Giant as it started up, so maybe this has to wait. You'll have to hold the thought. I don't know how the Vergers win. I don't know how they come back and take a hold of this game, despite them having some things going their way. Fire Giant, below half health. Cheerio and Wake off to the side. Globe not in either, so we're just holding Fire Giant at 6k.
I mean, honestly, a big part of how we win, ACD needs more golden experience. Our mid laner is pretty far behind. We need Obshard online. Or anything. Oh, that's not good.
Scepter to minion is at the go button. You see the follow-up. Valo, Powlow. Damage on Cheerio. Throwing out an ultimate too. Everyone's getting sent around in circles. Still no picks to follow. Piercing Moonlight looking at Wake. Wake might fall. Rampage for nil. This could get problematic quickly for the blue side of things. The Vergers grouping up, looking for picks. Dark has Valo on sight and dead. Nil chasing down Globe. Doesn't care about the strife, but has to fight through Cheerio. Globe separates. Dark is here. Nil will retreat. Fire Giant still up. 3 members do survive for Gospel of John. They only lose to 2.
What a good fight there from the Vergers. And unfortunate from Gospel of John, where I wonder if maybe we don't respect the Vergers enough in that moment. if that makes any sense at all.
Which maybe
Our
is what
Apollo
I'm feeling
was-
and why I keep feeling confused and asking you about it.
Yeah, like, yes, you're winning, and yes, we're winning really, really hard. It's very easy to lose a game of Smite 2, Anthony. It's actually incredibly easy to be so far ahead and find a way to lose the game anyways. We could be looking at a situation where the Vergers are just barely holding on long enough where all they have to do now is win one fight, right? If we're in the stage of the game where EFG comes online, which isn't going to be for another few minutes, but I mean, we've been spending so much time fighting and not farming, which is what Vergers have been focusing on. Okay, stop getting hit. 3-man strife from Globe. That's what's keeping this team in the game, I'll tell you that right now.
ACD took a lot of poke. You see Valo lurking around. Scepter Dominion won't find a home this time. The ultimate from Cherio, is that to set up Valo, or no, not going to be the case. But Moonlight's favor goes to Gospel John.
Now we have pushers on the map. This buys us space, gives us a little bit of breathing room to take a look at an Ancient Gold Fury or even a Fire Giant. If you are Gospel of John,
they're doing the split again.
Okay. I want to see Vergers pop on fire here, honestly. Take the 4v3. But, oh, they don't know, Anthony. They don't have vision. So, they just know that Gospel of John, or they assume that Gospel of John is doing a Fire Giant dance. They haven't quite put together what's going on. Once this Gold Fury dies, though, I almost want to see them try for fire anyways.
The Gold Fury.
They're going to back up.
So still no close contest of gold, but you can see that people are coming online. I look particularly at Ragna. Basically getting closer to a full build. Has been farming throughout a lot of this, while Wake has just now hit level 20. That will certainly help. Notably behind is the Sylvanas. The 1-7 is tough, but the itemization I feel like is just as rough and perhaps worse, because Sylvanas is somebody who feels bad if he can't survive much, and with the way that Globe and Valo have been doing damage to the not just backline but the front line, Wake for that matter too, that feels really bad for Sylvanas. So the Vergers at 27.5 minutes are not in a great spot, but they've been hanging on, and the Gospel of John, as Yuzi said, certainly have to put at least some respect on the name of the Vergers. If they want to get this fire we've been dancing around for already a good portion of the latter half of this game.
There is a pusher looking at that left side T2. So Vergers are on a bit of a timer if they want to defend from that. And if Tsukiyomi shows himself in that left side to defend the tower, that is a go button for the Gospel of John.
It's heading to
Looks like he is going to show up there. So expect a Fire Giant pull imminently, or at least try to bait a fight here.
On
Here's the
cue,
call.
look at that.
Pick up
This
that
is
cheese.
literally the second that Tsukiyomi popped up on the map. The second they saw a dark space, they go on fire. Wake starts it, a lot of damage on. Globe playing the Strife game. Look who's lurking as well. John Rowing on the flank. So if the Vergers step up, John Rowing can go. Globe still doing damage to the side. Fire Giant almost dead. It's dead. Valo with the credit. Apple to follow from Globe. The
Catches
Scepter.
two.
Apple pops. Spreads damage real good. Cherry, first kill of the fight. The Vergers trying to escape, dropping what they can on their way out. Dark might have just gotten caught out. He might fall. Whoa, he
Whoa.
kills Valo on the backstep with the fadeaway kill, but not before Globe finds the rampage. Is there
Hold on,
more
help
to
us,
be
Globe.
had? Cherio's trying to lead the way. John Rowing looks for the root, can't find it, but it looks like Nil will be left behind to shut down kill for John Rowing on his opposing soul laner. The Gospel of John get Fire Giant on 4 with Valo's death, and they begin the march down the mid lane.
If Nil had their ultimate still in that engagement around the Harpy area, pit, whatever you want to call it, that is a very different fight. Oh, Globe is just farming damage. Okay, dude.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Boy. Now we get to clean up that mid bird. We're going to take a look at that tier 2 as well. Fire Giant play for another 3 minutes, so Gospel of John finally found their fight, and now if we can get chain kills after the fact like this, it could be the end for the Vergers. Got to hold on to our
ACD
defense.
groups up with Ragna and the Sylvanas. It looks like we're going to push out at least a little bit, but Yuzi, you keep calling it out. There's so much fadeaway damage every time Gospel John walks away coming from Globe.
Yeah,
It's frustrating to watch, honestly.
Yes. Standing in the strife is like the number 7 cause of death, I think, in the States right now. Like, you just get 2 people caught in it, boomba. That's that. Lobe has been kind of on one this game. The strifes have been good, the ults have been good, just farming a ridiculous amount of damage. And between things like Bluestone, Soul Reaver, and now this Divine Ruin too, there's just so much extra damage that happens, even off of just hitting an ability. Gospel of John now. Game fully in their grasp. I mean, there was some moment of contention. We're wondering if Vergers
that's past.
kind of have what it takes. Yeah, we're moved on from there. Now it's like, how does our defense look? Verger's defense for a Phoenix Siege, space control is okay. I mean, you have Sylvanas that can threaten to pull through walls, but we don't have too much in the way of like AoE damage aside from maybe a Morgan Le Fay. But even that feels pretty, for as giant as the abilities are, it feels like we're mostly hitting like 1 or 2 people, not like controlling the entire area around the entrance to a Phoenix. So it almost feels like we need to bait in Gospel of John a bit and then jump on them. But they're huge, you know?
Yeah,
like
I was just gonna say, but they're kind of scary.
Right.
Plain and simple. Yeah.
So
little gup in a big pond.
For real, right? There's a northern pike in these waters. I don't know if you've ever seen a northern pike go after another fish. It's terrifying, all right? Those things are monsters. Delicious, but monsters, right? You don't want to be a little gup in that pond. That's just not a world you want to live in. So for Vergers, you're definitely fighting an uphill battle, but we've seen them walk away with some pretty impressive kills, especially from the Tsukiyomi of the Fae, the way that they were able to take down Valo with that quick burst of damage. So the potential is there. It's just really hard to execute on. If
feels like Tsukiyomi's playing around nil really well.
Yes, like, you know, as long as we're able to play off of our CC, our execute ranges, the solo laner for this team has been putting a lot on his back in order to take the team forward. But whether or not we actually get to see all of that connect and cohesify is another one. Coagulate, if you will.
As you can see, we're paused. About a 30-minute pause or so. So, you know, Smite Pause League is back. We're so back. We'll hopefully have this updated and figured out soon and be back in game. So until then, we get to hang out and kind of address the elephant in the room. That is, how on earth do the Vergers come back? Musie's touched on a lot of these points. I feel like the nil-dark combination for damage is certainly the ideal point to look at. I worry a little bit about the Chiron's quietness in these last few fights, because we saw Chiron do some damage, but it's just not been... I'm so used to seeing Chiron's pop at Centaurus almost early in a fight and be able to one-shot a backliner. We're not seeing that whatsoever from Ragna in this instance, and that's also not the kind of player Ragna is. Ragna is somebody who understands the ebbs and flow of a team fight and can usually get ahead of damage like that when it's needed.
It really is just kind of coming down to the fact that the way the Gospel of John have been moving is they typically open up with something like a Charon ultimate. You have the Pal from Valo. So there's no real time to react if you're the Vergers. You have to deal with one imminent threat to another. So being able to plan out a team fight gets really difficult when you're constantly worried about, oh, am I going to get feared? Oh, am I going to get pulled in by the Daji, right? And we have a whole bunch of Aegises, which is good for being able to soak in damage.
Right.
But, you know, a Magi's or a Talisman of Purification is kind of the trade-off that you make when you pick up all those Aegises, you know? And I said at the beginning of the game, I don't hate seeing a million Aegises here, because there's not a lot of on-demand CC that would force you to say, okay, I have to beads this or else I die, I have to do this or else I die. Well, we do still have to contend with the ultimates, and that's where longer CC immunity cooldowns, like a Talisman of Purification, like a Magi's, yada, 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 comes into play there. We haven't really had a chance to spec into that because we're so far behind in gold. I mean, we saw the Sylvanas build. Shell, Spirit Robe, Circe's Hexstone, a Dream, right? And some lint that we found in our wallet, because there's just nothing in there, right? So it really feels like we're in a race against the clock where time is not on our side at all. Gospel of John is knocking at your doors and demanding that you pay the fee, and you've got less than nothing in the bank account in order to own up. So it's just a very, very rough spot to be in if you are the Vergers. You're really just hoping that somebody from Gospel of John makes such a monumental mistake that it ruins their team fight, and you're able to capitalize off of that. But in terms of how they can start a fight or really get something going, it doesn't feel like the odds are in the Verger's favor.
First you're a lawyer, now you're a banker. Good advice.
Thank you.
Actually advice. Important. Disclaimers and all that, asterisks at the bottom. Should be back in soon, hopefully. It looks like the player that's having the issue is reconnected, so we're moving along. We're pacing along. We should be back in game, hopefully in the nick of time. When we get back in, though, it's funny you mentioned the start of a fight, right? Every single fight so far does feel like Cherio and Valo just pressing 4. And everybody goes from there. So if it's that obvious, Musi, then why isn't it obvious to fix and turn around on? I guess that's the question that will have to be answered physically in game as we return to game. 23-15, 31 minutes. The gold, you know what? I won't talk about it for the Verger's sake. You can see it on screen. It's a lot for Gospel of John. In terms of itemization, also looking real good to be rooting for the blue side. If you picked them in the Twitch chat for predictions, your investment's looking real strong. The Phoenix Siege begins. Can the Vergers hang on?
Yeah, Vergers, it's kind of like watching a train come, but you're tied to the tracks. There's the Carrot Ultimate. We sidestep it, but that's a go button.
Train's a big wave. The train is a real big wave. Scepter 2, another Strife connects. There it is. John Rowing, first kill. It's Dark. Yuzi called it. Dark's been the answer. Without Dark there, this feels like bad news bears. The Gospel of John grouping up, looking to end now as they push the throne room. 2 Phoenixes down. The Verger's on defense. Valo locks onto a target. It's Ragna and kills him just like that. There's some response, but it will not be enough. Another death right around the corner in the form of ACD. Globe gets it like it's nothing. Deicide comes from Wake. The game ends. The Gospel of John. They move on. They looked really good.
I would call that an understatement.
Didn't take long to get back to our cameras, I fear.
And we're here again. I mean, there were some smaller mistakes, I think, from Gospel John in the grand scheme of things, where we had really good control over everything, but we kind of got a little loosey-goosey with it. We gave the Vergers more hope than I think we could have, or maybe that we should have, right? Where Vergers had a couple of good fights, where they were able to come back and make some pretty good plays. I don't think Gospel of John had to give them any of that, if I'm being 100% honest. I mean, your support is 8-3. Run it down, group up, start killing people, But it was a crazy firecracker of a start here from Gospel of John, and it does start with Globe hitting crazy good strikes.
It looked like for a while, Nil and Dark's combination just was going to be this shocking answer, and it never... One thing I will say, and this is sort of to a negative of Gospel of John, I suppose, despite how good their game looked, I guess that makes it more fair to point out, it did feel like team fights were not as clean and crisp as they could be, especially to your point. It felt like the initiation became a little bit on the obvious side. It was a bit on the nose and how they were going to do it. Maybe that's how the Vergers made it look so good. Or perhaps it was just Tsukiyomi and Achilles doing some damage. But still, Gospel John cleaned it up when it mattered most. I feel like Valo is finding the strongest pieces of himself in that it's... If I can play a character that can blow somebody up, I will get the priority pick and the big pick in the big team fight. The key then falls to the rest of the team to finish off the rest, right? And that's where Globe seems so good this game, which you both emotionally and literally had pointed out plenty.
I mean, Globe was just on one this game. The stripes were good. The apples were like laser beams. I didn't know Discordia kit came with a scope as well. It's kind of ridiculous. But another aspect of this team that I actually really enjoy, Cherio. I mean, you have solo laner mentality in the support lane. So you have this guy that is just a crazy bully. Just very aggressive in lane. To just say, cool, we're going to kill that guy. I'm going to go in. I'm going to kill this guy next. I'm pressing forward. Get behind me. Get in front of me.
Was crazy.
I'm killing them all. Like, yeah, that Pyramid.
That clip right there was that was the epitome of everything you were talking about with Globe in that game, is that one particular clip.
I think that is the moment where I lost it, too. where I had a maybe a little bit of emotional outburst. Maybe I have a tweet longer later, but
Yeah, get in line, bucko.
Yeah, right. We got there's a lot of it going around, but this Gospel of John team has a lot of really solid pieces. I think we clean it up just a bit. We don't give an inch at all, and suddenly we are like a powerhouse of a team.
Well, we can see our stats as we break down the end of this one. I feel like there's not too much more we can say about it, honestly. Gospel John, this looked good. The Vergers, there's something there. There's something when they look at the tape, there is absolutely some stuff that they can hone in on, take a hold of, and make work as they move forward. This is still week 1 of the May circuit, so lots of room to grow still. I wouldn't let it get in their heads, anything like that. Things just happen. But for Gospel John, well, how much more of a W can you get when your ADC's name is W? Right?
Doesn't go too far beyond.
I thought there'd be a joke.
Like you said too. Well, I'm
almost sad.
Hey, it's hard being funny all the time, man. All right,
you know what?
There's a cooldown.
We're gonna talk about this, and I think I called for Jithens twice. So Yuzi and we're gonna take a step to the principal's office while we're in there and talking. Yeah, you should be nervous. You at home? This is your refill drink time. This is the snack time. We'll be right back. You know, the usual amount of time between. When we come back, semifinals, baby. Don't go anywhere. Hey, we're back. Was it fast? I agree. Did you miss us? You better. I'm Mal, still joined by Musi, still with the Smite Prime team, bringing you action on this Mother's Day weekend. The games continue. The day continues. The bracket is still ongoing. We just left the quarterfinals. That means, if my math's correct, I counted with my fingers and you didn't even see me. Whoopsie. Semifinals has arrived. The Gospel of John moves on. They'll face overtime. We are going to check out the bottom side of the bracket here for semifinals. We're going to watch Single Bind versus Paul Belter. A stacked matchup on paper, Musi. I'm feeling good about this one. I know Paul Belter, we've already talked about today a little bit. We've touched on the roster of it a lot. Baronary, Sunprod, Snatty, Kaidon, Zapman, it's that team. Single Bind, however, a team that I'm excited to watch. I feel like I haven't gotten to cast many Single Bind games when I've gotten to be on Smite Prime, so I'm pumped for this one.
You're in for a treat. Single Bind is always here to put on a show, and especially able to... Well, you're a sweet treat. Do you know that?
Oh my gosh!
Oh, yeah.
My wife's not watching.
But...
you get a threatening text like instantly.
Yes, hello? Oh, no. But they're always willing to put on a show. What I especially appreciate about the Single Bind team is that their team drafts are always a little bit... I mean, what I said about the Verger team comp, it's a little hipster, right? It's a little off-color, not quite what we're used to. I mean, Sino was showing up with Gilgamesh Jungle before it was cool.
Yeah,
right?
We're not
and
like the other
good.
drafters.
Yeah. I'm not like those drafters. I skateboard. So take that into account with your analysis, Musi dude. So
Are you talking smack to yourself?
It's
You lost the plot on that one. You started hitting yourself.
Lost it a little bit.
I'll save you.
It
Picks
hurt
and
itself in
bans.
confusion.
Tess from the rafters with the life raft that Tess just tossed you off the top road. Yeah, like he's done enough. Single Bind versus Paul Belter. Here we go. You can see the rosters below. We've touched on them a little bit. I'm excited. Donut Doug was experimenting with builds last night on a stream as well, and every stream had a different build, so I'm pretty excited to see not just what pick Donut Doug selects, but what build Donut Duck. That would also go hard. I think there's Duck Donuts. Hashtag not spons. I'm excited to see the build Donut Doug goes. I feel like there's a lot of different paths it could take. Obviously, it'll depend on the selection Doug ends up with, but either way, it'll be fun to see how it plays out and see if it ends up in your ranked games at home.
I do have a lot of respect for Donut Doug, especially in that ADC role. Just very knowledgeable about like what's good, why it's good, and what you want to do and when. So if we were able to get him a strong pick, that is something that I'm looking for.
That Vulcan man?
What do they know that we don't?
Yeah, where's the ball here?
Vulcan solo maybe? Is Hold My Hand just a criminal? Like what's going on, right? I mean, I'll circle back to that later. Medusa ban off on the left side. Notably, Jingwei could get through here. That'd be a very solid first pick for single bind. And it is going to pop through. So I wouldn't hate to see it right away for Donut Doug.
Bang! Just like that, Musy.
Just
That's
like
plus
that.
1 Musy points. Remember Musy points? You ever keep track?
Yeah,
You have a whiteboard
sauce
somewhere?
points. I've got a notepad on my
Good.
desktop that I have like the sewer sauce points. Legacy
Good.
currently has the lead, so it's got like
Lore.
20.
There's always some kind of lore to be had. So Jingwei, the first lock-in. The answer back for Paul Belter is Artio combined with the Thor. We've seen that quite a few times today. Thor in particular, I feel like a tale as old as time in Smite 1 or Smite 2, is that Thor somehow is so well known, so on the tip of everyone's tongue, but also so undervalued almost all the time. Because he's always valued for reasons that aren't exactly perfect. It's such a good pickup. In Smite 2 in particular, I think of Tectonic Shift. I think of the wall, or Rift. Delo's in my head. He's mixed me up completely.
Yeah.
I blame Delo entirely for this mishap. The wall is instant, and it's so good. It clears so much space. It's an instant stun. We've seen it used effectively today already in the form of Mini Delvin. Combined with an RDO, you have so much space control, which is a topic that you and I have been talking about all day long.
Not only do you have great space control, but the dive potential too. And I'm really curious who is taking this Thor? Because we saw Mini Delvin
True.
play Thor in support, and Paul Belter, this is the Sunprod team, if I'm not mistaken. So is Sunprod slamming it down with Thor? Sunprod, I have not seen on the Thor too often. And I remember when I have seen Sunprod on the Thor, in the kindest way possible, I wasn't particularly
cleanest,
impressed. Yeah, it could use a little bit of work. So I'm really curious as to where that pick in particular is going. The picks and bans have been flying through, though. Single bind of their entire roster. And the one thing that sticks out
true.
to me is this Nuwa.
So Scylla support
it's
all
Nuwa
but
mid.
confirmed. Yeah,
Yeah.
Nuwa to the mid lane. Nuwa is in such a strong spot. You know, I feel like every day, every Titan talk, there's somebody asking about a Nuwa nerf. Even if Nuwa just got nerfed, there's always somebody asking about it.
A little bit more.
I don't envy them for that. That'd be the one question where I'd be like, what do you want it nerfed as? Well, I probably wouldn't want to answer.
I want her to be unplayable.
But she's just so
Me personally.
Nuwa, you know? Nuwa is just so Nuwa. Great analysis point for me. But I'm with you on the Thor, and with the E set to be the last lock-in, it does make it a little more clear, I suppose, on who that Thor is going to. I'm with you. Sunprod's Thor, not the greatest thing I've ever seen. But I do want to make the point that Sunprod recently has been working on his God pool. We saw the Mordred pop up. I know on stream he's been playing a lot of different picks in ranked as well as in scrims. I've saw some uniqueness coming out from Sunprod. So maybe the Thor is a character that Sunprod's been working on, trying to improve. Now you're playing it in a pretty high stakes situation here in semifinals. So I hope that you're confident in what you've improved on it, but still, it leaves a lot of room for growth on this Thor, which, you know, it's one of the beginning characters. Maybe this is the day, Musy. Maybe this is the game. This is the
All I'm
player.
saying is that if we hit Thor Ultimate, our game gets a lot easier. So step one, hit the ult, hit your wall, and the rest of the kit can't miss, right? So if we can do
Step
those
two?
two things, you're chilling. That's it.
Step 2.
I don't even think
Oh,
there is
just
a
one step.
two.
That's easy. I can do that.
Yeah, it's literally one step. Hit your ult and hit your wall. Boom. Like you do those things, you're pretty much set. Single bind, I like that they have a solid amount of like dive and chase between the Jormungandr and the Hun bots. I think Jingwei's got a lot of mobility to keep up with the rest of those characters. Aurora playing Scylla, chills, right? Cinema. We are very familiar.
I have
with
another
that
thing.
back
I
in
have another thing that equals chills.
the-
Game for semifinals. Let's head on in. This is going to be a fun matchup. I am already going to look at ADC. I'm not the only one, Solstice. There's a wavelength there. I'm Malm, joined by Musy. Tess and Solstice will be making the action happen as we see it. Donut Dog versus Zapman in his ADC role will be fun to watch. The aspects look very, very, very cinematic. Everybody looks fantastic. The way they're lined up from jungles and supports. I'm also... So, we have the Gilded Arrows for both ADCs. That's where they're both going. That's the route. Aspect for both magical supports traditionally. Aspect for the junglers, which the aspect for Sunprod on Thor jungle Musi, is that more common or is that a little bit more on the unique side?
So, a few patches ago, you would do Aspect Thor in the jungle as well as Aspect Thor solo, because it would just give you extra sustain, a little bit extra clear. It was kind of like the Aspect is just the better version of the character. Nowadays, I'm in the camp of non-Aspect Thor jungle, Aspect Thor solo. But you can still argue that what this Aspect Thor is able to do is just offer a bit of extra lane clear. Sunprod's very sad that Bumba's dagger got shot in the alley, right? Known element. Maybe this kind of makes up for that a little bit, you know? Your golden dagger at home, being able to have those little lightning bolts that get thrown out with every single, auto attack. But being able to have a little bit of tremble every third hit of your hammer, that includes the spin, your autos, and the hammer you throw, is just a bit of extra CC that I think works out very well in team fights.
Doug taking the fight here early. Baronary low, same as Zapman. Aurora on the hunt. The crush hits one auto, but there's the shell. Perfectly timed to save Zapman's life, but pressure goes to single bind.
Man, we haven't seen an ESET support in a hot minute either. Still pretty good, I believe. And the reason we stopped seeing ESET support was because Kerberos was so prevalent and so easily picked. And then everybody kind of realized that that character is just generically good and we pick him all the time. Now that the Kerberos is banned away, the natural predator of the ESET is not something that we necessarily need to be scared of, so this gives Bayaneri some room to play with here. So a lot of sustain, good CC between a silence, a slow, a stun, and that circle of protection ultimate, so you can pop and get a bunch of extra health in the middle of a team fight, does give a lot of value to this ESET, so I do like it here for Paul Belter.
Bit of a slow start, but in a good way this time. Not as much of a scary way as the slow start was in the previous game. This is the slow start you want. It's a little bit less damning for one side versus the other. Ghost goes in, takes the fight with Sunprod, who takes a double tap away, looking for some safety, and should be a-okay.
Oh, I believe the Portish Coast got both of the oracles there too. You can see the Gold Fury pit is illuminated with the light. Or no, it's red. Paul Belter got it. Okay, good on Sunprod to be able to get that for themselves. But these oracles are so much tankier than they were before. Being able to actually confirm and get them is a little bit trickier as it was in the past.
Yeah.
So it just takes so much extra resources.
I thought maybe, I was looking at the map there, I thought for just a split second Sunprod would rush more. Oh, but Ramakami's gonna stop the back. This could change how this plays out. No, Sunprod will show face in solo and go for the farm instead. I was trying to read the situation here in solo. I feel like Sunprod is somebody who, when I've seen Sunprod play semi-globals, I think of the Thanatos as well as the few times I have seen Sunprod play Thor, which I think every time I've seen Sunprod play Thor was in OSL. Usually he does prioritize ganking solo lane and trying to use the semi-global to set up a solo laner, less than duo. But no, not going to overextend there in that instance.
It's worth noting, too, that for Sunprod to gank this duo, Zapman taking a lot of poke here. Aegis Forest, Aurora chased out, but looks like they're... Wait a second!
Duo ultimate does get some more to it. Thor up, down, lands on Aurora, gets the stun. Zapman with a follow-up. First blood goes to Paul Belter. Perfect ultimate there from Sunprod. So that's how you start
Step
a game
one.
if you're Paul Belter.
Well, and it's interesting, too. I was just about to mention, before I got so rudely interrupted by the star that is Sunprod, that for this Thor to gank over in dual lane, we have to find the appropriate targets to make it work, right? And Scylla is an appropriate target. She doesn't have beads. Donut Doug does have the purification online there, as well as their ultimate, so the Jingwei is a very difficult character to gank. A Scylla? A little easier to actually pop down on there, especially when you have Bayaneri that can force things like their dash between their stun and their silence of their own. But it's not something that I think Sunprod can really do too much to this lane unless you're really looking to kill Aurora.
I'm looking now at builds. I'm going to be following the difference there the whole time. So far, the same. I talked about it before, but just to reiterate, I love the new I'm a Monster with Scylla support. It's so funny to watch. The ADC builds we see go, Donut Dog's been working on. I know Zapman has also been working on builds on his stream. I kind of was popping around both just to see what was up there. So, Musi, we have to follow that. Death's Gloves is an easy starting point. I did see one, I think it was a Medusa build yesterday from Doug. I tuned in and it was like there was an Oath Sworn. There was a lot of stuff going on with the Medusa build that I saw. Looks like we're going a little more classic. I guess that makes sense with the Jingwei. Crit has been feeling strong today. I think back to the Jingwei we saw to start our day.
Probably means a Lernium bow start for Donut Doug then. You see the Skegox and the Hunter's bow. So, the reason why we go Lernian for Jingwei first item is because she's able to land those 3 arrows that the item shoots pretty quickly and effectively, but also it sees crit. So if you pop your 2, you have your passive crit chance, then your Lernium bow can crit as well. And as the game goes on later,
Smart.
the Lernium bow just becomes a little bit better because you'll be itemizing crit. Ramakami is taking a lot of damage here.
Snatty switches stances, but doesn't over-aggress. But look who's lurking. There's a Thor nearby, so if Ramakami chooses to not back, it could get a little bit dicey in solo, as Prod is by the Firebrands. And let's be real, Musi, we've seen Prod ult for less.
Yeah, but
Does it do it,
Ramakami
though?
does have their ultimate.
Okay, he's fine.
It looks like Humbat's
Stun
is going
out
to show up.
from
There's the
Vape
ultimate.
Ghost! Oh boy, the up-down, just not in time. Sunprod gets the ult off and will survive.
Oh, you know who won't?
Ult. Sometimes you're the bug. Sometimes you're the Nuwa. And you get to press 4.
Shoutouts. And with that Chronos Pendant online, Nuwa ults will be here frequently. Nuwa is a very interesting pick to me because we don't see her with the Aspect. Before, what made Nuwa so good was she would go with the Aspect, a lot of on-hit effects, you know, yada, 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 good stuff. But now in this new era of cooldown into Soul Reaver, into Prot Shred with Totem of Death, where does Nuwa fit in with that build? She is able to proc everything pretty effectively. But what I worry about for Moswell here, and, you know, I think Moswell has a better idea of how to play around it, is the lack of mobility that this Nuwa has. We don't have a dash to get away from anything. We just rely on movement speed and the fog. But think about who Moswell plays. Immobile characters. I think about Moswell and things like Zeus, right? Like,
True.
we are used to this lifestyle. We know how to play around it. So I'm very curious to see how this Nuwa pans out.
I also feel like it's nice to be combined with Coast in this instance if you're Moswell. The amount of just instant target blow up that you have is Nuwa Moonbots is pretty significant. You add an Aurora to that. If there's if a Sikkim hits and there's a Nuwa and a Hoonbots around to hear it, you no longer will make a sound.
Yeah. Fall over in the middle of a forest. Party Rockers in the house. Ultimate out from Scylla.
Doesn't find too much yet. We'll turn and get some more. Single bind, slow to follow up on it. Both ADCs and solo locked down as Doug is forcing Zapman away and left. In right, though, now a rotation coming from Ramakami to try to join in on the party in the mid lane. Aurora is a bit poked out in this instance, has to play it a little bit safer. Now Ramakami around the back looking for damage. Meanwhile, ADC 1v1 in the left. In the mid lane, one down already. It's Sunprod falling to Coast. A dash in from Doug. Gets the solo kill on Zapman! Doug handles him with the ultimate in left. In the mid lane, it also goes well. It is a good time to be a single bind fan. 2 impactful kills all at once, all across the map.
You said it, Anthony. If a Sikkim hits, you're going to fall down, but doubly so if those clay soldiers explode, or if your jungler hits the wildest overhead smash I've seen today. Or in the air, what's the response from Paul Belter?
Targets
Sunprod goes in.
Coast! Got him! You have the combo. No, good beads there from Coast to get away.
Solid stuff. Whoa, Sunprod's not done.
Zapman lands down on Moswell. Coast will fall behind Zapman to Sunprod, but Doug rotates as well, gets a revenge kill right away. There might be another one. Ramakami, we're going Big Wormo. Who are we looking for? It's Kaidon. Aurora's fallen, double kill for Prod. Moswell will take out Kaidon. Ramakami will slow the chase of Sunprod. When all's said and done, 6-3 reads the total kills, and gold It's minute. Don't worry about the difference. It's close in this game, and you can feel it. But single bind, they know how to extend that lead. You grab yourself a Gold Fury. And look at that chart jump, too. Good shout out, Solstice.
With this Nua, we have minions that can tank it. Oh, but around the corner is Sun Prod. Gold Fury so low! Donut Doug is able to confirm it. Whew. Terrifying stuff there. If he was just a little bit closer. CC from single bind is so strong, Anthony, and the CC chain that we alluded to earlier is alive and well. I love the way that Vapourish Coast has been getting into these fights, just not afraid to get super active. But that's not to say that Paul Belter doesn't have some solid CC chains of their own. We saw Sunprod and Bayonary working in tandem with each other. Wall into Spirit Ball, you get stuck inside a CC chain for so long, especially if Kaidan is able to follow up with a stun of their own. So tenacity for both sides will be a stat that tanks want. Spirit Robes abounds, maybe even a Resolute Mantle.
Dash away from Snatty. He'll be A-okay. Solo lane, you know, can be jump scary, but Snatty on Ardio, Ramakami on Yorm. Those are some big tanky solo laners, music. But rotation-wise, Ramakami has been on it. Snatty is somebody whose rotations I tend to love. They're so good. Snatty has to be one of the best at rotating around. Dual lane, I'm a monster. Hits once, hits twice on Zapman. Doug dashes forward. A lot of damage on Zapman. Land down. Doug looking for more. Sikkim will be off the mark.
Dota Doug has a rage built pretty early on here. So now, this Jingwei really wants to find some kills or even assists. So we can stack up that rage. Once you get 5, it evolves, and you get extra crit chance. For a character like Jingwei, she loves that. You have a fully stacked rage, you pop your 2. Okay. Beats burned. Oswald's okay. Well, look at the back in from single bind. If Aurora finds a Sikkim,
and we pause.
we're paused.
And we Sikkim. No, we don't. We pause. That's what you get for talking too soon. Don't talk out of turn next time. Another pause coming out. We'll hopefully have it figured out soon. It's a couple times I've said that today, but we genuinely try to get it solved quickly. Thanks for hanging out today and spending your Saturday with us. You know, I'll take this one on the chin. Hey, we're back quickly. I'll take this one on the chin. Sunprod looks gross on this Thor so far. Everything that I've seen, I'll forgive. You know, like those OSL games, they're in the past, Musi. This is a much better Sunprod, and we know that. We talk about that week to week with Sunprod. But in this particular instance, I feel like it's important to point out, these ultimates have been so on time. Coast has been effective, but I feel like the further we get in the game, as Coast has to jump away, Zapman's going to the sky. We're hunting down Coast. Turning, looking, the land. One more auto will do it, but the Fear No Evil cuts him off. Now Zapman's low with Baronary. Donut Doug plenty healthy. Baronary will get the kill, but Doug's still there. Sunprod rotates. Do you have the kill? Zapman, dash, Mez, no good. I'm a monster, so good. Down goes Zapman. Doug falls. Double for Baronary. Aurora, new target. Wall, stun, Spirit Ball to follow. Aurora, plenty tanky. New wall ult, won't equal a kill, but Aurora still wants to fight. Sikkim, no good. Crush is good. Now Aurora low. Prod needs one more good hit of damage. There it is. It's late, but it's a triple kill for Baronary.
Oh, boy. One after the other.
Anyway.
That fight almost gets turned on. Yeah, no kidding. As quickly as it began, it ended. Paul Belter putting themselves back in a really solid position for us in the game here. It felt like Donut Doug was ready to turn that around too, but the silence from Bayaneri, right as Donut Doug went to that updraft to try to get away, couldn't have come at a better time. And if Aurora does hit that Sikkim, I wouldn't be surprised to see a double kill here from the Scylla. Just because she's a tank doesn't mean that she doesn't do damage. She still rips
Aurora's
a
also
ton.
just so good on Scylla. I'm sorry to interrupt there. I had to spit it out. Every time we see Aurora play Scylla, it's disgusting. I think back to, it was a couple months ago now, but Aurora was playing Scylla support, and I feel like we saw him 1v3 and kill everybody. Maybe it was a 1v2, and then the third came after. Aurora's so gross on the Scylla support.
It's funny because Aurora was playing this pick when it wasn't even considered good, right? When it's had its time out of the limelight, Aurora still sticks on it and stands by it. And you can see why. You hit that Sikkim. These fights become very easy. Ignore the one that we just missed, right? We only hit the ones that matter. Is that a shard? for Sunprod? Are we going Titan's Bane 3rd slot? That's... Okay, so the reason why that's kind of crazy to me is Titan's Bane is a very expensive item. It's more than 3,000 gold. It's a very heavy investment. You need an item that costs 1250 as part of the cost. The other cost is 900, and then you have to finish it. But Sunprod, having it so early means that we can start taking a look at Aurora and really shred through that Scylla, or even Remakami. Yorms don't tend to build a lot of defense in their build because they're so focused on like poking and stuff like that. You see that evil eye there, 2nd slot. There's no like defense attached to that. It's all health.
Yeah.
So Sunprod can get a lot of value here with this early Titan's Bane. Do we finish it in time for it to be relevant? It takes so long to get online. It's very odd. It's very strange.
I also see the Rage Hydras. It's funny, Hydrogen, you know, the Hydra Lament build on Jingwei. Do you remember when that was a taboo thing to build a little bit on Jingwei and Hydrogen was playing it in Smite 1? Now it's sort of commonplace. I almost still have the instincts to point it out. And then I remember, no, that's just kind of nasty, especially on the Jingwei as soon as you pop that too, of course. And for that matter, you can set it up in a lot of different ways. But now that we're rotating around, the 1 stack on Rage could very quickly go up, especially with all the fighting. And we know how strong Jingwei has looked already today. How does Zapman compare on the Apollo? Because I feel like we talked so much about the Jing and the damage and a lot for single bind. I want to focus on Zapman, especially because Zapman has this passive where we all know Zapman's good, so we talk about him a little bit less, but it's still important to point out, especially when he's playing something like the Apollo.
So I'm really looking at Apollo to scale. Hold on, Aurora getting jumped on. He'll take a step back, but for this Zapman, it might be your turn actually. These players are getting kind of antsy around this Moonlight Queen Naga. They can't decide if they want to pull it or not. Zapman's gonna do Zapman things. No on-hit effects needed. Apollo has a bunch of attack speed, so what we look for is on-hit effects and the abilities to pump autos. This Apollo is a scaling pick that is really good at split pushing and soloing down objectives. And maybe even a bit of crit. We see that Gilded Arrow, so I wonder if we see something like a Demonic Blade Deathbringer later on in the build.
Sunprod passes in front of Remakami. Pyromancer slowed. The focus goes to that mid lane point. So the capture point, it's all eyes on. Aurora has some poke to start the fight off. You see the flank coming from Snatty. First real big rotation potential is there from Snatty, who tends to be nasty in these team fights. Donut Doug going to be late to this on the Jingwei, but Paul Belter as a team not choosing to force the engagement quite yet. Zapman in the air on the way. Maybe that's your go button. Donut Doug from the side. Zapman will not land there. It's back by farm.
So for as much stancing and posturing that Paul Belter is doing, after getting that Moonlight Queen Naga, they're kind of okay with giving up the mid ritual too. The fun thing about both Apollo and Jingwei is that they can kind of show face to these mid engagements and still make it back to lane within a reasonable amount of time. Jingwei's got a passive that lets her fly into the sky, get back to around that tier 2 tower, and then walk the rest of the way back. Oh, hello. Speaking of, Donut Doug down to half. These trades, not looking great. But like I said, she's got the passive. She'll be back in the nick of time.
Gold Fury's up, only 1 done this game. Pyromancer available, Fire Giant as well. Game is still close, man. It's a back and forth one. Kills also there. Donut Dog is low. Could become the focus. No, he'll be allowed to back. So I looked, Musi, at 18 minutes, when Gold Fury hasn't been done much and it gets later in the game, I tend to be a little bit more, I guess mixed up is a good word, on where teams want to focus. Is there a point where you haven't done gold so much and Fire Giant's up, you stop stressing about Gold Fury?
I feel it's still worth it to concern yourself about gold. The only time you don't worry about if the other team is going on gold is if you have an opportunity to jump on fire. Aurora is okay. Looks scary for a second. So as long as we have vision around gold, what almost becomes more important is getting those oracles so that you can just keep vision there, and then you can use all your wards around pyro and fire. And then that is kind of the ideal play for you in that moment.
Another stun on Ma's wall. I thought maybe Sunprod might go for a wall, but no, gonna play it a bit slower. I'm a monster, popped early by Aurora. He's taking so much poke, maybe going for just the CC immunity. It does pay off, so Aurora will be around half, but Sunprod leaves. Gold Fury started up, Jingwei on it. Backs off. You see the amount of ward coverage over around the Gold Fury pit. There are no secrets if you're on the left-hand side of the map, I fear.
It's interesting too, Paul Belter are the ones that control most of those wards. The reason for that is single bind do have Oracle Vision, so you have to invest quite a bit there. Fire Giant, you know, even still building off of what we were talking about before, Fire Giant is a little harder to just kind of pick up and do nowadays, especially recently, the fact that crit isn't as effective. So being able to actually burn it becomes more of a team effort. And when you start fire, you kind of have to make that choice. Is this actually doing the objective, or are we trying to bait a fight? If you're not ready for the fight, you just don't want to even start fire. Like, it's just not worth it. So many camps up, so many power spikes left to hit. Like, you want all your penetration, you need to get your Ratatouilles of the world, like that type of deal. Once you can do that, then you can start taking a look at the map as a whole. But unless the opportunity presents itself to you on like a silver platter, it's just really scary at this level to pull that and make a mistake. So the best way to not make the mistake is to just avoid it entirely.
Tough to take the Sentinel into a Spirit Ball. Gold Fury should be done and free for single bind. Zatman will be close, but I don't think there's going to be a contest there. Maybe, actually. 1,000, Zatman closer. We'll go for the steal! Fear no evil. To keep him away, Donut Doug gets the Gold Fury for single bind.
A little bit easier to pick up and put down, unlike that FG. Plus, it's not as concerning. Oh, doors in the air.
Up, down, but Donut Doug's already away with the airstrike. Aurora is alone, but we've seen already. Easy. I don't know if you're killing Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, look at his build. Resolute Mantle plus Spirit Robe, you CC them, and they just heal the full breastplate there, too, to make sure that we have a ton of cooldowns. So Aurora is just chilling. Like, we are just chilling, not a big deal. Still a character.
T1 tower
Still
falls
very
in left,
strong.
Musi, and the gold continues to come up for Paul Belter. I'm going to say Paul better a million more times, I fear. I've almost said it so much. Aurora, Sentinel in, looking to set up where Donut Doug is rotated over. There's also a rotation coming from Coast. I'm a monster. Couple shots are going to miss of it, but now you've got Coast here. Fear no evil is not online. So the dive will be a bit slower. That being said, no ultimate for the Thor either.
No ultimate for any of our junglers to be able to make the rotations in. Neither of them have blink, so if we can't make it with the jump, we're not really making it at all. It's because we got to go these beads, all the CC that's on both sides of the aisle here. So it does make sense that it's just not quite able to close that distance yet. It's kind of like the calm before the storm, Anthony, where it's like, oh,
this does feel
it sure
that.
is 22 minutes and got all our tier 1 towers up. It's not a big deal. We're chilling. Fire Giant, what's that? I don't know what that is. But it's going to take just like one pick. Oh, this might be it before it all comes crumbling down.
CC a lot already on Baronary. Nuwa ultimate as well. That starts the fight with a lot of damage on Paul Belter, but too much damage for Moswall to sustain. Aurora also caught out and dropped. A killing spree for Sun Prodigy. He'll step away, though, thanks to the double tap hammer escape. Donut Doug trying to turn around, almost got a fadeaway kill on Baronary. You gotta play it a little careful when you see the Jingwei at the moment.
2 people dead. Take a look at fire. We can take a look at pyro. Even something as easy as a tier 1, but a fire giant pull wouldn't be the worst thing in the world here for Paul Belter, especially considering that we still have this ESET ultimate that's great for confirming objectives. Looks like it's going to be the Pyromancer is what we go for, but Coast is in the area still.
Pyro at 2,500, Remakami being in the pit will make it harder to secure and commit to, for that matter, so it does indeed get dropped. You have Coast nearby, Aurora also on the way, and Paul Belter just... They're a team that I feel like Musi... Obviously they're good, and they have such a mix of experience, but with Zatman on a team, no shortage of experience. And for the rest of the team, for that matter, but you can't bring it up without mentioning Zatman in particular. They're not going to make unnecessary plays. They're not going to overstay their welcome on objectives, nothing to that effect. So as 24 minutes cross, this game's still close, still almost even. No clear winner has emerged. There's been signs, there's been bounce points for sure, but you cannot call it yet.
Deathbringer online for Donut Doug. Titan's Bane is there for Zapman and for Sunprod, who immediately went straight into the Lucerne Hammer yet again. So maybe a... What else are you building off a Lucerne Hammer? Oh, Infused Axe. Oh, Heartseeker, of course. So builds are coming online in a really big way for our damage here, especially for Kaidon too, with that Totem of Death and Obshard. So tanks are going to have a very rough time operating. Ramakami's health bar, Aurora's health bar, very much under threat and siege. It feels like Single Bind right now are a little bit behind in terms of tempo. Paul Belter could take a fight here if they force one, and it wouldn't be bad because Single Bind does not have the tank shred that Paul Belter has in this moment.
That makes sense, especially because the Jing Wei, I mean, she's gonna hit somebody hard, but without the same ability the Apollo has to just rip somebody, I can speak, rip somebody to shreds.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a bit more difficult. Map spread at the moment. Granted, the Thor and Apollo not being near the main action, never too scary with how quickly they move around, but Pyromancer is started up by Single Bind and is free for Single Bind. Ramakami runs into 2. We'll see if the action continues there. Now, Musi, I almost brought this up when we saw it get locked in, but you can't see Zapman play Apollo and not think about the split push ability and the fact he could just end the game at any given point. We see that for the first time this game as a tier 2 falls in duo lane. Now he rotates mid with the ultimate, lands on Ramakami, a lot of damage on, it's a kill! Zapman brings down Ramakami on that rotation. Thor wall stuns Aurora, has to back up to the rest of the squad. Donut Doug obviously can't match that rotation speed of the Apollo. You'll have to take the scenic route to the team fight.
One of the single most annoying things about the Apollo pick is that they will show up on the map, they'll disappear from the map, and then be on top of your face maybe like 3 seconds later. It's what makes this pick so insidious and so hard to play against. It's a mind game, if we're being completely honest. Paul Belter, take a look at that Ancient Gold Fury, and Aurora won't get a chance to walk up to it. In fact, he'll dash away. So,
first Gold Fury of the game for Paul Belter, Musi.
True! Finally, at 26 minutes in.
Which is crazy because they've been ahead a lot of this game in gold. Not by a lot, but they've been ahead.
Mm-hmm. They've been focusing on
Thanks,
some other
Solstice,
things
for
on the
showing
map.
us the earthquake that is the charts.
We're up and we're down. Right now, we're dipping super hard towards Paul Belter. Between that tower and the Gold Fury. Honestly, I wouldn't hate it to see Apollo just keep on the split push madness, because it's just so frustrating and annoying to play against that it actually just gets inside your head. You have to take into account that your 4v5 is not a real 4v5, and it threatens Donut Dog that they have to go and defend against the Apollo that may or may not stick to the Phoenix if they decide to show up there.
Ramakami and Aurora both on a little bit of an island on right side, so if Paul Belter get wind, they could get a little aggressive, but no need. By the time they see it, Ramakami and Aurora group up and go back just to farm up the blue. Fire Giant is available. It's an option. We're almost 28 minutes into this game, so it could go down at any given point. And with how Paul Belter is starting to set up and position themselves, as well as ward coverage to follow, I wouldn't be incredibly shocked to see Paul Belter at least start the dance first, Musi. But we've already, you've touched on this a bunch, that Single Bind have a very, very tough fight around objectives. I mean, everyone has something for these objectives. You look at the E set and you think objectives, of course, but I'm a Monster, even though this version of I'm a Monster with the aspect is a different feel, still notable. Of course, as well as you just look pure at damage for Donut Doug. I mean, we can talk about the big objective secures, but how many times have you and I together or separate casting seen Jingwei steal Fire Giants? Because I can think of quite a few with just how much damage she can do with that Hydra's proc.
Pop 2, slam in it. The question is, do you get the crit? You've only got 1 stack on your rage there. Hello, teamfight.
A lot on Snatty early on, some on Coast. Aurora pops the I'm a Monster, steps up and forces Paul Belter away. Pyromancer falls, so Doug was able to do it during all the chaos. So that brings a little bit of gold swing back to Single Bind.
And a Pyro Bomb. Their second Pyro Bomb, which you want to talk about what's good for confirming an FG. That is 100% something that could work there. That's 1,000 damage per bomb, true damage, 2 objectives. 500 if it hits a structure. But that is how you work around the E set in terms of confirming your FG. The question is, how do you set yourselves up for that fight going in? You'll notice that Bayonary has that Talisman of Purification online, which is a great answer to the ultimate from Vaporish Coast. Ow!
Your team has destroyed.
We definitely did just crit an Apollo for 500. It is not safe outside. There's acid inside that Super Soaker. Is Thor ulting? No, he's just standing still for the funnies.
Had that, Sunfront had that. He had the Thor ult position. He had that pause. Maybe he thought about it. Maybe he asked that man if there's kill potential. But they do let Donut Doug back. Doug, of course, will already be back quickly, thanks to that passive. So we continue to farm up. 30 minutes crosses quite literally now. 7-9 reads the scoreboard. The gold is currently favoring single bind, but as those charts that Solstice showed us a little bit ago show, it's a bounce back and forth. This game is not consistent. For a while, it was a gold lead for Paul Belter, despite 2 gold Furies for single bind. Now there's Pyromancers back and forth. Fire Giant, still a bit too scary for these teams to touch. Ancient Gold Fury, about to spawn up, Musi, and I don't think we're anywhere near either of these teams feeling too confident to. And it's funny, I talked before, when I saw the Rage get built, which was forever ago now, I said, oh, there's a lot of fighting this game. Doug will have these stacks soon. Well, egg on my face. Trying to get it off. I can't find the towel. There's been no fighting for those Rage stacks that Donut Doug has been involved with since that happened.
Oh,
Hexstone popped by a roar.
Okay, we're just kind of like that. Oh, left side.
Whoa! Coast! Target acquired! Target dead! It's Zapman in the jungle. Moswall does kind of sneak away that credit, thanks to having the number 4 key.
It was a bait. It was all a bait. Aurora's just grabbing the attentions of Paul Belter to clutter comms. Should have known. But now that we have a man advantage for single bind, Zapman being dead, I wouldn't hate to see an objective pull here or find a way to extend the fight. The problem is we don't have Coast ultimate. We don't have Moswall ultimate either. Donut Doug's ult is used to keep themselves safe and Remakami used to engage. So even though Zapman's dead, don't know if it's enough to convince single bind to really commit to an FG. Time for an egg to be on my face because they're starting it out.
Fire Giant at half health. Paul Belter here to contest. Snatty, the first one in the pit. You can see the split of those yellow health bars. Snatty putting on a fight, but getting lower, getting shredded. Gets some sustain back online, though. Look at the retreat from Donut Doug and Coast, for that matter. Still on Fire Giant. It finally gets let go of around the 6,500 mark. No one can claim this fire. The first Fire Giant fight, Musi, it jump scares everybody. Almost kills 2 people. But gets let go of.
Zapman was respawning. They did have their ultimate, so single bind had to make the call. Do we stick this and risk getting jumped on by an Apollo? Or do we try to cut our losses now and back away? I like the call to back away, honestly. Zapman could have shown up there and caused havoc. 1 extra person in that fight. Fresh health bar, fresh cooldowns. Would have been very hard for single bind to play into. So, can we repeat the magic? We need to find a way to kill Zapman without using both our mid and jungle ultimate. Because we need those tools for these FG engagements. They're so strong, they're so powerful. It can't be used just to take down 1 person. Pyromancer goes
3
down
bombs.
for single bind. That's our 3rd bomb. So the next time we look at fire, here's the thing. Here's the thing about having all these bombs. We have to think about who has the bombs, right, Anthony? Aurora and Donut Doug, as well as Remakami. Remakami shouldn't be positioned directly next to the FG, ideally, if it's that low. So coordinating our bombs, the more we get, the harder it is to actually make it happen. So I would argue that maybe we keep our expectations tempered. 2 bombs is kind of what we're playing for FG. If we're all standing on an FG and it's 3 bombs that were tossed down and we're allowed to do that, I think something is going terribly wrong. Ancient Gold Fury scooped up by single bind. They need it. Extra gold in the pocket. But EFG on the field too, Anthony, is stressful.
This game has become quite a tense back and forth. Single Bind also have all 3 gold pips, so they're getting the full effect of the bonuses, which is no small feat either for Single Bind. Paul Belter still have had they've had the presence by Fire Giant Busey, but now it's spread. 2 members of Single Bind go to the tier 2 tower in left lane. Paul Belter is not on the EFG, so as soon as they see that, they can't respond the same way we saw in the previous game. They could look to force a fight in the mid lane. They step forward, can't find it. Snouty falling back. Donut Doug still going with Coast. Now to the Phoenix. Paul Belter looked like they're trying to call the retreat now. The Phoenix is gonna die. Zapman with the ult. He's got the squad. Oh no! Run, Doug! Run, Doug! Run! Airstrike. Is it too late? The whole team is now here. The Spirit Ball connects. The beads won't matter. Doug is put in the dirt. Coast soon to follow. Nowhere to go when you're that deep in the jungle. The Phoenix doesn't fall. Single Bind. Tough bit of work there. They almost got the Phoenix. They got the tier 2 free and clear, Musi, but they do pay the Pied Piper in the form of the Apollo Ultimate.
Just stuck around a little bit too long. Aurora dashes in after Zap, man. Fight split up and Moswell is low. Single Bind should be able to make their escape. Yes? Yes. Phew. But with 2 people dead for 30 seconds, Paul Belter, that EFG is looking mighty tasty, knowing full well you've got the Banary ultimate and Sunprod's ultimate as well. I wonder if Single Bind bit off more than they could chew. Now it's time to call a doctor, because that could have been a choke.
Here we go. EFG, start it up. Is that doctor on standby? Are there medics near, just in case? Fire getting closer to half health. Aurora tossing some in. Dual ult was already used to establish presence and some early damage. I'm a monster popped. Aurora's got to play it safe. CC combinations almost bring Aurora down to half. Sunprod ult gonna find 2. Is there follow-up for Paul Belter? Jingwei flying in. Those yellow health bars are not looking great. Crits start popping. Donut Doug is here with the team. Has to reposition though. Back behind Aurora. More damage on. First death. That's 1 dead, but Zapman turns it back around on Doug and gets the kill, but he can't find Coast. He gets brought down first. Now the team of Single Bind regroup, look for more blood. Baronary next on the chopping block. Knife gonna land. Baronary falls. Shut down. Credited to Remakami. Paul Belter started that. It looked so good, but it got so messy and started to fall further and further and further back, Musi. Now Single Bind are the ones looking strong and set up to not necessarily take the EFG, Donut Doug is not there, but they have the new map presence established. They back Paul Belter off, and they're not done looking for picks either.
The fact that they pick Sunprod off here, shut down, means that Sunprod's dead for 60 seconds. That death timer is staggered, which sucks for Paul Belter, to put it entirely frankly. What a solid pull for FG there, but really gotta hand it to Aurora. Really gotta hand it to Remakami. Such annoying damage to throw out constantly, and the fact that Aurora just can't seem to die is just so good. Now we got the damage, now we got the burn for the CFG. Single Bind's turn to take a crack at it, but they got a ton of shred between this Nua and the damage with this Donut Doug guy coming up here to slam down on top of it. Zapman en route.
Remakami was doing a pretty good job of keeping the Agni back. EFG will fall, and it's down, and it goes to Single Bind. They've got the purple belts on. Zapman looking for a place to ult, but will abandon Snatty, understandably so, but he finds Aurora. I didn't even see Aurora back there. That health bar was so thin. But Kaidon is also low, and Vape Coast is on the hunt, has Remakami by his side. You have to imagine this Agni will fall, just a matter of when. The airstrike to get closer. The auto. There's a crossbow bolt in his forehead. Down he goes. Paul Belter fall back to defend their Phoenixes. EFG belt will be on 4 members of Single Bind.
Insane that through all of this, we still only have 4 stacks of rage on Donut Doug, by the way. Let's talk about it.
Catch.
Like, we built that item second, and it's not stacked up, but that's okay. We're gonna get value in the here and now. If we stack it up at the end of the game, still super good. Right side bird burnt away. That left side one still, even though we didn't actually pop it, it might honestly be better that we didn't, because now it's super low for the taking.
That's a good call out. It's been so long, but it doesn't heal the same instance. That's a really good catch, Musi. Doug, dash in. Blink forward.
Okay.
Oh my god! Zapman!
1,000.
So dead! So dead! So dead! Mid Phoenix to follow. That left Phoenix, like Musi said, is 1 hit away, and I think we know that Doug can 1-hit just about anything at this point. The Phoenix will fall easily. That's all the Phoenix is dead. And Paul Belter, it's time to hang on as Single Bind have their eyes on the grand finals.
You have EFG for 2 minutes or so. You have a call to make here. Because with this buff, you should be able to win pretty much any fight. But do you want to risk it knowing that Paul Belter still has 4 up? Honestly, you can run it down here. No, 100% you can just run it down here and win the game. Let's go for it. Let's get in there.
They hear you. Single Bind group up in the mid lane, just looking for their right moment. They see Snatty. Damage on. Remakami leads the way. The Worms doing numbies. Here's the answer back. Add Moswall ult. Donut Dog did get some poke back. 9 seconds till Zapman's back. Will he respawn in time to even see this game or be involved? Looks like it at this point. Paul Belter still hanging on. Single Bind into the throne room. Zapman on the respawn. He's here.
Silence?
He's looking for damage. The silence, the dagger. Sunprod dead. Coast will find it. Doug falls to Kaidan. And Paul Belter up putting together a defense. An Aegis from Zapman. But Ramakami will still find the kill once it ends. There's going to be a 2v3 as this game is still hanging in the balance. The Titan down to a quarter health, Musi. But look how healthy Moswall is with 2 tanky boys ready to back him up.
I mean, Ramakami can regen with this EFG. We don't have to give this up. Fire minions in the pit.
Here we go again. Moswall trying to void dance around. Titan's going to die, though. Musi, the Titan's going to die. Paul Belter could hang on as long as they possibly could, sure, but ultimately, between the minions and the damage left behind, it was too much to handle. And Single Bind had their eyes on one single prize. It was the grand finals where they will be going.
Great death staggering there from Single Bind.
Yeah, the stagger was pretty
Paul
crazy.
Belter. Yeah, even all the way back from the initial FG pop, the fact that we had Zapman dead, the fact that we had Sunprod dying, it meant that they never really had a chance to fight as 5, and by the time that they did, it was too late. The Phoenixes were already pretty much cooked, and then it was a struggle for survival in the throne room, where Paul Belter is just playing with 2 or 3 people the whole way through. Great patience there from Single Bind to find their moment to turn the game around.
I feel like so much of that game was so back and forth, but there was always... I'm trying to think of the best way to put this into words. As much as the game was back and forth, every time the game would swing one direction or another, there was always a particular thing you could point to. A lot of it was Sunprod early, really great ultimates, setting up for the rest of the team. Of course, we saw the Zapman moments. Then we saw the Donut Dog moments, of course. But there was always that next swing. I feel like Snatty on the RDO didn't play bad by any stretch of the imagination, but had a quiet game relative to what we're used to. It just seemed like there was never an opportunity for Snatty to get in and be the chaotic force, you know, that Snatty can be in a team fight that everybody else can play around.
It was interesting. We didn't really say Snatty's name too much, except for, you know, when they were going in and getting picked off, unfortunately. But I agree. Kind of a quiet moment. I mean, even at 22 minutes here, 0-0-0 slash line. I know there aren't a lot of kills in the game as a whole, but, you know, Ramakami was making a lot of rotations out of the lane to make a big impact on this Jormungandr pick that we just didn't really get a chance to see from the Ario that go around. Vapourish Coast also looking pretty solid, I think, on the Hunbots. Yeah, this was sick. Run away, Jingwei. Oh, God. But ultimates were on cue. The CC was good from the overhead smash. Coast did a lot to just set up the rest of their team. Make way for Donut Dog. And Moswall, too. We didn't really talk about the Nuwa too much, except for when she ulted, but honestly, good stuff. Top of the player damage charts. Classic Nuwa moment. But I feel like those ultimates came in just in the nick of time to pick up a couple of kills. And in a game like this, where a couple of kills can dictate the next couple minutes of your game, it's very solid to see from Moswall.
I thought this was going to be a little bit quicker of an indication of how this game might go, too. The Zapman ult just seemed like it was going to burn more. But Doug, right, 1k to the face. That hurts. Just a simple little 2-shot. There were so many moments where it seemed like Paul Belter had their way in once Single Bind started to get a hold of the game, but just none were enough. And Single Bind take all that. They take the stats that you'll see, starting with, of course, items, then moving on to damage, and they'll take that, march right on in to the grand finals. And What a crazy amount of damage, too, for Remikami. I know we talked a lot about Moswall's damage throughout the game. Credit to Doug. But we talked about the rotations of Remikami. Look at the damage to match with it.
43k. I mean, that's just kind of classic Jormungandr things. What this pick does is win lanes, but also just deal a lot of poke damage, right? I mean, you got things like Glad Shield, even Soul Reaver is a really solid pick for Ramikami, that Evil Eye that they're able to pick up. So that guy rips a lot of big dam. So you have to respect the big snake.
Well, you have to respect Single Bind as well, making their way to Grand Finals, but they're not going to be alone in those Grand Finals. And when we come back from break, Grand Finals is going to be here, a best of 3 here in Smite Prime. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you there. Hello, everybody. Welcome on back to Smite Prime, and thanks, Mort, for the Smite Prime YouTube video, the God Guide for Atlas. You can check out all the God Guides that Mort has done on the Smite Prime YouTube channel. There's even some features. Maybe I'll be on one soon. Hint, hint. But Grand Finals are here for Smite Prime. We did it for today. It's been a fun one, but they're playing for something at the end of the main circuit. But what are they playing for, you may ask? Oh, Malum. Well, I have an answer for you thanks to Tess and Eye in the Sky. Shout out D'Lo. Their prize they're playing for is $7,000 cold, hard cash, Musi. You can find all the information and more about the grand prize on smiteprime.com. But Musi, it's not the only thing. What about art?
Well, we've got plenty of that too. In fact, there's an art contest going on right now. But first, an art shop, right? With the holy, fabled Horus Tumbler. Oh my goodness. Anthony, your turn to talk. I'm busy.
No, okay, yeah. Have your look, have your moment. Shop.smiteprime.com. Do your thing there. But also on smiteprime.com is the Petals and Palettes contest. The art contest, the submissions have concluded. It's time to vote, and your vote matters. So make sure you go on to smiteprime.com and vote for your favorites today. You don't know where they're going to end up next on smiteprime.com.
Man, you've had a long day so far.
There's also, I'm sorry, I'm recovering from your emotional breakdown regarding the
Sorry,
the Tumblr.
I'm okay.
Are you okay?
It's the Horus Tumbler, man. Dude, I've never been better. Let me tell you that, dude. I've got like 7, 10, a million Horus Tumblers locked away in my closet. And my Horus Tumbler.
So anyway, Musi bracket. Grand Finals overtime versus Single Bind. Overtime did get the better of the Gospel of John.
There it is. So, Gospel of John and Paul Belter will be arguing over who gets third place, but overtime and Single Bind going at it. We've had a chance to see both of these teams in action. And you know what?
What?
I'm really excited to see how these teams face against each other, because I'll tell you something right now. Single Bind was looking very good today. Honestly.
They were. But how are they impacted by vault bans, Musi? Matter of fact, not just how are they impacted, but what are vault bans, Malum, you might ask? Well, in a best of 3 set, once a god's played, that god is taken, it's put into the vault. It can no longer be picked by either team for the rest of the set. So let's say a team plays Thor in game number 1. Well, that team, they can't use Thor, not in game 2, not in game 3, not in game 4 or 5 if that was here either. No more Thor for you. No more character if it's in the vault. That is a vault ban in a nutshell. Smite Prime, Grand Finals, vault bans, Malum, Musi, Smite Prime team, happy Mother's Day weekend. Again, I'll say it again. Make sure you tell your mom as well. That's important. Gamers,
yes.
Pick up the phone, text the mother. That's priority. Do it right now. You have a second. It's not Mother's Day yet, but it's the weekend. Text her. Say hi. I'll wait.
A preliminary text goes a long way.
I waited. Picks and bans are here for the Grand Finals. Let's start it off with game number 1 between Overtime and Single Bind. Musi, we have a lot of information from last night into today, all moving forward. I feel like you're in a spot where you can pretty comfortably tell us what we can expect.
I'm worried that Single
Pressure's
Bind
on, full cam.
doesn't. Yeah. Shia Kazing. We gotta ban the CERN, right? We know that Hydrogen wants to play the CERN. We're gonna ban the CERN. Single Bind, you know ball, right? Because if you don't ban the CERN, you have an answer to the CERN, right? That is the boogeyman on this overtime team. Also, some pretty solid picks. I think Jing Wei is really easy to pick up for Single Bind if they want to have that in their back pocket. Kerberos probably won't see the light of day. Very strong pick. Do we ban Scylla away from Aurora, right? Do we think that's worthwhile because on its own, you're not going to pick it away from Aurora because Aurora is like the only solo support player on the stage at this point. So I'm really wondering how overtime plays into that. I think Artio could be a solid answer into that because you have the cripple field so that she can't get away from you. But then, of course, you're giving up the Jormungandr over towards Remakami. So it's all kinds of
Look at the Jingwei win
scary.
rate.
Yo! 667. I also happen to be in high school still. That's crazy. Take a dive back in time. Very nostalgic day for us today, Anthony.
It is.
We're going all the way back.
So looking at
Ben?
as we've seen the rates be kind of talked about and discussed, I am Musi. I speak for Musi. You should puppeteer. As we've seen the rates get talked about and as they've popped up as we've been going through bans and on to picks, I was surprised at first to see how many characters had even win-loss rates throughout the tournament today. Good job, Musi. You did great.
Thank you. We can't both talk at the same time. I can't.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Medusa band. CERN gets through. Are we
Strong face. Strong feelings? Any
second? A lot
second?
of strong fear? You know? A lot of fear. Kerberos also makes it through. We can see a Kerberos pick for overtime.
Kerberos, by the way.
Here. Yeah, Kerberos.
There it is. Oh, you called it. Oh, boy. Now,
yep, there
now I get to hear you say it the whole game. So excited.
Yeah. For every YouTube comment I see that goes, why is he saying Kerberos? I say it 100 more times. So, it's the Greek way. It's the right way.
Artio and
Umoja
Umoja locked on the other side. Yeah.
So I like the Artio pick. Solo lane, very strong. Oli's out, able to get in the mix there. Umoja solid as well because of the fact that it forces the shell. So now we just need, well, the Tsukiyomi's banned away, so we can't really do the classic Aegis abuser, but still able to dictate a team fight. I think it's a good pickup there for single bind.
Ho Yi gets grabbed for overtime. Now, the interesting thing about Ho Yi, I have had my perspectives on ADC Ho Yi change significantly so, Musi, because I was casting AGL, and oh my goodness, it was just a park at the tower line, kill the wave, no one could do anything. I did not know that was the thing you could do. It was disgusting. I kind of hope we see it, kind of hope we don't, because I don't want it to become technology people are aware of. Other side, single bind. Vulcan gets grabbed alongside the Chiron. We have seen Vulcan banned today, and when it was banned, it definitely caught your attention. Now it's picked for the side of single bind alongside the Chiron. As the Yorm comes through, how are we feeling? Right picks in.
So I wonder where this Vulcan is headed. I mean, Moswall can rip a Vulcan mid if it comes down to it. Oh, it's a Ho Yi jungle. Oh, interesting. Or no, wait.
Mid?
Mid?
So Tegvir's been playing the Ho Yi in the mid lane throughout the tournament today on off-air games. That's pretty exciting. A little bit of tech. And holy fight, honestly, that man, between Daji and Ho Yi in the mid lane. That's a little bit scary to run into if you're single bind.
It is very interesting to me that Tegvir's playing mid, and the picks he plays in mid are the picks that he's playing in jungle. So he's just like...
He did the same thing in ADC!
Mid wave. Yeah, right? Or he played Susanoo. Like... Come on, man. You gotta at least look the part, right? Where's your Akate? Every mid laner's got Akate. Cupid will be the last pickup for single bind. I dig it. I dig that a lot. There's a lot of sustain on single bind, and a lot of big game-changing CC ultimates, right? Between the Cupid, the Vulcan, it can knock up, it's a CC ultimate, and the Umoja as well. It's got a tremble, it's a CC ultimate, but it forces a lot of options away from overtime. Giant cripple field into a Umoja wall, into a Vulcan spells death for anybody that gets caught in that trifecta of doom. And Artio is able to kind of harass and harangue anybody that she comes into contact with. Chiron's able to shoot over walls, keep himself safe with range damage. Single bind has a very ultimate heavy team comp that sustains very well outside of fights.
What's the role breakdown for single bind? Most centrally, who's the jungle pick? That's where I'm kind of lost looking over at single bind.
I think it's Cupid jungle.
Okay.
It was Sino that was playing Cupid jungle not too long ago.
Okay.
Right? So if Coast is taking a page of the Book of Sino, that's kind of where we're seeing that. And I say Cupid because, you know, the Heart Bomb is really good at clearing out camps, and I don't like Chiron in the jungle. And I think Vulcan in the jungle could be kind of funny with your turrets and like a gem of focus to kind of zoom around everywhere. But
Sure.
beyond that, that's kind of where my heart lies.
Okay, I'm with that. It definitely sets up too for pretty wild ganks. I think is going to be a big one. I think about the idea of going across the map. You talked about the Fields of Love, but just being able to make that kind of impact later. Think about going into the dual lane and adding the Fields of Love to the other two members, especially if one of which is the Chiron with the Emoja, for instance. That could just be insane. That's just a kill. For them. Like, when is that not a kill? Is kind of where I find myself leaning. Now, the On Her Cerberus lane on the other side for overtime, they're fighting, they're putting the pressure on, and I do like that combination. I think especially into Chiron, I feel like we usually find people who get bursted out and poked out by Chiron. Cerberus Honor have a fun fight into that.
Yes, well, and it's especially worth noting that for all the sustain that Single Bind has, Kerberos is able to match it just with their passive alone with that heal steal. Anytime you're healing next to him, he's going to take a portion of that away from you. And On Her, like you said before, is just a character that loves to hit a brawl, right? We got pinned into paralyzing spit combination between Kerberos and On Her. That means that, you know, the Emoji and the Chiron have to stay very, very careful. Training exercise becomes very handy.
Very handy indeed. But the best part about Chiron's kit and all the other 9 gods is we get to see them. We get to see them in game and start our grand finals for today. Overtime on the Order side, Single Bind on the Chaos side. I'm Malum, he's Musi, we're in the top left. Solstice and Tess are both doing production for us. Of course, Jithin's behind the scenes, doing all the admin work and hanging out in chat with you at home, wonderful viewer. Aspects, none to be found. Relics, interesting. I see an Aegis for Chiron. I see beads almost everywhere else. And of course, the Phantom Shells have to make an appearance when there's a Yemoja around to deal with.
It is Cupid in the jungle. So, give myself a little pat on the back for that. Tagveer rocking Houyi in the mid lane. Thank you. A lot of pats today. You know, something that I realized too about this Cupid pick, very strong into Houyi in particular. Cupid is kind of known as the counter matchup into the Houyi because Fields of Love is very, very difficult for a Houyi to deal with because part of what makes Houyi so good is being able to dive bomb into danger or out of danger as they see fit. Cupid just kind of looks at that and says, yeah, that sucks. Plus, if Houyi is able to get the heart bomb off on a Houyi before they jump up, then the stun happens while the Houyi is in the air and brings them back down into the ground. So this means that Tagveer might have a bit of a tough time in this lane if Vaporish Coast gives it some special attention. As far as like matchups for the rest of the game or like all around, everything feels pretty standard and kind of what we're used to. Vulcan should outclear a Houyi most days of the week, especially if they get some early intelligence online with something like a Gem of Focus or a Chronos Pendant. They'll have plenty of abilities to cycle through as well.
Both dual lane relics have been burned early on. Yuzi, we have a little birdie who sent something I have to read out to you. With the exception being Coast, as Coast doesn't always play on this roster of Single Bind. The win rate for Single Bind is 80% or more for everybody. The highest of which being Sino, who isn't listed currently, obviously, less games at 85, but even Aurora and Mosswall, they have an 82.6% win rate career in Smite Prime. That's ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry? That's insane.
The Single Bind team has kind of been on the up and up, especially when we started really paying attention to them. I believe it was the last circuit, like last month's circuit. Single Bind was looking very, very good.
When Clocked In kind of took a step back a little bit.
And now that they've kind of rebranded over here to Overtime as well, you can't talk about this Overtime team without mentioning the obvious vacuum that is Paul's not on the roster anymore. So now Overtime is, on fraud watch, for lack of a better term, right? How much of your team was Paul? I think already you have a really good argument to say that this team is more than their mid laner, especially when they've been winning so many games today with Tegvir in the mid lane and doubling up junglers because you have Rat Milk out there causing havoc. Which, speaking of, solo lane, causing some trouble over there for Remakami, but looks like they're going to hide out underneath the tower. They're okay. Rocks are up. That's where overtime's headed.
One little note that those stats do go back to April as well. Still kind of ridiculously impressive. I mean, that's a lot of games, especially for these teams that have been through some of the bigger brackets that Smite Prime has put together over these last couple of months. That's wild. But early so far in this game, the biggest bit of action that we've seen was the dual lanes double relics being burned. Purple buff secured, camp invades calm. Now, one thing about Rat Milk on Staji, I think it's safe to say we won't see anything crazy till that ult's online. Karmic has level 5, so the danger isn't as bad as it appears. But once level 5 is hit, just now, for Rat Milk, I'd imagine we see him get a bit active, Yuzi. What lane are you expecting the Staji to go focus on?
Honestly, I think Dodgy has a tough time going towards the dual lane because Chiron is there to help out with the training exercise, but Donut Dog and Aurora don't have beads, so that training exercise really only helps one of them unless they stand on top of each other. So you could kind of show up, powwow, and bait out that training exercise early to see who blinks first and then go afterwards. Otherwise, really wouldn't hate to see Rat Milk and Tegvir play off of each other more like we did when we saw them initially earlier today. Because the way that Rat Milk and Tegvir move with each other across the map is very much two junglers holding hands, knowing exactly how they want to get into a fight, clean it up, and get out. So I would love to see them focus on mid lane, even though the obvious answer might be duo.
Okay, and with that, you can see it now, double man grouping and duo. Double man grouping, two-man group, duo. Oh boy. On her Chiron. Old school. But I see a leather cowl for Donut Doug. So I thought maybe when we saw the Chiron locked in, knowing that Donut Doug is still experimenting with builds, we'd see a switch up, but still sticking to the cowl.
I don't hate it. You see the Skyhawks there too, so I wonder if we see the classic Devos.
Stun, Fury, Aegis in response. Still going to be a knock-up from the ultimate of Happen. Hydrogen trying to follow what he can. There's the rebuke that'll separate. A lot of damage in Aurora, but not going to be enough. Now the damage turns. It's unhappen. First blood. It goes to Aurora. What a turnaround by single bind.
Good ultimate there from both sides. Hello, we're pulling gold? Oh my gosh, overtime isn't anywhere near this either. That's
they
a free
know,
gold
but
fury
from
for
the vision
single
of
bind.
Hydrogen. But yeah, just for free. And Musi, that is so against what we've seen today. What a good play from Single Bind. It feels like everyone's been letting this Gold Fury burn for so long and go so long unattempted. But this is a great change. Powwow in solo, knock around. Should be a death in Remakami. Karmic with the credit.
Ooh. Oh, it's the back animation. I thought dance emotes were back, and I was like, dang, I didn't know Rat Milk was out here disrespecting Remakami like that, but you mentioned too where else this Dodgy can go. The other side lane that they can cause havoc is that RDO very much struggles to play into cripples and no beads. So another easy pull there. Karmic is able to get some breathing room. Single bind. I'm still stuck on the fact that we pulled gold so quickly. You know what's funny about that gold pull? That dual lane fight happened and Gold Fury was already like down to half.
Fields of Pain for Karmic. Remakami with the last hit on it.
Dang. They are down. Well, that's part of what makes this Cupid pick
That
so
felt
good.
like a soul laner watching a brother and die. Just the dang.
Yeah, I've been there. You had no mana. You get ganked by a jungler. What is this guy even doing here? We've all been there. Everybody has been there at least once. What is Yamoja doing over towards that dual lane, though? Is Hydrogen aware? Aurora.
X-Stone, knock up, jump into the purple.
Oh,
Okay.
that was kind of hype. Nothing came of it, but it was still kind of hype. I'm in that.
That's Aurora just showing he's him still, I guess. Plain and simple.
Sure. Now we're going to take that energy back over to the mid pattern. Aurora still has ultimate available, and Rat Milk does not.
Stun. Now an ult coming out from Happen. Brings a Roar back. You see the split in the Suns. A lot of damage on Aurora. The Rebuke will follow. Allow should be plenty enough to kill Aurora, right? Maybe not actually.
Oh.
Riptide, now the bleed. That's enough. Rat Milk with his first kill of the game. This one onto Aurora. Mid lane action still ongoing. The Vulcan almost dead. Karmic around the corner. Tegvir able to secure it. Moswall will fall.
That's kind of tech. What we saw from Aurora there. They get the walls from their ultimate up. Dodgy ultimate can't pull Yamoja through their own wall? Is that what that was? Is that what I saw? But then also being able to take the water ring to get themselves just further away from the Palau. It's unfortunate that Aurora wasn't able to live through that, but the horrible burns from Dodgy will be enough to take away that last bit of damage from what we need. Mode of Chaos, second item for Moswall, right after a Book of Thoth. This Vulcan build is different from what we've been seeing a lot of other mages go traditionally, right? Oh, heat. We have replays. Okay, so there she is.
Fantastic transition.
Jumped on, walks through. Okay, so they were able to walk forward. There was only one chain on Aurora. That's why it went down the way it did. Not that the wall
going
blocked
into
it,
a replay with, oh, we have replay. That is how you gas it up.
Oh, we have replay.
Shout out to the team behind the scenes. It's my prime.
It's
for
heat.
that.
Also, shout out to that bounce from Tegvir, keeping Moswall honest. Oh, I get to talk about the Moswall build more. Okay, so it's been so weird seeing it, right? Bluestone, Gemba Focus / Chronos Pendant straight into Soul Reaver, right? That has been what everybody has been building. Not Moswall for this Vulcan, though, because we have Conduit into Soul Reaver, straight into a Moat of Chaos, so... Oh, well, it happens to the best of us, Rat Milk.
Nobody saw it!
I'm really curious what we get. Purification? Talisman? And Aegis. So we're never dying. Ever. Right.
Man, that should be the play. It makes, I guess that kind of makes some sense with the rest of the way that Moswall's been playing today. And you talked about it earlier, Musi. Moswall likes playing things that are a little more immobile, a little bit safer, a little bit slower. If you add that safety to the Vulcan, now you get to just kind of sit back and free cast and be a little less afraid. And perhaps even position more aggressively to give yourself better chances to hit some of those disrupting abilities in team fights, which into overtime, and considering what Rat Milk is able to do damage-wise onto a Vulcan, let alone Tegvir and Hydrogen, it makes a lot of sense to me. Smart play from Moswall.
Yeah, I don't hate it at all, honestly. I mean, Book of Thought gives you a lot of int to be able to just hit somebody with a number. It does delay the power spike, though, for this mid laner.
True.
So that could come into play around 5 minutes or so, is where I think it starts to rear its head a little bit. This also means that we're not getting Blink for Vulcan, which is what these mages tend to go for. Carries look at a combat Blink and it beats.
Karmic playing a dangerous game.
Chasing?
Remakami perhaps should sense the bait. Oh my goodness, Karmic playing the most dangerous game, still going aggressive. The trust in Rat Milk is immense. No knock up on that one. That gives an opportunity for Remakami. Karmic comes out, he's fine. Rat Milk's got the damage, no longer fine. So much trust was placed from Karmic into Rat Milk. It does turn into a kill for the jungler, but Karmic falls. Meanwhile, left side, Gold Fury started up by Single Bind. Rotations coming over to contest that Gold Fury. Down to half health. You have the Vulcan here for extra secure. The sun's out. Vulcan ult. The Gold Fury got let go of. Coast able to get it somehow still. Despite Tegvir getting a kill, Coast was able to secure the Gold Fury. I don't even know how he got it.
An auto? Question mark? Was there a heart bomb on top of somebody? I mean, I was watching, but it kind of got lost in all the beautiful colors and pretty scenery. Like, that was messy. Oh, that was so messy. Also, man, we talk about how Happen is just getting infinite value from the fact that Aurora and Donut Doug don't have beats. Oh, beautiful, we have replays. This is hype. Okay.
There's the ult.
Where's Coast right now?
Oh, it was the Fields of Love!
Oh, I was like, where is this Cupid? I don't even see him. Happen?
You were looking for the little guy.
Why?
Happen. Could turn to the little dog in a second. The little pup gets put down. Aurora, the one to do it. Send him away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Already had to use the dash, so they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Pal out in the air. Rat Milk finds three.
That's got a lot in, but no follow-up yet, at least. That's the one tough thing about having the Hou Yi in this
talisman.
instance, especially without an ultimate online. You just don't have that same kind of follow-up.
Talisman of Purification pop from Moswell there. It's heat. It works. Oh, but we're chasing after Aurora, who
Goes
Able to get
Piggo
away.
mode to get away.
we're Piggo. Let's go. Oink oink. And Single Bind has been so aggressive on these objectives. Did you see they took a look at that? They're picking it back. Oh, okay, no, they're not. I was like, no way we're going back to it, guys. But this Vulcan with the turret and the Thumper just add a lot of damage to these objectives. Pair that with your Cupid, Dagger of Frenzy, and the jungle buff. Like, we're just kind of going for it. I love the way that Single Bind have been playing on these objectives. Just constantly asking the question, hey, what are you going to do if we try to rip this?
And while it's close, 2 Gold Furies already, it provides a bigger difference than it might feel like or read like on that top of the scoreboard. 2 straight up gold pips, side of red. In their gold lead, while just at that 600, 700 mark, you can see the bounce around already it's causing for Single Bind. And experience being that close too, that feels great. Because if I'm Single Bind with the way Overtime tend to play week by week, regardless of the name they play under or who is in that jungle role, I'm just happy that they're not beating me upside the head right now, honestly. The fact you're keeping them in check is an inarguable positive. Sunbreaker in the mid lane, jump in from Tegvir, the rebuke to slow it down, but that Palau is going to find Moswell like it's nothing for the killing spree for Ratmilk. When he comes down, double kill on Aurora.
Talisman of Purification burned already. 30 seconds till it comes up, but Ratmilk has got that Jotun's Revenge online and a Hydra, so enough cooldown in that build. Even a Bumpus Cudgel adds a little bit there too, to be able to have that ultimate backup in time. So the Talisman
Hydrogen's chasing Doug! Hydrogen might solo Doug!
Did
Did he get it?
Doug
Oh,
has ultimate. Oh,
Your team
Centaurus.
destroyed the fire.
Damage on. Coast is on the way. Buying time. Not going to work out to keep Donut Doug alive. And Hydrogen might not even be afraid to take this fight with Coast. Kind of looks like Hydrogen wants the fight with Coast. Where are you going? Get back here!
I'm not done with you. Overtime, find the Pyromancer, immediately turn their attentions to the Moonlight Queen Naga, and Single Bind aren't here in time to dispute it. We bomb it. Yeah, that's heat. I'll take that every day of the week.
What a gold
Overtime yeah, we went from not looking too hot to, oh, it turns out when you get back-to-back objectives and win a team fight,
Is under attack.
suddenly this game swings in our favor. Math.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I can't believe how fast of a swing that was. We were just talking about Single Bind being happy just to kind of keep Overtime in check. And just as we say that, Overtime no longer in check. They've escaped the playpen of timeout. Some damage onto Aurora, but he takes the Riptide away. And when you start to get that advantage, it can only start to spiral worse. Single Bind will be the first one over to the Gold Fury, looking for their 3rd one of the game. Overtime will have knowledge of the health left on it. Desert's Fury early. Ratmilk added to the pile. Ratmilk dives the backline.
Wow.
Erases Doug. Hydrogen picks up the Gold Fury. Palau, will it find a kill? Not needed. That Gold Fury will be taken away. A straight up earnest steal for Hydrogen in the side of Overtime. They do lose Ratmilk in the process to Remakami. A shutdown to the solo laner of Single Bind. But is there more to be had? You see the beads from Tegvir to reposition. Single Bind going to chase. But look who's here. Karmic from the side. He appears. There's damage to be had. Happen barely alive. No longer alive. But Tegvir turns it back and fights with the squad. Remakami, no more. Karmic leading the way. Tegvir jumping through to follow. Excuse me, that's Hydrogen jumping over. Moswell dead to Karmic. So it works out for Overtime. They steal the Gold Fury way long ago, comparatively. Yet a couple of picks around it. I feel like despite the fact they lost members, you take that every day of the week, especially just how easily they took the gold. I mean, that wasn't a fancy steal, a pop of the Desert's Fury like we saw like last night on AGL, for example. That was just a straight up, oh, this is mine now, thanks, from Hydrogen.
He's got the damage to make it happen too. Demonic Blade and Deathbringer, so these crits are swinging. Also, I was thinking it before when I was watching Ratmilk get on that Palau. What a great game for Ratmilk this game. 5, 1, and 2. This Dodgy has been getting crazy good value. Overtime's jungler here, and Ratmilk's a sub. right, for this team, I'm pretty sure. Like, hey, I'm thinking main roster spot. I don't know. I mean, or maybe I'm just kind of drinking the rat milk, but he's been looking really solid, having really good games so far today.
Never drink the
really
rat milk,
to see
Easy.
what else.
Never drink the rat milk.
My bad. It's kind of like the sewer. Don't drink the water. Never drink the rat milk. Don't
Yeah,
do
come
it.
on, dude.
Muerto.
19 minutes. 18 minutes.
Put the rat milk back in
18
the
and a half
fridge.
at that. Yeah, put the rat milk back at the grocery store. Don't even bring it home. I don't want that in my house. 11-6 for overtime in terms of kills. The gold, we talked about it. It's swung and it's favorable for overtime to say the least. Add another tower on top of that, and it starts to look a little bit worse. I mean, it's a great spot to be in for overtime, and the way they spun this game around on its head so quickly is so it's so on brand for overtime slash clocked in. It's painfully obvious, and that also makes sense in its own right. Like, let's not forget that with the main addition being Hydrogen off and on, this is a team that's been playing together for years now, all the way back to Shabalba Storm. Of course, they're at this point. They were dying for this opportunity in Smite 2 to be able to show what they've had this whole time. I feel like people forget how long the grind has been for this team. An easy kill on Remakami, just a lamb to the slaughter that time.
Unfortunate. I mean, we talked about it before. Artio does not deal with cripples well. Dodgy ult, cripples, and pulls. No beads for Artio. Maybe a Magi's Cloak in our future. Not even a Spear Room or anything like that, so we just don't have a good
Vulcan
answer
has
to
ult.
the CC. But overtime wants this FG. Moswall, remember though, all he has is Thoth and an Ob Shard for damage. How much damage can the ult do?
Already moving position, looking for the meatball off the Fire Giant is overtime, looking for the kill in the back line. Coast! Actually, Coast turns it! Kills Rat Milk! Wow, I'm surprised at that, but Karmic is still chasing down. Coast will be an easy pickup on the Cupid. Now you can reassess, join the rest of your team. Tegveer locks down Doug. That's both damage is gone for the side of Single Bind. You're just left with Moswall. Meatballs are not finding a home. Overtime allowed to regroup. They've only lost Rat Milk, a bit of a TKO on Karmic, so that should stop the Gold Fury, or excuse me, the Fire Giant, but damage done. I mean, these fights just, they don't even look comparable from both teams, Musi.
Yeah, Single Bind always seems to be the ones to kind of be on the back foot here. They'll get a cheeky kill, like they did under Rat Milk, but they get split up and lose the fight as a whole. The benefit there, like you said, is that overtime can't take the Fire Giant, so we're kind of okay with how that turns out, but how many more fights like that can you take before overtime are able to walk away with the Rat Milk intact and a Karmic not TK'd,
Right.
where they can take a Fire Giant? Plus, during this time, overtime just walks away from this fight and just goes right back to farming, right back to what they were doing before. I liked the Talisman of Purification pickup from Oswald earlier because it was saucy and really fun. Cesardio dashes away, but we are feeling the lack of damage, Anthony. We genuinely are. This Vulcan, to me, is not much of a threat because all you have, realistically, are two items. Talisman of Purification does not give you all stats like some of the more aggressive relics does. It gives you cooldown, I believe, maybe health, right? So it's just
There's
not
too much
as
value
strong.
on it for sure.
Yeah.
Powwow. Focus is Moswall. Funny enough. Does get some survivability out of it. Burns everything relic-wise, so nothing left there for Moswall. So Single Bind to now their mid laner is incredibly vulnerable. And to your point, Musi, once you've used it to survive, it's even more, not worthless, but the value is even less so. Because now you have no damage, but both of your get-out-of-jail-free cards are also gone off the board. So now we're looking at a Vulcan that basically has no survivability relics and 2 full items. That's kind of what it turns into in this instance.
Kind of waiting for Soul Reaver to get online. You see that Oracle staff there from Oswald. So once the Soul Reaver's online, we do get a lot of damage earned back for this mid laner. But I agree. We're kind of down on our luck here. Pulling a Pyro is very scary. I don't think Overtime is scared of this at all.
Wind Sprite over for Ramakami. Watch where Rat Milk is off to the side. Oh boy, Happen with the steal! just spits on it to take the pyro away. Tegvir finds the rampage in overtime, is stepping
Triple
forward,
knockdown.
looking for the blood, looking for the fight, following the triple knock-up. Rat Milk in, damage on, turning, focusing, coast. No more, double kill for Tegvir. Is there going to be more? Does overtime want to chase further? Yeah, they do. Rat Milk follows up on Karmic, finds the third of the fight. That's 3 dead for single bind. There's a fire giant just sitting there looking ready to be burned down.
Waiter, waiter, my steak too juicy, my lobster too buttery. What a steal there from Happen. Picks up the Pyromancer and a crazy 3-man knockup from Karmic on their way to the fight. Just like, oh, hey guys, bop. Single bind doesn't stop though. I mean, you got a Vulcan with double consumable turrets, so hey, we just pick up gold again. We're trading it for fire though, so you get what you can where you can get it. The Vulcan ult, by the way, that we saw land on top of Happen, I get that Happen's a tank, but it hit for like 700 and that's it. We're
Wait,
not
this
even
would
getting
this
gold,
would
are
be
we?
so sad.
Don't
No
do
way,
it.
right? Oh, it's let go
drop.
of single bind. Don't get it. That makes it easy for overtime to pick it up. It's only going to be at 3K. There is a turret you got to take it out of range of, but yep, that's a Gold Fury to overtime. Single bind. Don't even get the consolation prize. Oh,
He
they
stopped
get
the
it
back to the dog!
Oh, no.
no!
That's one
Oh,
way to be
jeez.
unstoppable.
Oh gosh, that's tragic. I saw it happening in real time too. I was like, does he know? He knows. You know
I
what?
thought he was going to get it
Those
off. I
backs
felt like
are
he was backing for
50-50.
so long. Yeah.
Those are usually the backs that you take when after you go back to the base, you're like, I wasn't even scared. You should have been, all right? There's a giant snake and it's got your name. This map has been opened up too. Overtime on the Fire Giant power play, have tier 2 towers to strip away. So we can take away these towers, at least 1 or 2, then bounce back over to that mid pad. Ancient Gold Fury spawning now-ish. It just has to hit the map for real, or we could just go straight to Bird. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize your game.
Overtime was aware of where single bind was on the map. They were down by where tier 1 is, and right, Vulcan ult does do some damage to Happen. Karmic also poked, doesn't care. Goes in aggressive. Can't find much, backs up. Same thing for the rest of overtime. Playing it a little bit safer. Why not, right? That lead, remember how we kept talking about how close it was, how it swung at one point? Now we're to that 10,000 mark. Overtime, sitting very comfortably over single bind kills and experience, farm, itemization, everything, except Gold Fury pips, essentially. It's really the only thing going for single bind as of recent. So, Musi, you know, every analyst's favorite question, if you're single bind, what's the game plan?
So, all the way back in Picks and Bans, I mentioned that we have a trifecta of doom in this team comp, right? Coast, Moswell, Aurora have really good teamfight ultimates that can have the potential to pop off here. We've been ragging on Moswell enough about it. I'll mention it one last time. Because we have this talisman, we're behind in terms of damage items for our mid build. So we need to achieve a couple of things here. We need to stall the game out long enough that Moswell can get probably something like a Ratatouille online at this point to get a big spike in damage. And then we need to hog you, dagger popped. Then we need to put overtime in a situation where we can get the most value out of our Fields of Love, Vulcan, and Yamoja kind of jammed together. That is asking overtime to make a reasonable blunder of having people grouped up in such a way to make it work, but you know that Happen wants to get active, jump in and look for an ult. That could be a moment to kind of turn that around, right? When Happen goes for the engage, be ready to counter engage with your ultimates and find a couple of picks there and then take the 5v3 afterwards.
Radmilk's got a flank here if things get out of hand quickly. Overtime could be looking at an end if he stays. He does regroup and reposition with Karmic. Again, Radmilk staying off to the side. Overtime at the tier 2. Tier 2 is going to fall literally any second. That's the second. Tier 2 down. Onto the Phoenix we go. Single bind retreat.
Have to back up. You have those pushers pushing in on those side lanes, and the Moonlight Queen Naga, well, not the Moonlight Queen Naga, but, you know, Big Queen Naga, gonna harass that mid. But it looks like overtime isn't quite ready to focus on that too much. You still have some solid presence around the lane, and with that T2 over in the right side, we want to trim that before we take a look at a Titan as a whole. Overtime could play this really slowly by taking a look at that T2 and have on her double back towards that ancient gold for you when it respawns, so that then the birds are weakened and it's easier to siege. I always like to say that we don't win the game off the first fire giant, because the first FG is used to kind of trim the map of any excess fat, right? Before you can get into the real meat and potatoes of those birds and Titan. This also makes it so that overtime can exacerbate their gold lead by just having the chance to back and buy items, right? I haven't checked in on overtime's itemization. I've been so focused on, single bind, but we have a combat blink for Hydrogen now, so it's an extra layer of survivability, Titan's Bane, and crit. Easy stuff for an on her. Not only that, we have a combat blink for Techbeard and Rat Milk as well. So our engage here is super scary. We blink in, and then Hydrogen and Tegveer can jump away. Rat Milk's gonna blink in and get on that powwow, and that's just a death sentence for single bind. It's a very, very scary situation. Single bind have to make sure that we really catch somebody out and just kit dump on top of them and get away. We are stalling for time at this point, so we can close that 12k gold lead gap.
Fire Giant below half. This could just be it if Single Bind don't play their cards correctly. Overtime, aware of that same fact, they're going to look for the fight. CC out, Vulcan ult to follow. Tegveer jumps it. Would have been popped. But meanwhile, the one getting popped, that's Donut Doug. Rat Milk with one, Tegveer with the second. It's Ramakami. That leaves 3 standing for Single Bind. And it's time to run. Iron Maiden says run for the hills, and Single Bind says we'll run for our lives. And away they go. Fire Giant back up and back ready for overtime. Staying behind is Happen. Has the attention of a few. A Rebuke too, but a Phantom Shell online. Rat Milk still available. Now Tegveer's here too. Rat Milk just one-shot toast. Tegveer gets the second hit of it for the Divine in total. And Happen says, well, that's 2 left. We've got fire anyway. Let's just clean house, Rat Milk. And it's like milking rats. A killing spree for Rat Milk. Aurora, the last member standing. And I don't think he's going to be standing much longer. Tegveer with the kill. 10 seconds till Donut Doug. 10 till Ramakami now, but Musi, that's fire on 5. This one's probably curtains.
Yeah, I would say this is the game, unless Donut Doug pulls the craziest hat trick of our lives.
On to the Titan. Donut Doug is, we're writing the obituary now. No more Chiron. Ramakami, the last standing. Titan down to half. Titan to a quarter. We're making sure that Ramakami can't do anything other than watch. The Titan will eventually fall after a double kill from Rat Milk. 25-7 is the final kill total. Overtime. Walk away with this game, and Single Bind just kind of had to watch them walk away with it for game number 1.
I mean, the combination of Tegveer and Rat Milk working in tandem together was disgusting. The dodge E was putting in a ton of work. Also, Happen on this Kerberos pick. Dude, the fact that we didn't have beads on our dual lane led to disaster. Training exercise is a wonderful tool when dealing with the dodgy ganks. You can't training exercise the Kerber Assault. It doesn't quite work like that because of the timing of the ability. So Happen goes in, either a blink or a jump, hits 4 and says, cool, I've got 2 people. Who wants it, right? And Tegveer and Rat Milk are then able to just kind of piece them up afterwards.
Take a look at the snuff film from game number 1 of this best of 3 grand finals. It didn't start bad for Single Bind. Things just got out of control. We saw signs of life, as we like to say. We saw straight up good play at times, but things just started to spiral. It's funny, this play feels like a good summarization of the whole game. Ramakami almost has a solo. Rat Milk shows up. Karmic trusts it all to Rat Milk. Karmic might die, but Rat Milk still gets the kill. And overtime comes out looking better from it. And that feels just like an anagram for the entirety of the game when all was said and done.
This here, too, Single Bind had such
nasty bounce.
Promising fights around Gold Furies. I mean, they took the first one of the game so quickly. They were able to eke out the second one, but after that, just wasn't really... The ball just didn't feel like it was in their court. Again, this is one where Hydrogen just, after the fight, scoops up gold and just like, all right, well, you guys have fun. I'm gonna hold on to this. While you have Happen and Rat Milk just creating a whole bunch of space and dealing a ton of damage. Good rotation here for Ramakami, though, to get their get back.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
This feels like a strong case for overtime, just kind of still being the team to beat I think to say the least, Musi. I do wonder going forward. These didn't feel like the best picks for overtime that could have been there overall. And none were bad, but my point is about the vault ban system. Knowing how many picks are off the table, if I'm overtime and I got to use these picks and I still have so many good options in our team's god pools available for game number 2, I am feeling in such a good spot. Whereas with single bind, I look at things like the Cupid and the Vulcan, and I mean, it's good that we have things left to work with and play with, but like, if we're gonna use we talked a little bit about having waste games or games where you test things out using vault bans. If you use that in game number 1, now in game number 2, you're kind of forced to try to draft perfect. There is no perfect draft. It gets messy now for single bind, I feel like.
Yeah, and knowing that overtime has a couple of bonds like the Cernanos, the Cabrakan in particular is what I'm thinking about for them. Single bind is in a situation where you're like, all right, well, what are we looking at here? Xbalanque mid for Boswell, I think, is what's coming up next on the table for us. You can hand just about anything over to Donut Dog, and it's going to look good in terms of, like, ADC. Maybe not the Chiron today, 0-6. You know, bit of a rough showing, but there are options for both sides here. Aurora still got Scylla. So we've got some cards still held close to the chest here that tell me that we're going to have a pretty solid game 2 ahead of us as well.
It is a best of 3, and the vault bans make it tough, but they don't make it impossible to come back. And of course, as we talked about, as we started up this grand finals, they're playing for ultimately the standings as we go through for a $7,000 grand prize at the end of May. But when we come back from this break, the May circuit continues. We'll be right back on Smite Prime. Hello everybody, welcome back to Smite Prime. The grand finals continue. I smacked myself with my own headset as we got in. My ear hurts, but I'm here, I'm thriving and surviving. I'm Malum, I'm joined by Musi. Tess, Solstice, and Jithens have made everything happen today. Shout out to them, happy Mother's Day weekend. Vault bans still apply. Let's get a good little reminder of that. Game 1's in the past, Musi, and all those picks that we saw, where are they, you ask? They are in the
Vault.
Good job. We'll Dora test for you.
Yay! So keep in mind that in a best of 3 set, any pick that you have gets locked away. You cannot run it back again. So things like the Vulcan, the Chiron, the Dodgy, no mas. No caliente.
No mas.
It's not happening. That means we need to think about our game 2 compositions and what we need to start running. I do feel there is gas still left in the tank for both of these teams. Cernanos being the obvious boogeyman for overtime, and for single bind, we've got Aurora available with their Scylla. Maswell's got the Xbalanque mid, so I have a lot of faith that both of these teams can put something together here. The question becomes, what do they value and what do they want? CERN feels like such an obvious pick to me here, but I almost wonder if overtime doesn't look at it again, if only for the simple fact that maybe simple bind has the answer to the pick. I'm very curious to see if they do have the answer. We're going to watch somebody get 2-shot again today.
P's and B's time. Let's see if Musi's right. Let's see what these teams change and how confident overtime's feeling. Single bind will have the first pick in this instance, which I imagine feels like the weight of the world is on their shoulders as they try to decide it. Our vault bans are listed below. If it's grayed out, you won't see it. Plain and simple. If it was banned in the first game, that is still available. You can ban it again, but it's not locked away in the vault just because it was banned. First ban, Tsukiyomi, who's had quite the day, as you'll see, especially in terms of kills. I think even if the win rate doesn't necessarily show it, we've felt the impact of a Tsukiyomi getting through and the amount of damage it can compile onto a team.
I like the Tsukiyomi band here from Single Bind. It's a good answer to Tagveer, who was playing Tsukiyomi mid earlier today. Tagveer notably being, you know, a jungler player, right? That's like what they play. What is their god pool like in the mid lane? So how much do we have to lean on there? When are we playing Thor mid, right? Like Achilles mid for Tagveer. Sure, lock it, whatever. You know, run it. Medusa take it away by overtime. I'm wondering here, the Jingwei's gonna get through because we know that we didn't have a chance to see that. So I wonder if it's gonna be like Jingwei versus CERN. Overtime finds
really hurt my ear before, Musi.
Over to single bind.
I promise I'm listening.
Do you need me? I can give you like a band-aid if you want. I can like give that to you and go Is it better?
No, but I appreciate them putting UCam. Usually, you keep yapping while I fix my broken ear.
Okay, I'll get into the position. So, Jingwei feels like a very obvious pick here for single bind if they can find it first. Donut Dog is a very competent ADC player. Otherwise, I wouldn't hate something along the lines of an early Cabrakan pick. I know the Artio is already off the board, and Cabrakan does best into that Artio, but it's still worthwhile to have in the back pocket, especially knowing that Karmic is on the other side of things for overtime. Paulo's off the board, Loki's off the board, Suki's off the board. We're very much focusing both Rat Milk and Tagveer here. So I'm also very interested to see where Tagveer goes for their own pick in mid. He's a jungler. What happens? Jingwei off, single bind. I'm thinking either Xbalanque or Scylla very early on here. Or the Cabrakan, right? Those 3 picks are what's in my brain. Thor is up and available too if you really wanted to have it there. I wouldn't hate that for the jungler of single bind, and that's what they're gonna have. So semi-global presence, a lot of CC, instant CC stun. Anthony likes to talk about that tectonic rift and the hammer as well to deal a ton of damage, but this gives overtime a lot in return, right? So where is that and what do we want? Cabrakan for Karmic?
Yeah, I was thinking that Cabrakan 2 is certainly an option. Susano available and grabbed up, so can't blame that. Speaking of characters that we've seen blow people up today, how can you talk about that without mentioning Susano? And oh no, it's Michael Myers. He's arrived. Overtime. Get there, Cernanos. Oh boy.
You know what's really funny? I'm genuinely excited to see Tagveer play Susano mid because I've always felt like Susano should be a mid laner. Should he not? Okay. Is he not the most mid-lanery assassin that we have?
He worked in ADC, right? So why wouldn't he work in the mid lane?
He's kind of like, and I'm gonna get in trouble when I say it. I'm so sorry. He's kind of like Master Yi, right? A la League of Legos.
Yeah.
Like
Jitsins!
I don't know.
How many trips to the principal's office can you get in one day, Musey?
I'm looking for all of them, man. I'm really pumped for a Susano mid. I feel like there's a lot of potential here. But for a character that needs to stick on you to do their damage to you, Anubis does well into that.
Hey, Aladdin exists.
Wow, who would have felt? Rat Milk Aladdin? I've got chills,
I was going to say, is that Lamp Milk?
Cabrakan. I
regretted saying it. I regretted saying it.
Analyze it, Anthony. It's your turn.
Yeah, Ares, Cabrakan. I'm never addressing what I said. The Ares.
I did not say Aladdin Lamp Milk.
Yeah, the Ares gets locked in.
It did not happen.
So let's talk Anubis a little bit. That's a safe bet, because the Anubis, we skipped over it a little bit. The Ishtar goes alongside it. Anubis has looked fantastic in a lot of the scrims that I was talking about earlier on in the day. The amount of damage that Anubis is putting out right now is very sneaky and kind of undervalued a little bit. I mean, granted, we can only talk about what we've seen on air, but it's pretty ridiculously strong. We've already talked about Ishtar a lot today, what the aspect brings. You combine that, maybe that is an answer to the Surin aspect. There has to be one somewhere, and the final lock-in music giving you the world as your oyster to talk about is the Ganesh.
So, I do have a lot to talk about with this Anubis in particular. Typhon's Heart, excuse me, very strong item. Mike Typhon has been making multiple appearances whenever we see them with the Anubis. Specifically, this Anubis plays very well into the Aladdin, for the same reasons why I feel Anubis could play well into Susano. He puts a lot of damage at his feet, and when either Susano or Aladdin attempt to jump on top of the Anubis, there's a Grasping Hands on the ground, there's a Mummify that hits him in the face, Plague of Locusts to follow up afterwards, and then Death Gaze, being able to CC immune yourself, ramp up your passive immediately and overclock it during your ultimate to get a bunch of lifesteal and prots, helps you kind of stick around while these assassins try to get at you. Pairs very well too when you think about you have an Ares and an Agni. What is happening actually? Oh, Thor solo, Anubis mid, Agni jungle.
Anubis jungle?
Agni ADC Ishtar aspect jungle with Ares?
Okay. I mean, technically any guess is going to be right in this instance. I like yours, though. We'll lock that in. That's our final answer.
These are gods. And a match. Yeah. So, shoutouts. Whereas Overtime's comp feels a little bit more straightforward, but we're going in this with information from the previous time of the day, right? Stern's going Aspect ADC, Susanoo's going mid because Tegvir's playing it, Ratmilk's going to play Aladdin, Karmic is a Kabrakan merchant, so that's going over there to solo lane, and Ganesh for Happen in duo. That is all very easy to understand. There's a lot of CC, there's a lot of kill potential, very, very scrappy team that is constantly looking to engage upon you and make something of it, right? And you also have this Ganesha ult, wonderful for burning down objectives, so very interested to see how the cookie crumbles.
Well, I know where we're going to see that cookie crumble. We're going to see it crumble in game. Let's head on in. Game number 2 of the Grand Finals here on Smite Prime. The first day of our May circuit underway. Single bind on the Order side, over time on the Chaos side. My name's Mal. Newsy's with me. Solstice and Tess will be on production for this game. I'm looking across. I'm seeing an Ishtar aspect in ADC. Thor jungle. And an Anubis solo, which I am proud of myself for shouting out. On the other end of things is what we expected, with one exception. That is not an aspect Cern. That is the base Cerninos.
Do you think you forgot? Or maybe we're just not quite looking at it right now, here in the moment. Ramakami Anubis solo does a lot of what Anubis mid does, but in a different lane. You clear wave pretty quickly, very hard to fight. Got a lot of lifesteal, got a lot of sustain. You have Mike Typhon eventually. And you show up to team fights and you start dealing a bunch of damage. So, it's kind of like... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. This is neat, actually. Aladdin makes the Wealth Wish not to get any kills, but to make it so that you just have a ton of gold off of your first few camps. It's like super neat tech, because initially we were popping this Wealth Wish whenever we were going to go make a gank, and it kind of announced it to the other team, and it was kind of like a warning siren ahead. But now Ratmilk just gets to be ahead of their jungler for free. Like, he just is that. So Wealth Wish burned, 1 down, 2 to go. Power and Resurrection still on board here.
Oh, whoa, whoa, damage, duo lane, first blood, Donut Dog finds Happen. Just like that. Ishtar is the, Ishtar aspect is not somebody you want to funnel kills into if you're overtime, and I'm sure they know that. I'm not saying some kind of loud secret, but my goodness,
Wow.
That is a tough look to give it to Doug in this instance. That is not what you want. Plus, to get the Ganesh slow back to lane, also not ideal.
They did change Ishtar aspect. It's a little stubbier now. I mean, we called it Shotgun Ishtar. Now it really is a Shotgun Ishtar. Coast and Ratmilk exchange blows, but they're okay. We haven't really had a chance to see somebody on the higher level play this aspect after the nerfs, so giving it to the hands of Donut Dog and having them get an early kill is a little bit scary for overtime. Oswald.
Dashes on the pole, and it works out well
so
enough, almost for Coast. But that's problematic. That sets up Ratmilk, who uses the power. Okay, sure, why not?
I mean, hey, when do you pop your power wish? To get a kill. Doesn't matter if you're level 5 or not. Doesn't matter what point of the game you're in. We're only lucky that the Wealth Wish should have worn off by the time that kill happened. Thankfully, for single bind.
Close, right?
But Aladdin
Yeah.
is one of those characters that you don't want to ramp ahead. Similar story to the Ishtar, but like the fact that Aladdin now has their conduit, a Lucerne hammer, and their lamp, and an axe there, we are ready to smack and get some even more action going on just in time for these firebrands to spawn. 10 seconds.
Yank on to the Kraken. It is responded to. Ratmilk's here. A lot of damage already on Karmic. Ratmilk uses the Thor wall to run up and get damage down on the coast. And it's enough to back away the Thor. I mean, it's a wall. It's tech. You just don't think about it till you see it go down quite like that. Karmic still staying on Ramakami, looking for the stun. Gonna be a pre-beats. Ratmilk back in, looking for Rem. Now the stun hits after. Add a tremble, add some damage. An auto and a death. Second kill for Ratmilk.
This might be the first time I've seen Ratmilk Aladdin, by the way. And it's already as terrifying as it sounds. Karmic falls down, Vaporish Coast cleans up the pieces, but a blink in from Ares and the purple buff.
Chain Jolt, damage kill! Donut Dog gets
Level
it.
5.
No escape as well. Come on back here, Ganesh. Double kill for Donut Dog. Call it 3. Killing spree for the ADC, and it's an Ishtar aspect.
Oh boy.
Yikes.
Hydrogen is not the same character that they were last time we saw the CERN, right? It's a certain aspect that is able to deal a crazy amount of damage. CERN, without the aspect, still deals solid damage, but we're lacking the extra oomph from the autos that only the aspect is able to give you. Hello. What are we ulting? A ward? Coast, they can't fight you. Also, that's yours. What's going on?
As you were.
Fire, anyways, but this Ishtar from Donut Dog is really gonna start smacking. We got the Devos online, and as a character that already has shotgun autos, you can imagine we're gonna be able to stack that up pretty quickly. We need a swift answer from overtime to put Donut Dog back in their place. Just in time for Gold Fury to spawn too. Sense of play on the horizon if we could just get there.
So much gold already. I mean, you can't, usually this early, when we talk about leads, I feel like we tend to talk about experienced leads being a little more prevalent and you feel a little bit more, but with the amount of gold for a single bind, it's just, that's a lot early, but over time still feel like they feel present. I think that's a strength of both clocked in and now overtime that has just been persistent. Even in games where they're really out and are getting stomped, which admittedly has been rare in Smite Prime, this team and this grouping of players do know how to contest and keep themselves in. That being said, will it apply to this Gold Fury? Down below half, Happen nearby has Hydrogen as well. Doric Pillars, that's exactly what you want, but the Gold Fury still goes to single bind. Close attempt from overtime, not going to be enough.
Holding Ganesh. Down they go. Coast finds the kill, so not only do you get gold, you get an extra bit of bit there too. Remikami in a fight for his life. He loses.
Fight he loses indeed. Killing spree for Rat Milk. Rat Milk has had Karmic's back this game. I mean, we saw it in the previous game as well, and we saw it earlier today when we were watching overtime, but it's very obvious in this one in particular, and it makes sense because we saw how strong that Cabrakan can get.
When they're up against the Anubis as well, Cabrakan's fight into that Anubis in particular is solid. Remikami doesn't have shell. They've only got the beads. Cabrakan has got so much CC that if you beads one thing, you just inevitably get hit by a different CC. So Rat Milk has the opportunity to do a bit of feeding. Well, not feeding in the sense that he's inting, but feeding in the sense that he gets to feed off of Remikami in that solo lane to get a little bit bigger. Ideally, you want to be able to take Donut Dog down a notch, but Single Bind have already realized that Ishtar is their win con, so Coast is kind of scoping around that left side, making sure that there's no potential interception from overtime there. Can Single Bind keep this pressure up in time for Party Rocker's Moon Ritual, right? Oh no. Yeah, see, there he is.
Aladdin onto the Anubis, dashes in. Remikami in trouble, beats were down. The Anubis good as dead. And into the lamp Remikami goes. He'll die to Rat Milk.
Fight's still going on in that right side though. Coast is gonna have to get away. A convergence of overtime players find their way over to the red buff.
Chains are out from Aurora already, seeing if there's anything that can be done, but you've only got Coast around. I don't think Coast would have wanted to fight that anyway, so it works out pretty well for the Aladdin. A couple of kills go in the pocket. That's 4 in total. All overtime's kills go to the Aladdin, which, I mean, I can think of worse players to have them, and gods at that. Midpoint is up. The contest is out. Aurora about to have ultimate too, so you can see him already kind of posturing and setting up forward to potentially make this dangerous for overtime.
We were talking earlier, 1v1, Donut Dog,
Wait,
can he get it? No, he can't! Shut down! Hydrogen finds it, point blank range.
That's what you want. That is what you want. You would think he's playing Aspect still with how close he got, but the shutdown is massive. You're slowing down Donut Dog on this Ishtar, Musi.
Good stuff there too. Signs of life for overtime. Not only is your jungler getting super fed, your ADC finds their way back into the game. One kill is all it can take sometimes. Looks like Karmic is going to have a 1v2. Helps on the way.
Pig-O mode gets stunned out. Still have the no escape. It'll bring back Karmic. But Tegvir around. Typhoon popped. Pillars added on. Coast deleted. There used to be a Thor there, I promise.
Interesting. We pop shell to get through our own walls. Little did we know, Bracken can drop their walls early if they need to, but the panic was there enough for Overtime to be able to use that happen. It's interesting to me that Aurora is still looking to get aggressive, and I really like that about Single Bind.
Lamp gonna go wide. Rat Milk still sticking on to Ramakami. You see the slow just to do something. But I think Rat Milk's gonna chase this to the end of the earth. Rampage for Rat Milk. A lot of them have been on this Anubis, admittedly. Tough day to be Ramakami.
Yeah. Oh, what? Aurora? Getting the old 1-2 punch here. Tagveer hands it over to the Rat Milk says, I want one more. But Tagveer says, you've had enough. Takes it for himself. This Aladdin is catapulting themselves to a very, very significant lead. 2 levels so far, but if Ramakami can't, lack of a better words, if Ramakami can't get a grip here, we're going to find ourselves in a very, very tough situation for Single Bind. Part of what makes this Anubis pick so good in solo lane is that it's supposed to just kind of win, right? You have a ton of damage online, you get your Mike Typhon going, clear wave, you're very hard to play into. That's why mages are so preferred in solo. The fact that Rat Milk has paid so much attention to the solo lane is giving Karmic what they need in order to keep this Anubis on the ropes just long enough for Rat Milk to come over, get a kill, and then leave. Single Bind, though. Signs of life. Pulling gold.
Old 500. Rat Milk close. Did he get it? Oh my god, he got it! It's the Rat Milk game! Welcome back to Smite Prime!
Dude, now Aurora stuck alone in no man's land. Overtime, though. Not gonna look for it. Dude, Single Bind need these objectives to stay in the game, and they are just not finding them? Oh. No ult.
Not enough follow-up.
Sad. Rest in peace. I mean, hey, still doing Anubis things, right? Keeping the Cabrakan on their toes. Look at the Cabrakan build, though. Karmic has that gargoyle there. So it's just an instant silence. So Ramakami gets turned off by this Cabrakan. All of their abilities can get interrupted at this point, or the Plague of Locusts in particular.
Chains out, Rainfire added. The fight looking rough for this Asano, but he got the dash away. Won't matter. Coast able to still clean it up and land down. And take out this Asano. The invocation followed up by the wall and a slam by 2 big old shields will take down Aurora.
Still looking for more, though. Ramakami tried to rotate, but now they're going to get walked back to their side of the jungle. Karmic, so big. This Cabrakan. You'll notice that there are no shells from Single Bind. Oh my goodness. How did I not notice that sooner? That's not good, Anthony. It's actually incredibly very tough. Karmic is going to get so much value out of their ultimate. Who gets away from a Cabrakan ult? Not Anubis, not Agni, not Ares. The Ishtar and the Thor, maybe, right? Thor can hammer away, but that's also a big damage tool, so you have to be careful about your engages there. Donut Doug also can't do it, actually. I mean, a very weird niche scenario where they can potentially backflip over, but the dash has to connect in order for that to happen, so Karmic gets a ton of free eats and free value just off the Cabrakan alone.
Brings the Ganesh back to the Agni, who is waiting to cook up some elephant trunk.
Bomba.
You eat it like a turkey leg.
You know, I can't say
kidding.
I've ever
I was gonna say I don't know. I'm kidding. I promise I'm kidding.
We're gonna walk that back. I have eaten giant turkey
There's a lot of
legs,
jokes I'll let go, but you know, I decided to walk that one back, rein it in a little bit.
Overtime. Also wondering if maybe they could walk it back a little bit here. Their tier 1 tower under duress, but Rat Milk climbs to the top, gets a view of it,
Your right tower
falls back
is under
down.
attack.
Assassin's Creed.
Late Transcendence online. Going to Doug, soloed.
Uh-oh.
Wall out. Moswell gets away from it. Beads out from Coast as well. You can see some damage can trade it back. Chains on to the Aladdin. He'll go for the dash. Thor up. Coast eyes on. Dark Pillars there. It's going to force the Aladdin in one spot. But Ghost off the landing gets the spin to win. Goes down to Tagveer. That's a shutdown kill for the Sasano. Laser over the wall. Not enough to kill happen. But a grouping there. Damage done. Shutdown kill onto a very, very, very bountiful Rat Milk. Let's not forget the 1v1 solo for Hydrogen too.
Yes, and that is a tough indicator for how our duo lane is going. Back-to-back 1v1s for Hydrogen there. who started off at a pretty significant deficit because Donut Doug was able to kind of run it down for a bit. Unfortunately, CERN just has the damage. Now that we have our Bracer of Abyss online, with our Frenzy Dagger, these trades get harder and harder for the Ishtar.
Pyromancer dropped, traded back and forth. Now focus on, chains onto Karmic. Tegvir nearby to try to back up Karmic, but the CC chain is way too significant. Karmic could only sit and be a spectator to his own death.
Mike Typhon tries to pick a fight with Pyromancer. Single bind, follow suit. They pick it back up again, and it's a rotation from Donut Doug to set this fight up.
Rat Milk around the side too. Chain is on to the Aladdin. That's a big counter. And already so much damage out. The wall run to get away. Rat Milk will barely survive. The Pyromancer has been the big focus, but now the fight after the fact. The Thor up in the air, can't find it, finds the stun, and enough backup from Moswall to get the kill.
Pyromancer then can be looked at by Donut Doug, who will be able to clear it. Do we stick around? I mean, 12 seconds till this Moonlight Queen Naga spawns.
Your right tower.
It doesn't look like we're really sure if we want to do it or not. I think it's a good pickup for single bind. 5% strength and int upon killing it. Permanent stacks. You have the burn because you have Anubis and Agni. It's a good pull.
Here's the chase. The contest on the way. Here's the laser for the answer. Gonna be a close call. It's gonna go to single bind. Pillars are out, the blades, the stun, the damage back. Donut Doug is there. Is that enough if you want to fight this? If you're single bind, I guess not. You just sacrificed Remikami, so the rest of you can escape. His 5th death, a tough one at that, but at least this one had some extra value behind it. As Remikami's game, Musi, you wanted it cleaned up. Despite the 5, it has been cleaned up.
Unfortunate there. I mean, no shell. You get Kabrakan ultimate, you're just kind of dead. It's just how it goes. Aurora's dog-walking Tegvir right now. Holy Ares damage, but the trade-off is that Overtime walks away with the Gold Fury of their own. Oh. Donut Doug.
Everyone is souling Donut Doug today. Sometimes Donut Doug is doing it to others. Today, Donut Doug is just getting a short end of a stick, I fear.
It's a solo or get soloed world, and it's just kind of the world that we are all living in. Single bind are not that far behind, Anthony. It might look rough, because it kind of is, but it's not as bad as it could be. We can still scale towards the late, right? We just have to find a way to match Rat Milk's, hyper late game carry, Aladdin
double
pick,
stacking too.
And we need to upgrade a relic to get a shell. We get a shell. This game gets so much easier for everybody. So Ares, just buying an upgraded shell might be the path forward. Ooh, that was lucky.
Just on the other side of the wall. Very lucky to get away. Rat Milk just started double stacking too, so watch for this damage to get even more significant.
We're double stacking now? I mean, here's the thing. In Smite 2, your Transcendence and your Book of Thoughts are not stacked based on minion kills, they're stacked on damage. So, Aladdin being the character that they are, can just stack one of these items very, very quickly. The only thing here is that, what room do we have for the rest of our build? We still have to fit a Titan's Bane in there somewhere, a Heartseeker ideally, probably selling the lamp to go for something like a combat blink, and then we are set. It's very much the same train of thought of when we double stack on the Tsukiyomi.
1v1, blades out, damage on, Jolt better! Donut Doug gets his revenge, but Rat Milk is here and gets it right on back. So Ishtar aspect, a bit more online than it was before, but Rat Milk here for the answer. I feel like a little bit of the Donut Doug build. Ishtar aspect seems like it kind of has, as items come online, you feel that difference start to arrive. But in this instance, it feels like going the Demon Blade into the Deathbringer, you're almost a little bit slow to what makes that aspect feel so significant. Obviously, the damage is there, as we just saw, but it still feels like Donut Doug might be getting a bit slower to the punch.
Yeah, the double crit is not what I'm used to seeing, if I'm being honest, for this aspect build. It's a bit of a different take, but as long as you get to that late game, you are still very much an aspect Ishtar. Oh, are you?
A laser. Is that a death? Good. A wall. Is this buying time? The Aladdin, the jump down. Rat Milk takes the 1v2. One already dead. Playing around the cooldowns of Remikami. Everything's going to be up. The Rap no good. Meanwhile, checking in on Aurora, running away from overtime as they've got their eyes on, but Moswall there with the Rainfire to separate. That Rat Milk 1v1 with Remakami did fizzle as well.
Blink in, Aurora, chain, no good. Single bind, still want to force a fight here, but doesn't look like they'll be able to find it unless you pick up Pyro. This is very gutsy.
Rainfire over the wall. It's gonna go to Tagveer. The Pyromancer goes to overtime. Tough break for Single Bind as they continue to just kind of let things fall to the wayside. Remakami stuck and added to the things falling, but Donut Dog is here and online as we've seen. Big damage out, but can you get more? The problem with the aspect, the autos were shortened in range. Doug has to get closer to get those shotguns to work, and you can see the spacing in this corridor is not working out enough. Tegveer gonna punish Coast. Now the wall out. You got stuck. You lost Doug. Hydrogen with the kill. Moswall can't do anything. It's been a spectator sport for the Agni. The dash into the pillars. One auto will do it. Karmic is there. Hydrogen's there. Everyone's falling. A burn gets Hydrogen from beyond the grave, but 5 died. You know what that means? Deicide, overtime, stand tall again.
I did not like that.
We're scat
so
man.
real with you. I didn't like that fight at all.
Your middle tower is under
Overtime was still full health bars. You know that Rat Milk can get there faster than most people. Yeah, you've got the rotation coming in from Coast, but overall, it felt like Single Bind was forcing something that they didn't necessarily have to. It would have been fine if they got the Pyromancer. They did not get the Pyromancer because we picked it up and then we dropped it at like 500 health, and Tegveer was able to steal it away with their own ultimate. So I feel like we have a lot of gumption. We have a lot of willingness to fight, and that's good. Scrap is good. These are two very scrappy teams. We just got to get a little bit more itemization online so that when we take these fights, we're a bit more confident in them. Like, the fact that Happen was able to silence out Moswall towards the end there, our Agni's all alone, this fight got completely split up. Single Bind was getting picked off piece by piece, but the damage is still here from Moswall. Right? We've got the Soul Reaver, the Blue Stone, Totem of Death. Opshard's right around the corner. We just needed to wait a little bit longer before we start going for stuff like that.
21.5 minutes, 14-20. That's our kills at the top of the scoreboard. Gold strong for overtime. They are heading over to the Fire Giant. They pull it first, and they're burning it quickly. Single Bind. They have a response. They're in. Remakami is distracted by Karmic to the side. Fire Giant still being done in the meantime. Remakami now the focus. Off the Fire Giant into the killing feed is Rat Milk in overtime. They'll go back on to the Fire Giant, having eliminated the Anubis problem.
Fire Giant down to half overtime. Still wanting it. Look at the looping here from Rat Milk. Moswall's in danger. Does he know?
Wall run to get away from it, though, and take a look. Fire Giant low. It's going to go down to overtime. Damage out. Blades good from the Ishtar, but you need more from Doug in the meantime. Overtime. They're low, but they're still fighting through it. Donut Dog handled by Hydrogen. And no escape is big, but is it big enough? As Coast gets 1, Coast gets 2 for the double kill. Answer back by a double of Hydrogen's own. The stun on Aurora, the auto, the triple kill for Hydrogen. What? Just like that, overtime, handle the Fire Giant. The pause comes out towards the end of the fight, but the damage is done, Busey. Oh, that was slamming the brakes. I flew out the window. Yeah. I don't think I was wearing the seatbelt that instant. Wear your seatbelt.
Yeah, I mean, I was like locked into that fight. That was crazy.
Me too. You saw how close I was to my monitor.
Yeah, I was like, we're like getting in there, watching it go down. What a good ultimate from Aurora. If Aurora doesn't hit that ult, we don't find our get back there, then it's a very tough trade, I feel, for Single Bind there. Oh, we get a replay. Oh, this is heat. So Donut Doug goes in there, has the ultimate. We got damage on, but Karmic is able to live and get away. Aurora looks forward. You find the 2 there as Donut Doug gets clipped off on the side, but look at the damage here as we're able to take 2 down, but it costs Coast's entire health bar and Malswald is still stuck behind. Aurora's separated, which is why we don't see the Agni be able to follow up on those low health bars, which sometimes I appreciate the fact that Malswald is kind of willing to protect themselves in that moment, right? Because if we lose everybody in that engagement, if we suffer a deicide, it's entirely bad. We can't defend anything, but Malswald is still fairly scary on this Agni pick. You know, just because they have Fire Giant doesn't make them invincible. They can still defend towers and show up if Overtime tries to go for anything too saucy right after that FG play.
Hey, we're back. All right, we can assess.
Sweet.
Fire Giant on 3 members of Overtime, 22.5 minutes. They're going to add Pyromancer to it, get some bombs in pocket. The Dagger went to Hydrogen, a theme familiar from today. They're sitting comfortably, they being Overtime. The gold looks good. Obviously, the kills have. You see itemization across the board is looking very strong. Single Bind lost a lot in that last engagement. Not the best it could have gone. There was some good. Aurora had a great play to try to keep things going, but it just wasn't enough. Add a Gold Fury, the 3rd one of the game for Overtime, and that is our current state of affairs.
Where do we go from here? Where does Single Bind take this? The gold lead isn't as bad as it could be, realistically, for a position that you're in here. And
Agree.
Aurora's been hitting some pretty solid ultimates. We have good CC burn from the rest of the team. So what is our, well, you know, what's our missing piece? Why isn't it clicking? Why are we losing, right? I'm not trying to point fingers, but we do have to figure out what we're doing with our Anubis at this point. We have a lot of potential with this Anubis pick. A lot of damage online. You got the Totem of Death, Bancroft, Typhons. But part of what makes this Anubis pick so good is when you're snowballing with your giant Mike Typhon, right? There he is on screen. 2-headed Chimera. His name's Mike. Full name Michael. Michael Typhonic. But if we don't have that, and all our Anubis is doing is just kind of dying on cooldown, all due respect, Single Bind is doing pretty well for a 4v5. It's kind of what it's looking like at this point. But if we can hit our late game stride, it's still an Anubis. It still rips crazy damage. Uh-oh. You just can't let this
Pillars,
happen.
we're moving. Gargoyle wall has to get away. Ramakami going to use that blink to reposition and stay alive. So the jump scare in the mid lane does not equal a kill quite yet for Overtime.
But Aurora had to use their shell too. We didn't really communicate who was going to use what, so that's 2 relics down for the cost of 1 or 2 ultimates, I suppose. Ramakami's all down as well. We used it for CC immunity. So it's just kind of, it's kind of a rough spot to be in. I feel like communication is just not quite here. And we're waiting for Red Milk to kind of jump over a wall, dive a backliner, and Overtime cracks this game wide open.
My eyes are also going to the Aladdin. I feel like the damage has been immense. Not to mention still holding on to a lamp. Look at that damage on the Karmic, though, to start this fight off. Chains on 2, and the blades, a jolt forward. Moswell is going to find Karmic. Now there's a fight for Single Bind to be had. The Thor ult connects, and Happen will fall. Now a Hexstone, the Pig Omo to lead the way. But look at Rat Milk in the back line, helping erase things. There is a double through it from Oswald. For everyone's dying, Musey. I love a good fight like this. Michael Typhonic wasn't an issue, but everyone's still swinging right hooks and left hooks. The bodies fall. 3 dead for Overtime. 4 dead for Single Bind. Donut Doug, the last one standing. Fire Giant removed off of everybody but Tegvir as it goes off naturally as well. That feels like a fight that was almost exactly what you wanted, a Single Bind, but they just could not get that last pick through to finish off Overtime and get themselves back comfortable. A choice there from Doug to take the fight on Tegvir and Rat Milk, and Doug pays the Pied Piper for it.
It was almost good for Single Bind. You said it yourself, we weren't quite able to stick the landing. And I think about the world
I like the
where
explosive
if we
play
had a
of it.
shell. Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I love the part where Karmic got exploded upon and Happen died, and we're surging forward, and we're finding kills and damage, and then Rat Milk comes over from the top rope, slams down on top of Single Bind. Very cinematic, very exciting.
Team has destroyed the
But
Pyromancer.
Overtime is walking away the victor from every single fight. Doesn't matter if it costs them multiple members. We still get a Phoenix. We still get a Pyromancer. Ancient Gold Fury's around the corner. We're looking at our second Fire Giant of the game as well. EFG could be spawning soon too, if it goes that long. And it really feels like we have so much for when overtime walks at us. So much gas left in the tank, but not enough. Not enough to really have the big response that you're looking for.
Yeah. It kind of feels like
you know?
single bind in every fight is one correct decision from doing more. They're stepping up deep this time. Aurora can't find the chain, committed the blink. Now the backup. Ramakami in the wall, pulled back as well. Will he fall? Not quite. Able to reposition. Karmic taking a lot of damage. Ratmilk does find the killing spree onto Ramakami. The second wish is for Donut Doug as Ratmilk is still throwing down. The chase from Coast, the ult lands, Karmic will fall. Tegvir has eyes on Coast, fight to the right. Hydrogen takes out a roar. Coast standing still. Moswall separated. Mid lane for Coast, solo lane for Agni. And for overtime, the call is Fire Giant. Coast is aware. Fires at half. Moswall, same thing. You can see the Agni lurching back towards Ratmilk and Tegvir combined. They got the Agni. Hydrogen and Happen are going to two-man Coast. Down goes Coast, and let me guess, Moswall to follow. Whoa, maybe not! Almost! Will it tick enough? No. Tegvir lives, if not barely. Everybody dies. Another deicide favoring overtime.
Again, think about how the fight starts. Aurora goes in, looks for something, can't find it. You have Ramakami that follows after them, and then they just kind of get left behind in a moment. Karmic's ult lives explicitly to ult this Anubis, and then they're forced to blink, they're forced to shell. Now we're down two of our, utility tools to go into a fight. We Cersei's Hexstone to get into that fight as well if you're Aurora. So overtime, just kind of walk up and say, hey, I heard that your Anubis cannot get away from me at all. I'm gonna kill him, right? And then, oh, look, we get to fight the 4v5 again. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not believing in this Anubis pick. I've been ragging on it all game, and now I get to come out and say it. I was really excited, but now I'm just kind of sad. Like, oh, man. I wanted to see it
territory
succeed so
confirmed,
bad.
by the way.
Yeah, but overtime's team comp plays into it so well. The Cabrakan just shuts it off entirely. And if not the Cabrakan, if it comes down to it, Ohm from a Ganesh makes any mage feel very sad to play the game. And when they're down as far as we are right now, anybody that gets hit by it is just in a world of pain.
It is tough to be a spellcaster when a bully takes your wand and snaps it.
Tower is under attack.
I don't even believe in magic, so it doesn't affect me.
Your left tower has
Nah.
been destroyed.
Felt kind of sad.
On this left side Phoenix. Yeah. Well,
Like you
snap
needed
my
more
wand.
fun in your
I'm
childhood.
sad.
Anyway. Phoenix being pushed overtime. Of course, the ones on the siege. Single bind on the defense. It's a full commit. All 5 in dual lane pushing on the Phoenix. No split, at least not yet. But with an Aladdin and Sasano for that matter, you can very easily turn the split towards the mid lane, which looks to be the goal. Into the left Phoenix is the minion wave, but single bind, don't have to worry about overtime in there quite yet at least.
You can split this up between the left and the mid side. You see Ratmilk and Karmic moving up that mid lane, so this is going to split the attentions of single bind, and we're already having a tough enough time in the 5v5. When it comes to a 2v2 and a 3v3, it does not bode well.
Wall dog is stuck. Aladdin up down off the wall. The chase is there. Is there a kill? No. Blinking Abyss has come out, but the Typhoon! Oh, the Typhoon at 2!
Whoa!
That's how you aim a storm. And Tegvir brings down 2 for the double kill in the fountain. Ratmilk finds a rampage in the third of the fight. Another one will fall soon. It's gonna be Moswall. Give Hydrogen a kill too. Sure, why not? It's Aurora versus the world, and overtime is on the Titan. But guess what? It's gonna die. Clocked in, overtime, doesn't matter as long as they're winning. They win the Week 1 May Circuit Grand Finals.
That was disgusting from Tegvir. It was so funny. In my mind's eye, I'm watching that ult and I'm like, isn't Donut Doug like right there off screen?
Isn't there an ADC over there somewhere?
Oh gosh. Well, you know what's so funny? Watching that last fight too, we did see the instance where Ishtar can get around the Cabrakan ultimate because Dona Doug dashed on top of the Aladdin, so then she flipped over the wall, and it was super hype and really exciting, and then she got hit by a bus and isekai'd into a different video game. Like, it is... That's tough. We gotta check our tornado warning system. It is defunct, and it does not work.
Let's take a look at some of the replays from game number 2 of our grand finals today. It started out looking real good for Single Bind in a lot of ways. That moment right there, I was feeling that we were going to a game 3, easy. And then everything, it feels like, went downhill from that point forward. I mean, there were some moments of comeback from Single Bind, of course. There were some really good plays. Shout out to Roar, who had a heck of a game that I feel like games like that easily get lost to time. But Aurora really did play so well that game. Coast too, for that matter. Ults like this in this fight, there was a lot of really, really good ultimates from Coast, but it just all together, it never meshed enough for Single Bind.
Yeah, and it really just kind of, I don't know. The Cabrakan was putting in a lot of work here. Karmic's walls just went largely unanswered because the shell didn't come online till the 3rd item for Aurora. Aurora's playing his heart out though. Look at those Ares ultimates and just the damage he was able to put in. Like Coast is too. Like, there were so many good things happening with Single Bind, but unfortunately Overtime was just able to get a crazy start. Rat Milk was just able to come in with big gold difference. That Wealth Wish popped at the start. That's tech. Hagveer, Susanoo mid. At some point you realize you don't even need a mage. Junglers are just really good, so have 2 of them. Welcome to the new age. Smite 2. Overtime showing us double jungler strat just works.
Ultimately, Overtime, their teamfight ability, their map awareness, and their understanding of how to play objectives has simply yet to be matched in Smite Prime. I think it comes down to that. And, you know, let's talk about the fact that they win nonstop, right? They added a new player. They switched things around. They brought Rat Milk back to the fray, and it still just looked like they were untouchable. The simple fact of the matter is that the other teams playing that are not Overtime just have to keep playing better if they want to beat Overtime. I think that's going to be the tale in the May circuit. There is answers. We see it. You can see the weaknesses, and I'm sure our teams see that when they review the tape. At some point, somebody will find that way through. Unfortunately, today, for the side of Single Bind, the Anubis was not the way to break through Overtime. Of course, there was more wrong to it. Musie's already touched on that plenty, but ultimately, it does not all end up in a nice package with a bow on it.
Coast only did 14k damage? I could have sworn he was doing more than that. I mean, he was getting a lot of kills. He was showing up big in team fights. Only 14k?
That's all.
Huh.
It did.
That's weird. That's
it did feel like
all
more,
it
Musie. It did, especially with the amount of ults that were hit. But let's talk about the prizing. What are they playing for this May? They're playing for a lot. $7,000 in cash. May Circuit has already started off with a bang. Don't miss any of the other streams. All the broadcast dates are right there in front of you. The 9th, 16th, 23rd, and 30th. Musie, myself, or anybody else on the Smite Prime team will be there. So make sure you're tuning in every Saturday at noon and checking out SmitePrime.com for more information. But there's a lot on SmitePrime.com. Don't forget all the art stuff as well. Here's our bracket and our rundown of the day that we had, Mr. Musie.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good bracket, solid bracket. Love brackets. Beautifully crafted, handmade by Jithans. The Gospel of John, I think, was a good team that I'm going to be looking out for in the moment. Seeing that they lost to the team that took everything gives me faith in the stock that I have there. Looking forward to more from that. Mushroom Kingdom was assuming they'd get a little bit further, but they got blocked by Paul's Belter, which we saw do very well today. So I'm already beginning to understand what the landscape of the next couple of weeks are looking like so far for us. But enough about the bracket. We got a little bit more to show you here, too.
Yeah, let's talk art. I like art. You like art. We like human-made art.
Fan of art.
Go purchase human-created art. Shop.smiteprime.com for all the art you see on screen and more in merch form. But how do we find that art? Well, it all started with an art contest. And there's another one going on that you, yes, you can vote on today. Petals and Palettes. The submissions are closed, the voting is open. So head in there, vote for who should get those diamond prizes listed, and who knows what could end up being merch or anything else here on Smite Prime. All that and more on, guess where? SmitePrime.com. Well, Musy, that was a day. And those were a heck of talented players across the board. Smite Prime continuing to Smite Prime. The May Circuit is off to a fire start. And again, it's Mother's Day weekend too. So one more reminder at home, reach out to the mothers in your life. Whoever fills that role, send them a message. Give them a hug. Be nice. Play Smite 2 with them. Bring them on to the arena queues. Musy's thinking no to that one. You know what? I understand. But for myself, Malum, Musy, Tess, Solstice, and Jithens, yes, show her the horse tumbler. We wish you well. Enjoy your Mother's Day weekend, and we'll see you back here next Saturday at noon. See you then.